Ayúdame a mirar con tus ojos. Yo quiero sentir con tu corazón. No quiero vivir más siendo insensible. Tanta necesidad, oh Jesucristo. Te pido la paz para mi ciudad. Te pido perdón por mi ciudad. Ahora me humillo y busco tu rostro. ¿A quién iré, Señor, sino a ti? Te pido la paz para mi ciudad. ¿A quién iré, Señor, sino a ti? Ayúdame a mirar con tus ojos. Yo quiero sentir tu corazón. No quiero vivir más siendo insensible. Tanta necesidad, oh Jesucristo. Te pido la paz para mi ciudad. Te pido perdón por mi ciudad. Y ahora me humillo y busco tu rostro. ¿A quién iré, Señor, sino a ti? Te pido la paz para mi ciudad. Te pido perdón por mi ciudad. Y ahora me humillo y busco tu rostro. ¿A quién
our blessing always to be with. Now I would like to introduce Victor Gonzalez, a great friend, father of 9 children, and a wonderful wife who is also on the European Parliament. And Victor travels around the world sharing his heart for the Lord. And thank you for joining us today to give a prayer. And please remember our friend Case Hussein, who requested a prayer for him. Thank you, Victor.
Lucas, thank you very much. I cannot put in words what you have just expressed singing. Muchas gracias, Lucas. Damas y
Thank you
caballeros,
so much, Lucas. Ladies and gentlemen, parliamentaries, brothers and sisters in faith,
Salvador, in the company of leaders from across the world, we recognize that this moment is sacred. It is sacred not only because we pause to pray, but because we do so with the shared responsibility of shaping the future of our nations. Let us then lift our hearts to the Lord in humility and reverence. Al reunirnos aquí en El Salvador en compañía de los líderes de todo el mundo, reconocemos que este momento
gathering
es sagrado.
here, we recognize that this moment is sacred. It's not only because we're having a pause for prayer, but because we also share the responsibility of shaping the future of our nations. Let's lift our hearts to the Lord with humility.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, Padre Celestial, we come before you this morning with gratitude for life, for freedom, and for the opportunity to serve our countries and one another. We acknowledge that without you, our wisdom is insufficient, our strength is limited, and our plans fragile. Venimos ante ti esta mañana con gratitud por la vida, por la libertad y por la oportunidad de servir a nuestros países y a nuestros semejantes. Reconocemos que sin ti nuestra sabiduría es insuficiente, nuestra fuerza limitada y nuestros planes frágiles. We pray especially for peace in our world, and for the end of war in Ukraine, for the healing and justice in Israel, Gaza, and Lebanon, and for all regions where conflict and hatred continues to destroy lives and hope. We pray for those who lead in those lands and for innocent who suffer amidst the violence. Oramos especialmente por la paz en el mundo, por el fin de la guerra en Ucrania, por sanación y justicia en Israel, Gaza y el Líbano, y por todas las regiones donde el conflicto y el odio siguen destruyendo vidas y sofocando la esperanza. Oramos por quienes lideran esas tierras y por los inocentes que sufren en medio de la violencia. We raise before you the cause of the persecuted Christians throughout the world, men, women, and children, who suffer simply because they follow you. We remember those in Nigeria, Pakistan, and so many other places, and bring also to you our brothers and sisters in China, where dozens of church leaders and believers have recently been detained and for exercising their faith. Elevamos ante ti la causa de los cristianos perseguidos por todo el mundo, hombres y mujeres y niños que sufren simplemente por seguirte. Recordamos a los que están en Nigeria, Pakistán y en otros lugares, y te presentamos también a nuestros hermanos y hermanas de China, donde decenas de líderes y fieles han sido detenidos recientemente por practicar su fe. We ask you to protect them, sustain their spirit, grant them courage and bring them relief. Te pedimos que los protejas, sostengas su espíritu, les des valentía y les concedas alivio. We also lift out Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, nations where many yearn for freedom, justice, and dignity. We pray especially for those unjustified imprisoned. May they taste your deliverance and see your justice prevailed. Elevamos también oración a Venezuela, Nicaragua y Cuba, naciones donde tantos anhelan libertad, justicia y dignidad. Oramos especialmente por los que están encarcelados injustamente, que puedan experimentar tu liberación y ver triunfar tu justicia. Bless the families of the fallen, the displaced and the silenced. You know how many they are. May they find peace in your presence and hope in our shared commitment to justice and mercy. Bendice a las familias de los caídos, de los desplazados y de los silenciados. Tú conoces cuántos son. Que encuentren paz en tu presencia y esperanza en nuestro compromiso común con la justicia y la misericordia. Lord, for each leader in this room, grant us clarity of mind, purity of heart, and due respect for the dignity of every human life, and moral courage to lead in truth and love. May this forum be a space not only of strategy and intelligence, but of wisdom, guided by faith, integrity, and common good. Señor, a cada líder presente en esta sala, concédenos claridad de pensamiento, pureza de corazón, profundo respeto por la dignidad de toda vida humana y el valor moral para liderar con verdad y amor. Que este foro sea un espacio no solo de estrategia e inteligencia, sino también de sabiduría guiada por la fe, la integridad y la búsqueda del bien común. Finally, we place this day and all its work into your hands. May your peace reign in our hearts, your light shine in our decisions, and your mercy embrace our nations. Finalmente, ponemos este día y todo su fruto en tus manos. Que tu paz reine en nuestros corazones, que tu luz guíe nuestras decisiones y que tu misericordia abrace a nuestras naciones. I have a couple of suggestions to add that you gave me. To pray for the fishermen of El Salvador, releasing thousands of baby sea turtles as volunteers. For the good leaders that respect the truth and lead by virtue and example, especially in the different think tanks around the world. We pray all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Todo esto lo pedimos en el nombre de Jesucristo, nuestro Señor y Salvador. Amén. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, and thank you, Lucas. What a wonderful beginning to a great day. So we have now a couple videos that I think you're going to find extremely informative. One from Senator Bill Cassidy. Senator Cassidy has some very clear remarks relative to illicit finance concerns in the region, which he has spent a considerable amount of effort and leadership addressing. We'll watch that, and then we have one from Matt Pottinger, and I'll give you more information about Matt momentarily. But if we could now have the video with Senator Bill Cassidy. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at this Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum. Let me start by commending the organization's efforts to combat crime of all kinds. I have a particular interest in money laundering. I think you do too. Money laundering, as we know, is the means by which transnational criminal organizations and rogue governments finance illicit activities that subvert democracy, the rule of law, and the economies of legitimate businesses. Now, it's important to realize it is not just transnational criminal organizations and not just rogue governments. Industry in China has taken intellectual property from multinational corporations as well as from, say, craftsmen from the mountains of South America and the pueblos of Mexico. They make counterfeit goods, sell them, undercut the price of those who invented the product, and by so doing take livelihood from all those who have lost their intellectual property. Now, money laundering has also been associated with the payment for chemical precursors that come from fentanyl, that come from China to Latin America, where fentanyl is produced and then shipped into the United States and around the world. Speaking of my country, the money is then laundered out of the United States to pay for the goods to fund a continued deadly cycle. These countries, these transnational criminal organizations must be held accountable. I'm pleased to say that China committed to President Trump on his most recent trip there to address fentanyl. These promises have been made before. It's important we watch to make sure that these promises are kept. As regards counterfeit goods, something to be vigilant about. In the United States, our Congress recently passed legislation that I authored addressing the issue of counterfeit goods. Now, to emphasize, it's not just big corporations that are losing intellectual property. It can be the artisan who's making a product distinct to his or her culture that sells it in his or her town. And now they're being replaced by counterfeits from elsewhere. That intellectual property being stolen, the cheap knockoffs flooding back into the country, are forcing local craftspeople out of business. I thank the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum and those attending for being aware of these issues and, most importantly, attempting to address. Your interest has informed much of my work. Let's keep moving forward together, make a difference for the folks you represent, for those I represent, make a difference for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy. He would like to have joined us, but as you know, we've been in a government shutdown, and government's just now opened, so he was not able to come. But you have many members of our House and Senate who join with you in the collaborative efforts we have to address illicit transfers in the Americas that are hurting your economy, that are hurting your country, that are hurting your people. Because as those illicit actors, whether they are Hezbollah, who are aligned with various terrorist organizations and other terrorist organizations, along with drug cartels, we have found that they have gone in and exploited the economies of countries throughout the region. And our efforts, that of President Trump, is to help address these challenges that we have. Certainly, the drug cartels have had an impact upon our country, but they also have a real impact in terms of not developing a strong economy in this region. Secretary Rubio is very committed under President Trump's leadership to addressing the challenges that we have in this region to directly support the countries in the Americas. So be assured you have the support, the commitment, and the concern of the people of the United States and the Congress of the United States of America. The next video I'd like to reference is that by Matt Pottinger. Matt Pottinger was a Deputy National Security Advisor for President Trump. Matt Pottinger understood the clear challenges that we have relative to China. He had spent 30 years living there, and a very astute, brilliant individual who understood with clear vision the impact it could have upon the world in terms of current Chinese aggression. In this video, listen closely. There's 3 excerpts from Chairman Xi of how he conveys his vision for the world. And frankly, as he, in his own words, you'll hear him state to the Chinese Communist Party Congress his commitment to global Marxist Chinese communism dominion. That is his goal. So keep that in mind as you prepare your own countries for the alliances that you would have with China, whether they be economic or security alliances. We have had many, many countries throughout the region and throughout Africa who have told us that they've been engaged in a debt trap. One member of Parliament from Kenya spoke at our forum in Washington. Very brilliant woman. She was a judge, a member of the Parliament there. She came up after the meeting. She said, "You must help us. We have signed all these obligations with China through their Belt and Road program, and we can't pay them back. We have all these commitments for infrastructure and other needs, and now we're having to yield up our national assets to pay them back. So be careful as you consider alliances with those who may not be in tune with your own interest of your own country. Keep alliances that maintain the same commitment to human rights, civil and religious liberties. Now we will hear the message from Matt Pottinger, the former U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor. If that video is ready, please send it now. Thank you.
It's an honor to be invited to speak to you today. The Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum has played a pivotal role bringing together parliamentarians and other officials from nearly 100 countries to discuss matters of security and technology that affect us all. I'd like to extend my deepest thanks to my friend, Congressman Rob Pittenger, for your leadership of this forum. The nature of global threats today requires robust cooperation among the countries gathered for this forum. Clear analysis, frank discussion, and forthright collaboration are a prerequisite for successfully confronting global threats. Yet there is one government in particular that, far from helping to solve challenges, is a net contributor to the biggest problems we face. The Chinese Communist Party, which currently rules China, is engaged in activities that endanger our health, prosperity, security, and liberty. Beijing undermined our health with its reckless cover-up of the COVID outbreak in Wuhan in late 2019, seeding a global pandemic that has killed millions. And it threatens even worse to come through its biological warfare programs, which violate its treaty commitments to all nations. Beijing further undermines our health as the single greatest source of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere and of pollution in our oceans. Beijing weakened our prosperity through its state-sponsored theft of intellectual property and its official subsidies, protectionism, and dumping practices which punish innovation and competition by law-abiding nations and entrepreneurs. Beijing stripped away our security by backing rogue dictators in Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and North Korea. Xi Jinping signed a no-limits pact with Vladimir Putin on the eve of Russia's re-invasion of Ukraine in 2022, helping cause the largest war in Europe since World War II. Even now, Beijing spends more money on pro-Russian propaganda worldwide than even Russia itself spends. And Beijing is threatening to wage a war over Taiwan that would devastate the global economy and trigger a possible third world war. Beijing threatens our liberty through its coercive, corrupt, and covert lending activities in the global south, and through its multi-billion-dollar propaganda and influence activities. Through its debt diplomacy and loan sharking, Beijing seeks to co-opt our elites. Through its control and manipulation of social media platforms, such as TikTok and WeChat, Beijing influences ordinary people by the hundreds of millions. For too long, too many of us around the world have indulged the wishful view that if we opened our markets to China, transferred more of our technology, invested greater sums of money, and trained more Chinese technocrats, government officials, and scientists and military officers, we might finally persuade China's leaders to see the world how we do. We told ourselves that a policy of engagement at any cost would result sooner or later in the liberalization of China's economy, society, and perhaps even its politics. These assumptions were reasonable to make a quarter century ago when the Soviet Union had recently collapsed and democracy was spreading around the globe. But Chinese leaders, we now know, have shown tremendous determination to avoid the fate of the Soviet Union, less by emulating democracies than by exploiting, outmaneuvering, and undermining them. Beijing has been waging a silent Cold War against democracies when we thought such thinking had ended at the close of the 20th century. For some people, it's hard even now to let go of the myths that we've held about China's rulers and their intentions. Sometimes it helps to listen to China's leaders in their own words. Myth number one is that the Chinese Communist Party is communist in name only.
我志愿加入中国共产党。保守党的秘密。为共产主义奋斗终生。
In a once secret speech to the party's Central Committee, Xi Jinping said, quote, "Facts have repeatedly told us that Marx and Engels' analysis of the basic contradiction of capitalist society is not outdated, nor is the historical materialist view that capitalism will inevitably perish and socialism will inevitably triumph." Myth number 2 is that Beijing isn't seeking to spread its own autocratic model or upend the liberal international order.
同志们，今天我们纪念马克思，是为了向人类历史上最伟大的思想家致敬。马克思主义不是书斋里的学问，而是为了改变人民历史命运而创立的。坚守共产党人的理想信念，像马克思那样为共产主义奋斗终身。
China's new official ideology, called Xi Jinping thought, advances the notion of Chinese political and cultural supremacy. It even attacks the centuries-old concept of a world composed of sovereign nation-states. Xi Jinping thought states that, quote, "All mankind needs a new order that surpasses and supplants the balance of power. A new world order is under construction now that will surpass and supplant the Westphalian system." Toward this end, Beijing is promoting the idea that single-party autocracy is superior to democracy, not just in China, but around the world. As Dutch and American news reporters recently discovered, the Chinese Communist Party has set up a leadership school in Tanzania to indoctrinate African officials in the idea that the ruling party should sit above the government and the courts, and that fierce discipline within the party can ensure adherence to party ideology. In other words, the Chinese Communist Party is exporting its autocratic model, even as that model is showing serious signs of failure inside China itself. Myth number 3 is that Beijing isn't pursuing a zero-sum competition with democracies or a new Cold War. According to an official textbook on Xi Jinping thought, quote, "Xi Jinping has emphasized that our state's ideology and social system are fundamentally incompatible with the West. Xi has said this determines that our struggle and contest with Western countries is irreconcilable. So it will inevitably be long, complicated, and sometimes even very sharp." By very sharp, Xi appears to be referring to war. The official textbook on Xi Jinping thought defines the waging of war as perfectly compatible with China's policy of allegedly peaceful development. Quote, "To use war as a means to protect our core national interests is not in contradiction with the path of peaceful development. Moreover, it is a manifestation of the Marxist view of warfare."
中国人民也绝不允许任何外来势力欺负、压迫、奴役我们。谁妄想这样干，必将在14多亿中国人民用血肉铸成的钢铁长城面前碰得头破血流。
So those are examples of the Chinese Communist Party's real intentions in its own words. For years, Chinese leaders have hidden their true intentions behind the facade of a country eager to join the international system and willing to abide by its norms. Dual messaging, that is, deceptive external propaganda for foreign ears, twinned with authoritative internal guidance for party members, comes naturally to the party. Hence, we have Chinese leaders outwardly urging, quote, "peace talks" to end Russia's war in Ukraine, while those same leaders secretly connive internally to provide Moscow with lethal arms to lengthen the war. Publicly, Beijing feigns neutrality with calls for respecting the sovereignty of all countries. Behind closed doors, it has described Russia's invasion of Ukraine as, quote, a counterattack, and, quote, the only action that could be taken. Beijing's doublethink is ubiquitous once you learn how to spot it. Concentration camps holding more than 1 million ethnic Uyghurs and other minorities inside China are called, quote, vocational training schools. Beijing's dismantling of the rule of law in Hong Kong and the jailing of local journalists and lawmakers is passed off as, quote, one country, two systems. The use of covert operations to interfere in the elections of Canada and other democracies is disguised as civic engagement and couched in gauzy slogans advocating, quote, a community of common destiny for mankind. Special units of China's premier spy agency, which infiltrate and influence our universities and policymaking circles, are disguised as, quote, think tanks and civil society organizations. In short, China's leaders' most revealing statements are not the ones they make at Davos or at the United Nations. They are the statements they make to their fellow Chinese Communist Party leaders. Here are a few principles I believe are worth bearing in mind throughout this forum and after its conclusion, as your governments go about their essential work of safeguarding your sovereignty and the rights of your people. First, speak candidly, publicly,
Primero
and
hablar
at the
honestamente
highest
de manera
possible
pública
level to
y en el
Beijing
más alto
about
nivel
its
a
actions
Beijing
that undermine
sobre
your
las
sovereignty
acciones
or
que
the sovereignty of other
sabotean la
nations.
soberanía propia o de
It's
otras
important to
naciones. Es
speak
importante
openly and
hablar
loudly
abiertamente
if we are to
y de
prevent Xi
manera
Jinping
fuerte
from
para
making grave
prevenir que Xi Jinping haga
miscalculations.
unos
Miscalculations and
malos
missteps
cálculos
are
y
common
pasos
for
equivocados
long-serving
son comunes
dictators,
para
as
dictadores de
Vladimir
larga
Putin
data,
reminds us.
como Vladimir Putin nos recuerda.
Second,
Segundo,
impose steep costs on Beijing's
imponer
actions
costos
that
altos
harm
a las
our
acciones
countries
de Beijing
and
que
our
dañan a
friends.
nuestros países y a nuestros
Imposing
amigos.
costs isn't
Imponer
provocative,
costos no
it is
es una provocación,
stabilizing.
más bien es una
One of the
estabilización.
paradoxes of
Una de las
Marxist-Leninist
paradojas que marca
dictatorships
los
is that the more
dictadores
comfortable
leninistas
and
es
more
que mientras más
self-confident
cómodo
they
y
are,
más,
the more
más
aggressive they
confían en sí
become.
mismos, más agresivos se
Gratuitous
vuelven.
efforts to
Los
flatter and
esfuerzos
reassure
gratuitos
Beijing
para
are likely to be taken
aplacar
as
a
signs of
Beijing
weakness.
serán tomados como
Third,
una señal de
it would
debilidad.
be better to constrain
Tercero,
and
sería
temper Xi
mejor
Jinping's
restringir
ambitions now
y
through robust, coordinated
evitar las
military
ambiciones
deterrence
de Xi
and through
Jinping a
strict
través
limits
de
on China's access to technology,
limitación del
capital,
acceso de
and data
China
controlled by our
en
countries.
los
That is better than waiting
capitales
until
y las
Xi Jinping has taken
tecnologías que se dan en
fateful
nuestro
and
país.
irrevocable steps,
Xi Jinping ha
such as
tomado pasos
attacking
irrevocables
Taiwan,
para
that would
atacar
lead to a
Taiwán
war
que,
between
que llevarían a una guerra entre
Such a war would
superpoderes.
have
Una
severe
guerra
effects on the
tendría severos
security
efectos en la
and prosperity
seguridad
of
y
all
la prosperidad de
nations.
todas las naciones.
Putin's war in Ukraine
La guerra de
offers
Putin en
constant
Ucrania
reminders
ofrece un
that
recordatorio
deterrence
constante
is
de
far
que
preferable to
aplacar
rollback.
es casi quedarse por vencido.
Fourth,
Cuarto,
the quote main battleground,
la
to
cita
borrow Xi Jinping's term,
lugar de
is the
guerra
internet.
principal,
Beijing employs
según lo que
many
dice Xi
varieties
Jinping,
of
es el
information
Internet,
warfare,
porque hay
from
mucha guerra
united
que se
front
está dando
activities
en
to
el
cognitive
ciberespacio,
warfare to
desde guerras de
deepfakes.
conocimientos,
Beijing has
falsos
invested
profundos.
billions of
Beijing ha
dollars
invertido
into these
miles de millones de
techniques
dineros
to
en estas
enhance what Xi
técnicas para
Jinping
mejorar lo
calls
que Xi Jinping
discourse
denomina
power, the
un
power to shape
discurso de
perceptions
poder
and
para
narratives
poder
worldwide, to whitewash
remoldear las
China's record
percepciones
and to
globales
disintegrate
para
free people's faith in
desintegrar
their
la
fellow
fe
citizens
de las
and in
personas
democracy
libres
itself.
en la
We must go
democracia
on the
misma.
offense and
Debemos
the
ir
defense
a la ofensiva y a la defensiva
Right
de
now
manera
we are doing
simultánea. En
neither.
este momento no estamos haciendo
Free
nada de
societies
eso.
should never
Las
traffic in
sociedades libres jamás
disinformation the way
deberían
Beijing
traficar en la
does.
desinformación
All we
como
need
lo
to do
hace
is
Beijing.
prevent
Todo lo que
Beijing's
tenemos que hacer
platforms
es prevenir que las
our
plataformas de
discourse at
Beijing
home,
manipulen
while
nuestros
making
propios
it
discursos
easier
en
for
casa,
Chinese
haciéndolo más
citizens to
fácil para que los
communicate safely
ciudadanos
with one
chinos
another
se
and with
comuniquen
the outside world.
seguramente entre sí y
Banning
con el mundo
TikTok
exterior.
and WeChat, as India's government has done, was a
Cerrar
prudent
TikTok
step that other governments should
y
consider.
WeChat, como India hizo,
Finally,
es un paso
protect the rights of Chinese
prudente,
people living,
como otros lo han
studying,
hecho.
and working in your
Finalmente,
countries, so
hay
they
que
can
cuidar
enjoy
lo
the
que se
freedoms
vive,
that so starkly
estudia y se
distinguish
discute
free
en sus
nations
países para
from the
que
increasingly
la
oppressive
libertad pueda
atmosphere
continuar.
inside China today.
existiendo,
This
a
means
diferencia de
standing
lo
up
que se da
against
en China
discrimination
ahora.
at
Eso
home.
significa
It also means taking proactive
oponerse a la
steps inside
discriminación,
your borders
tomar
to expose
medidas
and counter the
proactivas dentro de
Chinese
sus
Communist
fronteras
Party's activities
para
to
contrarrestar las
censor,
actividades del
intimidate,
Partido
and
Comunista
coerce your
Chino en
citizens,
sus
and especially people
países
of
para
Chinese
evitar
descent.
que estos coercionen a
We should
sus
always distinguish between the
ciudadanos
Chinese
o incluso
Communist
a los
Party on the one hand
residentes chinos en sus
and
países.
China and the
Tenemos
Chinese
que
people
atacar
on the
al
other. I commend all of you
comunista
who
por un
have
lado
come to
y
this
apoyar a
forum
las
with the
personas
mission
de
of
China del
understanding
otro.
global
Gracias
threats
por
and
entender
finding
cuáles son
solutions
las
to them.
amenazas
I'm
globales
hopeful
que se
that
están
with
dando
more
y
initiatives like the
encontrar
Parliamentary
formas para
Intelligence
llegar a
Security Forum,
soluciones
we can
conjuntas.
foster and strengthen our own united
Haciendo
front,
esto podremos
one
unir
of
fuerzas
independent and sovereign
y
nations
mantener
working together to protect
a
our
las
health,
naciones
our
independientes
prosperity,
trabajando
our
conjuntamente para
security,
proteger nuestra
and our
salud,
liberty.
independencia, seguridad y
Thank you for the
libertades.
honor of speaking with
Muchísimas
you
gracias
today.
por el honor de hablar con ustedes el día de hoy.
Good morning and welcome back. Wow, great audience today. We've got a great lineup of speakers, experts on a number of topics. And before I launch into that, I just want to thank and recognize Congressman Pittenger. The success of this event is attributed to a lot of people in this room and outside this room, but we wouldn't be here today without the continued dedication and vision of Congressman Pittenger. He is tenacious, he's relentless, and it's a great mission. So this is our 30th forum around the world over, what, 12, 13 years, maybe longer. It's an important mission. I'm honored to be a part of it, but Congressman, thank you. And also, I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize Lucas Rojas, because you've all heard from him. He makes the trains run on time. You get emails from him, and he's very dedicated to the organization as well. So thank you, Lucas. Our first we're looking forward to many more. So our first panel discussion this morning, and maybe Sohan and Kevin, you can come up here, is on energy and critical minerals. There they are. We have two great experts. The Honorable Sohan Dasgupta is a lawyer, gentleman and scholar. He's been at many of these events. He served in the Trump administration, Trump 1 and Trump 2, in different capacities, at Commerce Department, Department of Homeland Security, most recently as CEO of the Millennium Challenge Corporation. And Dr. Kevin Diaranta is the Director for Data Analysis and the Chief Statistician at the Heritage Foundation in Washington, D.C. So Sohan and Kevin, come on up here. We have a clicker too for slides. We're going to start with Sohan Dasgupta, and Kevin has slides. We're going to look for the clicker so we can make them work. So that's the order.
Good morning. I hope everyone can hear me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to be here with you all at such an excellent forum, and I'm very grateful to our hosts. I appreciate JC's kind introduction. I'm very grateful to our hosts, both Congressman Pittenger and to our hosts in this country, Fabiola and everyone, for making it possible. So today I want to address a pressing issue that defines the free world's future, civilization's future. And that is the vital importance of securing critical minerals and how we can deploy those assets. These resources, lithium, cobalt, rare earth elements, and others, are the foundation of our technological innovation, national defense, and economic prosperity. Yet, the United States, and indeed the free world, face a stark vulnerability. We rely on foreign sources, particularly China, for over 70% of our rare earth elements and many other critical minerals, and for almost all of the refining of those resources. This dependency, in many ways, threatens our sovereignty, our security, and our economic fortitude. By embracing economic statecraft, we can secure these vital resources through bold strategic deal-making, ensuring that the free world and the United States remain the world's leading power. Let's begin with why critical minerals are so essential. They're not just raw materials, they are the lifeblood of our modern economy and defense systems. Lithium, for instance, fuels the batteries in EVs and smartphones. Cobalt strengthens the alloys in our jet engines. REEs power everything from precision-guided munitions to wind turbines to semiconductors driving AI. Without these minerals, our military cannot operate, our industries cannot innovate, and our economy cannot grow. They are, in essence, the key to our national security and tech leadership. This is not just commerce. It is actually far more than that. It is geopolitical alchemy itself, transmuting raw ore into unassailable national security, global security, and economic dominance. The challenge, therefore, has to be clear. The US is almost entirely import dependent on at least 15 critical minerals, with China controlling over 70% of rare earths and significant portions of lithium and cobalt processing. This reliance creates a dangerous vulnerability for all of us. If a geopolitical rival were to restrict our access to these minerals, our defense systems would falter, our industries would stall, and our economic stability would very much be at risk. I don't mean to be an alarmist here, I'm just trying to face facts. China's dominance in clean energy, controlling over 80% of global solar panel production and much of the battery supply chain, gives it unprecedented leverage. And in today's world, energy and minerals are tools of geopolitical influence, much like oil was in the 20th century. So how do we tackle this challenge? The answer, in some respects, not necessarily all respects, but some respects, lies in economic statecraft, using smart strategic deal-making to advance our interests while prioritizing sovereignty, security, and prosperity. Deal-making is about forging agreements that leverage our economic strength and diplomatic prowess to secure critical minerals without wasteful entanglements. Let me outline some key ways strategic deal-making can help us achieve this goal. First, we must diversify our supply chains through high-impact deals with mineral-rich countries. Instead of depending on any one source, we can negotiate trade agreements, investment partnerships, and joint ventures with countries that are mineral-rich. For example, countries that are major producers of lithium and cobalt, by striking deals with them that incentivize our private investment in these regions through tax breaks, trade incentives, or streamlined regulatory frameworks, we can secure reliable access. These deals reduce our dependence on adversarial nations and create resilient, diversified supply chains that serve our interests. Second, strategic deal-making empowers the United States to control its own destiny. By reducing reliance on foreign imports, we can foster self-sufficiency and build a stronger economy. This starts with unlocking America's own mineral resources, lithium in Nevada, rare earths in California and Wyoming, through deals that bring together government, industry, and investors. Such geopolitical partnerships will be vital. Executive Order number 14241, which was signed this March, calls for increasing domestic production. And deal-making is the key to making this happen. By negotiating private-public partnerships we can de-risk domestic mining projects, attract capital, and generate high-paying jobs for our workers. These deals ensure that the wealth generated from critical minerals prioritize our businesses and communities. Third, during my leadership of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, which is a federal agency in the United States, we appreciated that deal-making counters the global influence of competitors all over the world. Some of those rivals have spent decades securing control over mineral supply chains through aggressive acquisitions, investments, debt traps, and processing dominance. They've used this control to exert geopolitical pressure, forcing other nations to bend their interests. The United States must respond with a deal-making strategy that outmaneuvers and neutralizes our rivals. By negotiating trade agreements and investment deals with mineral-rich nations or their allies, we can build a network of partners, a concert of nations, if you will, who align with our values. For example, deals with friendly nations to co-develop mineral processing facilities can create a counterweight to the monopoly of adversarial powers. These agreements strengthen our geopolitical leverage, thereby ensuring that global mineral markets serve the free world's and America's interests and not those of our adversaries. Fourth and finally, deal-making is efficient and delivers maximum impact. Strategic agreements, whether trade deals, investment incentives, or public-private partnerships, allow us to achieve our goals without squandering resources or being profligate and wasteful. Every deal must be designed to advance our dominance in critical minerals, fortifying our economic resilience and national defense. By targeting investments in certain key areas like mining infrastructure, workforce training, or cutting-edge processing technologies, we can indeed help maximize returns for taxpayers. This is about negotiating smart, high-impact deals that secure our future while delivering tangible benefits for our people. Let's put this in some context. The global demand for critical minerals is surging, driven by the rise of AI. Data centers powering AI are projected to consume 1/5 of US electricity by 2030, increasing the need for batteries and energy storage systems. We face challenges in securing the raw materials to sustain this growth, and challenges also persist amid AI-driven power demands and data center growth. Without reliable access to critical minerals, our ambitions for energy independence and technological leadership likely will falter. The opportunities are immense. Strategic deal-making can achieve multiple goals, as I've mentioned already, strengthen national security, boost economic competitiveness, and ensure long-term resilience. For example, negotiating deals to expand domestic rare earth production could support our defense industry while creating thousands of jobs in mining and manufacturing. Trade agreements with allied nations could open new markets for our businesses, thereby fostering innovation, growth, and better living conditions, better living standards for our people. And by reducing our reliance on adversarial powers through diversified supply chains, we can shield our economy from external shocks, thereby ensuring that we remain the world's leading power. To turn this vision into reality, we need a coordinated, deal-driven approach. The government should work hand in hand with industry to negotiate agreements that unlock domestic resources and secure international partnerships. This means potentially streamlining regulations to accelerate mining projects, offering incentives to attract private investment, and investing in research to improve mineral processing technologies. We have to have a workforce to meet the demands of this growing industry. And internationally, we could pursue trade deals and agreements that prioritize our companies and align with our strategic goals. They have to be pragmatic, focused, and designed to deliver results. Some may perhaps worry about certain considerations here, but economic statecraft, when executed through smart deal-making, is about precision and pragmatism. And we are talking about targeted agreements that deliver clear benefits, jobs, prosperity, and security for for the American people. By negotiating with discipline and foresight, we potentially can avoid pitfalls while achieving our clear objectives. To end, it's vital to appreciate that economic statecraft counters the global influence of some of our rivals, which dominate critical mineral supply chains. By fostering judicial alliances with mineral-rich countries or their allies when appropriate, the United States could strengthen its geopolitical leverage, thereby ensuring that global mineral markets align with our interests. Finally, economic statecraft could use attractive, targeted, and high-impact mechanisms to achieve strategic outcomes. This efficient use of taxpayer dollars ensures maximum ROI, thereby advancing American interests without unfortunate entanglements. The United States today stands at a pivotal moment, as does the entire free world on this issue. Critical minerals are more than resources. They are a strategic imperative. By embracing economic statecraft, we can secure these vital materials through deal making, thereby reducing our vulnerabilities and building a stronger, more prosperous nation and a free world. But this is about taking control of our destiny, free from dependence on adversaries and rivals. This is about creating jobs, strengthening our defenses, and leading the world in innovation. And this excitement builds as we envision a future where our defense arsenal, powered by beneficial technologies and AI, stands impervious to disruption, thereby heralding a new dawn of unchallenged global leadership. This visionary manner of thinking not only dissects the intricacies of economic leverage, but should electrify all those who care about the future of the free world with resurgent and secure hope and promise for what is to come ahead. So I thank you all very much for your attention, and I hope we can go forward in hope. Thank you.
My name is Kevin Dyeron. I'm the director of the Center for Data Analysis, the Heritage Foundation, the chief statistician. I'm just waiting for my slides to be uploaded so I can begin my talk. Okay, so I am going to talk about energy, human flourishing, and various security implications. So energy, in and of itself, is the fundamental building block of society. From turning on a light switch to starting your car to enabling this very conference to operate, affordable and reliable energy literally underpins anything and everything we do. And unfortunately, many people around the world, especially lawmakers, take it for granted. And what many people don't realize is the vast beauty that goes behind the scenes in terms of flipping on, say, a light switch. There is complex circuitry and the beauty of physics involved that has taken decades and centuries to really ascertain and be able to make commonplace. So I'm going to present some data from a paper that I have with my colleague Diana Furchtgott-Roth, who's here, as well as Richard Stern and Miles Pollard at the Heritage Foundation. Here we have a variety of plots. We're going to really bring this data to life about this very issue. Here we have a variety of plots, the share of American households utilizing various technologies. The x-axis is the year starting in around the 1800s. And the y-axis is the percent of the population that utilizes this technology. And as you can see, over time, many things that we take for granted today, like running water, the household refrigerator, the radio, and the automobile, they have very rapidly permeated society and become very commonplace in society as a result. Now, what underpins this is energy. So here you can see energy consumption in the United States, both total as well as on a per capita basis. And you can see, for example, total energy consumption was around 10 quadrillion BTUs in the early 1900s and skyrocketed slightly under 100 by 2018. And you can see a similar story on a per capita basis. In terms of global energy consumption, the story is also quite similar. In the aggregate, in early 1900s, in aggregate, there was about a total of around 50 quadrillion BTUs of energy consumed, and this skyrocketed to over 600 over the 20th century into the 21st century. And again, you see the similar skyrocketing on a per capita basis as well. Access to energy and utilization of energy has become more commonplace as time has gone on. So, given that, what else has coincided with this? Per capita income. As you can see here, per capita GDP. Globally, per capita GDP was around $2,500 on a per capita basis in 1900, and that increased to over $15,000 worldwide, and you can see a similar story in the United States as well in terms of growth. What has also coincided with the rise of energy? Life expectancy. Doctors are now empowered to do their jobs. Life expectancy worldwide was a mere 30 years of age in the early 1900s and has increased to over 70 years of age now. In the United States, is there a question?
Beg your pardon, the first graphic you
Yes.
have presented are extremely important for us. Could we be able to have this presentation?
Absolutely. And I can, if you want to send me an email, my email address will be on this very last slide. I can even send you a copy of the paper.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
In fact, I'm going to talk, where are you from? Here?
I am from Argentina.
Okay. I'm going to talk about some El Salvador specific statistics, but I'm happy to talk to you separately afterwards. Yeah, absolutely. So here you could see the rise in life expectancy. Like I said, globally as well as in the United States, it has risen significantly. And the reason is simple. Doctors can be trained to do their jobs. Doctors are powered to do their jobs. And doctors are given the tools to do their jobs from, say, the pharmaceutical industry, all of which require access to affordable and reliable energy. Child mortality. This has plummeted both globally as well as in the United States. You could see that it was disturbingly almost 25% globally in 1900, and fortunately, that has dropped to below 5% worldwide. Similar story in the United States. How about agriculture? So here's the thing. Back in the day, in the 1900s, throughout the world, people would have to use their bare hands to farm. Now, with the utilization of energy, machinery can do much of this dirty work, and as a result of this, there is now more output per unit of labor. And as a result, here you can see corn and wheat yield. They have skyrocketed both domestically as well as worldwide. So now, that is just globally as well as in the United States. I think what you all are here for is you are interested in how does this play out throughout the world. So here we're going to talk about a country-by-country analysis. So these are scatter plots. Each dot is a country here in 2018. The x-axis is per capita energy consumption. The y-axis is per capita GDP. And here you can see the significant relationship here. On the left-hand side, you can see that countries that consume less energy on a per capita basis have much lower incomes. These, sadly, are many African countries. On the right, you can see many westernized countries that have access and are blessed with access to affordable and reliable energy, and they are significantly wealthier. I know you all are probably wondering about El Salvador. El Salvador consumes, it's right around the middle of the plot, well, to the left of 10,000, 6,600 kilowatt hours, and it has a per capita income of around $8,500. per capita energy consumption and the population living on less than $30 a day. There is talk throughout the world of ending poverty. Now, here again, you have the x-axis is per capita energy consumption. The y-axis is the percentage of the population living on less than $30 a day. So you could see here that this plummets significantly once you hit around well over 10,000 per capita kilowatt hours. So if you want to reduce poverty, what you need is to ensure access to affordable and reliable energy. Again, agriculture. So here you can see significant heterogeneity worldwide. Countries that consume more energy can do more with less. They can consume more corn, or they can produce more corn, I should say, and produce more wheat. As a result, because machines can do much of the heavy lifting, literally. This, to me, is one of the most interesting. Here are 4 plots. The upper left is doctors per 1,000 people. The upper right is life expectancy. The bottom left is child mortality, and the bottom right is maternal mortality. And you could see the significant relationship. And the reason is simple. Like I said earlier, access to affordable and reliable energy enables doctors to do their jobs. It enables them to firstly get trained to do their work in hospitals that can actually help people, increase people's life expectancy, extend lives, save lives in terms of child mortality and maternal mortality. Like I said, El Salvador consumes around 6,600 kilowatt hours on a per capita basis of energy. It has about 2.8 doctors per 1,000 people. Life expectancy is around 72, around the average globally. Child mortality is fortunately 1.38 percent, and maternal mortality is 46 per 100,000. Now, as you can see, if El Salvador could have more energy available for its people, these things would go down even further or go up even further depending on the metric. Now, this to me is the most interesting. There isn't anybody that doesn't want clean air, that doesn't want clean water, and doesn't want a healthy environment. Well, if that's the goal, access to affordable and reliable energy is the way to get there. As you can see, deaths due to dirty air, which is the first plot, and deaths due to dirty water plummet in countries that have more energy. And the reason is simple. You can sanitize water with energy, and you need energy to do so. You can actually have stoves at homes that don't emit such dirty air that can cause respiratory issues and so forth. So you could see, so in terms of air pollution mortality, the first plot, El Salvador is around 6.5%, and in terms of deaths due to dirty water, El Salvador is around 3.6 per 100,000. So what does this tell us? There is no doubt that countries that consume more energy on a per capita basis do better on a variety of metrics. So we asked this question at home, and I'm going to talk about how it applies to El Salvador. From the American perspective, the question is, how can we do even better? So the Institute for Energy Research every several years issues its North American Energy Inventory, which quantifies estimates of how much oil, gas, and coal are available in North America. And I know that there are some people from Mexico here. So you could see in the United States, we have over 1.6 trillion barrels of oil and over 4 quadrillion cubic feet of natural gas that are recoverable. And you could see numbers for Canada and Mexico as well here. 30.6 billion barrels of oil for Mexico and 577 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. So the question that we were interested in at the Heritage Foundation is, okay, since President Trump took over, he issued an Unleashing American Energy Executive Order. What would happen if we could actually utilize these resources? What would be the economic impact? So at the Heritage Foundation Center for Data Analysis, we have the Heritage Energy Model, which is the same model that our Department of Energy uses to forecast, say, changes in electricity prices and so forth. We use it for understanding economic impacts. So what we did was we took a scenario, their current business as usual case, which is the current forecast that they were on, versus a scenario where there's 50% more oil and gas available. And you can see here there are significant economic gains. Over, on average, 5 million 5 million jobs annually in terms of increased employment. And the reason is simple. The cost of hiring goes down, and as a result, it is easier to hire. There is even employment associated with the extraction of oil and gas itself, but that also reverberates locally in terms of hotels, motels, laundromats, and so forth. But again, with more energy in the market, energy becomes less expensive, and it becomes more affordable for organizations and companies to hire. Income, as a result, goes up. We found that over a 25-year time horizon, overall, there would be $300,000 of increased income for a family of 4. So now, critics would say that, okay, that's fine if you want to extract more oil and gas, but the problem is that what you will have is exacerbated climate change. So this is a concern that is worth looking at. Because, again, the concern is that oil and gas, these are hydrocarbons, they emit CO2. So we actually published a book at the Heritage Foundation, Cooling the Climate Hysteria. And if any of you are interested, send me an email. I will get you a free copy of the book, where we looked at the realism of climate change, and we found out that many of these claims, the climate hysteria, is heavily politicized. The climate change is occurring, but the bottom line is it's not occurring at rapidly a rate, and these policies constrict access to affordable and reliable energy. So at the Heritage Foundation Center for Data Analysis, we also have the Model for the Assessment of Greenhouse Gas-Induced Climate Change, MAGIC with 2 C's. And what we did was we assumed commonly accepted projections from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change on greenhouse gas emissions well into the 21st century. And we varied climate sensitivity. So most would agree that the planet warms with respect to CO2 emissions. The question is the extent. So climate sensitivity quantifies how the Earth would respond to a doubling of CO2 emissions in the long run. It's a theoretical construct, but it enables you to quantify how sensitive the planet is to emissions. And we increased emissions starting in 2020, according to the simulation that I had just presented. So these are the results. We have several pairs of curves under these various sensitivities. The gray curve is the current path that we are on. The x-axis is the year, starting in 2020. The y-axis is the temperature increase from 2020. And what you can see is, so the gray curve is the path we are currently on. The blue curve is the path under the simulation of allowing for more oil and gas drilling. So you could see the blue curve slightly goes above the gray curve for any sensitivity, including the worst case scenario of 5 degrees Celsius, but not by much. Even under worst case scenarios about climate sensitivity, temperatures would increase, but by only 0.03 degrees Celsius. So it's not going to meaningfully impact the climate. So here's a great question. What is the energy mix in El Salvador? So I looked at this question using data from the International Energy Agency, and you can see here natural gas really dominates the market along with hydropower and geothermal energy. And the question is, are there opportunities to add to the mix? Well, President Trump, like I said, with his Unleashing American Energy executive order, he is interested in exporting oil and gas abroad as well as other forms of energy. And it is also useful here to think about looking at what resources you have here and how you can engage in this extraction, because it will only grow the El Salvador economy. So altogether, putting together the pieces, affordable and reliable energy are inextricably linked to human flourishing. Countries need affordable and reliable energy. It is an absolute imperative. And a country needs to be, this is the security tie-in, a country needs to be energy independent of rogue nations to secure its own people. You don't want to get into the business of being dependent on, say, a country that is, has a history of hostility, because then when conflict erupts, there could be major problems and consequences to the people. So El Salvador should seek to be energy independent or only working with countries that are not rogue nations. So what we suggest is, at the Heritage Foundation, avoid carbon-based regulation. It only constricts access to affordable and reliable energy. Utilize the resources you have here to extract energy, say contracting with other countries that are friendly nations to do so. There are opportunities, like I said, with the Trump administration. And again, avoid dependence on rogue nations. So thank you. Happy to take any questions. And my email is right here if you would like to reach out.
you both. So on, and Kevin. We have an interesting discussion after this, actually, I guess 3 individual speakers on the role of parliaments in global security. And first I'm going to ask Congresswoman Vice President Swayze Calhelius to come up here. She's the Vice President of the Legislative Assembly of El Salvador. And Congresswoman? Okay.
Good morning. I'm sorry, I just want to know. I will manage the presentation from here. What should I do? Okay, thank you very much. Excelentísimo señor presidente de la Corte Suprema de Justicia, Henry Alexander Mejía, y señores magistrados que nos acompañan. En camino está el señor presidente de la Asamblea Legislativa, el diputado Ernesto Castro, y también a mis colegas que están acá presentes. Buenos días. Señores diputados y diputadas de las asambleas legislativas y los congresos y parlamentos que nos acompañan, señor presidente del Foro Parlamentario de Inteligencia y Seguridad, Robert Pittinger, muchísimas gracias. Señor director de la Agencia Nacional de Desarrollo y Diseño de Nación, David Rivar. Excelentísimos señores presidentes, diputados y jefes de las delegaciones de los diferentes parlamentos, excelentísimos señores embajadores y honorables jefes de misiones diplomáticas acreditados en nuestro país, honorables señores de representantes de organismos internacionales que hoy nos acompañan, invitados especiales que participan en este foro parlamentario de inteligencia y seguridad, señoras y señores. Okay, I'm gonna switch right now, just because most of you speaks English. So my name is Swayze Callejas. I'm the vice president of the Legislative Assembly here in El Salvador, and for more than a decade, I've been working with the President Nayib Bukele in his team and the First Lady Gabriela de Bukele next to the President Ernesto Castro. So it is a privilege today to speak to the leaders from more than 22 countries across the world. So welcome to El Salvador, but I want to spill the tea with you about our history in El Salvador, so I'm going to switch again to Spanish. So, déjenme contarles una historia. Esta historia es sobre el país más pequeño de Latinoamérica, pero también el país más violento de este hemisferio, y de cómo pasó de tener 18 homicidios diarios, de matar a sus jóvenes y a sus mujeres, de extorsionar a sus emprendedores y de expulsar a más de 3 millones de salvadoreños, a convertirse en el segundo país más seguro de toda Latinoamérica. El milagro de seguridad que hoy está viviendo El Salvador ha sido producto de la gobernabilidad que el órgano legislativo está brindándole al órgano ejecutivo, pero también, y no vamos a ser negligentes en negar que esto realmente tiene que ver, bienvenido señor presidente Ernesto Castro, que esto también tiene que ver con una gran bendición de Dios y con el apoyo del pueblo salvadoreño. El milagro de la seguridad no ha sido un golpe de suerte, sino que se ha construido a través de 3 grandes pilares, que es la voluntad política de la nueva generación de funcionarios públicos, porque para cambiar tenemos que dejar de hacer las cosas como se hacían antes, y eso implica también una renovación de todos los funcionarios que están al frente de las instituciones del Estado. El segundo es el trabajo articulado para acelerar la refundación de este país, dejar de esperar, como bien lo mencionaba el señor presidente Ernesto Castro en sus palabras, dejar de esperar 15 años para discutir leyes que nunca llegaron a ver la luz. Y 3, un pueblo decidido. Y creo que esto es una de las cosas más importantes, que en las urnas el pueblo salvadoreño salió, nos dio su
Salvadoran
confianza,
people
pero
who
esa
went
confianza va acompañada también de la
and
responsabilidad
voted and they
de
gave us their
cambiar
trust,
nuestro
and
país.
that trust also
Por
comes
muchos
with the
años, El
responsibility of
Salvador fue la
transforming the
capital del
country.
homicidio.
El Salvador had
Ya
been the
no me voy a
capital
detener
city
mucho
of
en esto porque ya el
homicide
señor
for
presidente
many
Ernesto
years.
Castro y
I'm not
también el
going to
ministro
take a lot
Gustavo
of time on
Villatoro
this because
hablaron de esto el día de ayer,
Mr.
pero
President Ernesto
2015
Castro and
fue un
Justice
año
Ministry
terrible para
Minister
nuestro país
have talked about
porque
this
fue
a
el
lot
más
year.
violento de nuestra
2015 was
historia
the
y nosotros
dreadful year for the
encabezábamos
country
las
because it was the
listas de
most
países
violent
más
and we
violentos
were at
del
the
mundo
top of the list of the
sin
most
estar
violent
en un
countries
conflicto armado,
in the
civil
world,
o
even
sin
though
estar en un
were not
conflicto
at
de guerra.
war.
Simplemente las calles del Salvador eran el
Streets of El
escenario
Salvador
de
were the scenario
la violencia
for
social
the
extrema,
social
en donde
extreme violence
los
where
corruptos
corrupt
políticos de ese momento hacían los
politicians at
tratos y el
that
pueblo salvadoreño
moment
ponía la sangre.
dealt,
En 2015 la
made
tasa de
businesses
homicidios
and
por cada
Salvadoran
100.000 habitantes fue de
people true
106.3,
blood.
mientras
The
que,
homicide rate
comparándolo
by
con
that time was
2024, esta tasa bajó a 1.9.
and if we
Además, en
compare it with
2015 se
2024, the
registraron
rate is
más de
1.9. In
6.656 homicidios y en 2024 se registraron 114 homicidios, de los cuales 112 fueron resueltos por las autoridades, teniendo una tasa de resolución, la corporación, es decir, la Policía Nacional Civil, de un 98.2% de efectividad en la resolución de los delitos, por supuesto acompañado esto del Ministerio Público. En agosto de 2015 morían un promedio de 30 salvadoreños por día. Durante 10 años, después de 10 años, en 2025, se vive una realidad completamente diferente, ya que en todo el mes, en ese mismo mes, en agosto de 2025, se registraron 4 homicidios. De los 31 días del mes, en 27 no hubo homicidios. 18 homicidios diarios se promediaron durante el año 2015, mientras que en 2024 este promedio bajó a 0.3 homicidios diarios. El rol de la Asamblea Legislativa ha sido fundamental para cambiar esa oscura realidad a través del respaldo a las estrategias de seguridad del Plan Control Territorial que el gobierno del presidente Nayib Bukele ejecuta. Pero no estamos hablando solamente de cifras y datos a secas, sino que debemos comprender que hay millones de salvadoreños que hoy pueden vivir en una verdadera paz y tranquilidad. Pero cuando hablamos de gobernabilidad, yo creo que muchos acá podemos ser abogados o habremos estudiado ciencias políticas, y creo que al momento de estarlas estudiando, yo al menos cuando estaba en la universidad me acuerdo perfecto que hacían esta diferenciación de un concepto tan abstracto de qué es la gobernabilidad versus tener el gobierno. Y la verdad es que este concepto tan abstracto logró posicionarse en la cabeza de cada uno de los salvadoreños, teniendo la conciencia que se puede tener el gobierno
get into the head
y
of
no
every
tener la capacidad de gobernar.
Salvadoran
O, como ahora es en El Salvador,
because
se puede tener el
now
gobierno
we
y
can have
también la
the
capacidad de
government, and that government has the
Entonces,
capacity
si la
to
gobernabilidad es la
exert or
capacidad
to
de un
implement
gobierno de
governance.
ejercer su poder para atender
So
las
if
demandas de la
governance
sociedad de
is
manera
the
eficaz,
capacity of government
estable y
has
legítima,
to work
siempre
for
debe estar
the
en búsqueda del
benefit
bienestar
of
social de su
the
población.
Salvadorans, they always have to
Por
look for
tanto,
this
como
benefit
Asamblea
of society.
Legislativa trabajamos
Therefore, as
articuladamente
Legislative
junto al
Assembly, we
Ejecutivo
work
para que el
together
Estado
with the
sea más
executive branch
eficiente y así
so
que pueda
the
maximizar
state is
el
more
impacto positivo de
efficient
estas
and
políticas
so we
públicas.
can maximize
Y para
the impact
comprender
of these
mejor el
public
rol
policies.
que estamos
And to better
desempeñando,
understand the
quisiera
role we're
enumerar
playing, I would
4
like
acciones
to
claves que
mention
esta
4
Asamblea
key
Legislativa
actions that this
está
Legislative
ejecutando.
Assembly is
La primera
implementing.
acción clave fue la
The first
aprobación
one
del
was
régimen de excepción.
approving the state
La
of
segunda fue el
exception.
endurecimiento de las
Second
penas
was hardening the
para los
penalties
pandilleros o
for gang
terroristas,
members or
cual sea
terrorists,
el nombre que se quiera
whatever
usar.
the
La
name you want to
tercera es la
use
aprobación
is.
de los
The
presupuestos
third
para
is
seguridad.
approving
Y
the
la cuarta
budgets for security, and the
renovación
fourth was
de los jueces.
renewing
Y en esto
our
trabajamos en
judges,
conjunto con la Corte Suprema
and
de
we
Justicia.
work along with the Supreme Court of
Solamente entre
Justice
el
for that.
25 y el 26
Just
de marzo de 2022
between
se
the
registraron
25th and
alrededor de
26th
88
of March
homicidios a nivel
2022, we
nacional.
had 88
Ante esta
homicides in the
terrible
country,
situación, el presidente
and
Nayib Bukele,
in this
como medida urgente para proteger a los
terrible
salvadoreños,
situation,
envía
the
la
President
solicitud
Bukele sent
de
a
aprobación del
request
régimen de excepción al órgano
for
legislativo.
approving the state of exception to the Legislative Assembly, immediately President Castro summoned extraordinary meeting, and by 3:41 a.m. of Sunday, March 26, 2022, we approved the exception regime with 66 votes in favor. If you remember, by that time, President Castro told you that we were 84 representatives in that assembly. Now we're 60. The opposition wanted to spread fear to the population, and that was very criticized by the international cooperation in general and outside of the country. That was heavily criticized because they were spreading lies about this state of exception. But with the time, and thanks to God, who confirms realities, we now see that this constitutional and legal tool has been very important to safeguard the life of Salvadoran families. The exception state existed in the constitutions since 1983, which was, by the way, approved by the right parties in the country. It existed already, but the old Legislative Assembly decided that they were not going to use the necessary tools because it was easier for them to make a profit out of the suffering of Salvadorans. The legal base of the state of exception is the Article 29 of the Salvadoran Constitution, which hasn't been changed, by the way. The suspended guarantees that were temporarily suspended are the freedom of meeting and respect to mail and communications, so authorities could take back the control of the territory to guarantee the security of the population. And it was also stated that arrest and detentions could take longer in order to conduct an investigation. So we receive a lot of criticism and attacks from everywhere. But truth is that homicides, extortions, femicides reduced year after year, and the Salvadoran population is witness to this miracle. Salvador was at the top of the list of the most dangerous countries in 2015, but from 2019 we lose positions in this list, and in 2021 we were out of that list. In the last 10 years, when the opposition governed, they just had one day without homicides. Since President Bukele came to office in June 2019, now we count 1,060 days without homicides, and out of those days, more than 900 days without homicides have taken place in the state of exception. Another measure that we have taken at the Assembly is hardening the punishment for the criminals. Some people had to flee their home, and some others didn't have that possibility, and they fell in the hands of the gangs, and that's why we changed laws to optimize judiciary work, so terrorists were no longer able to torment Salvadoran families. We live actually a long period when Salvadorans kill judges, they murder judiciary assistants, they murder members of the police, and they also murder members of the military. Now, those who are the members of gangs will have a punishment of 20 or 30 years of prison. Before that, the punishment was just 5 years of prison. Finances of gangs will pay with 40 and 45 years of prison, and the previous sentence was 9 to 14. Gang members who commit sexual aggressions or raping will be punished with between 20 and 30 years of prison, and the previous punishment was just 10 years. Those who are related to drug trafficking will be in prison for 20 or 30 years, and the previous punishment was just 15 years. If a gang member commits extortion, they will have to pay with 20 and 30 years of prison, And the conspiracy to commit extortion is now punished with up to 15 years, and before that it was up to 5 years. Now we have protected the name and information of the judges, and this is because the terrorists used to threaten the judiciary personnel to get better outcomes. And in the case of crimes committed by gang members, they are no longer able to request alternative measures to prison. Gang members do not deserve other measures than going to prison. Sexual aggressions and raping are no longer overdue. We had a lot of femicides, but if we compare the rate that now we have in 2025, we have reduced femicides by 97% in El Salvador. So we can assure with the data that we went from being a country that just said that wanted to protect its women to a country that actually protects its women. We know that we have lost many lives because of gang violence, and that number might reach up to 200,000 homicides in a country with 6 million people and 21,000 square kilometers. We have been criticized because we have put millions in jail, but thanks to that, millions of Salvadorans we now live with freedom. This legislative assembly has passed the general budgets for the country. Actually, we are studying the budget for 2026 nowadays, and since we arrive in 2021 and always with a special focus on the Salvadoran security, we know that one of the biggest problems was the security, so we have been increasing the budget for security year after year. Now the security forces have boots, uniforms, helmets, Starlink, equipment for connectivity, IT equipment, vehicles, and we have renovated the different facilities. I know that this might not be a big achievement for many of you because this is something that should have been always there, but we Salvadorans, sadly, in the hardest years of violence, we had a police department and armed forces with very, very bad conditions. They didn't even have boots to go and walk. And during the COVID pandemics in 2019, while the government of President Nayib Bukele was working to safeguard the life of Salvadorans, former representatives of the Legislative Assembly, including the justices of the Supreme Court of Justice, were working for their own interest. And at that moment, we Salvadorans understood that all the sectors had their different representatives, but these representatives were not actually representing the people.
It's important that when we arrived at the Legislative Assembly, we began the recreation of our country, just like the Salvadoran people entrusted to us. So in May of 2021, we requested that on this first plenary session that we held, right after we were sworn in, a point in the agenda where we were able to remove the justices from the Constitutional Chamber, and we approved in September a series of reforms to the judiciary career so that we could administer better justice. President Bukele tweeted at that time that if we aren't able to remove corrupt judges, we will never be able to save the country, because social violence, corruption doesn't stay in a single space. It requires a whole system to be able to exist and to prolong itself over a period of time. And here is where I'd like to add a fifth key action of the Legislative Assembly, and that is to promote equal opportunities. To build a country that is safe, we need only to take coercive action, but rather preventive ones as well, and that is exactly what we're doing. We have backed The initiatives from President Bukele and his First Lady to provide access to health, culture, security, right to water, pension funds, and help family economies. On a day-to-day basis, we are announcing 2 new schools that are being renovated and remodeled as we speak. We have a library that is open 24/7, a library that is in the main center of the historic downtown center of our country. That is the heart of our country, which is not only a building, it is a monument that attests, a monument to the knowledge that speaks about what we want. In our new country. We also have the largest marching band in all of Central America, made up by 1,000 young men and women from all of the country, from every single economic segment. We're about to inaugurate a new hospital, Hospital Rosales, and one of the only third-tier hospitals we have in our country, and we're also and we're also hosting for thousands of international events. Added to the fact that thousands of Salvadorans that had to run from this country, that had to flee from this country to protect their lives and that of their families, are now coming back to El Salvador to live. They are now investing and they're reactivating our nation's economy. Public spaces that used to be completely sequestered because you couldn't walk anywhere at night now have come back to the population, have been given back to the Salvadoran population. Companies, entrepreneurs may grow economically because they no longer have to pay extortion to gang members. And of course, this whole reconstruction process is basic to respect the sovereignty of each nation. The power that isn't used is not power. And those politicians in the past had the power to change the country, but they simply chose not to. I ask that we never behave like the politicians of the past in El Salvador, and then we take example from everything from them of everything that should not be done in this country. We now use the power that the Salvadoran people have bestowed upon us to transform El Salvador into a safe and attractive country for investment and tourism. As a matter of fact, UN Tourism said this year that El Salvador was placed in the second world place and the first in Latin America in touristic performance during 2024. Myself, I am so very grateful for this opportunity, but I just want to make sure that I ask every single one of you parliamentaries from the different countries to use your power and to study your constitution and to always listen to the mission that your country has given to you in benefit of your country. Be the generation of parliamentaries where our countries may leave development. Let's make decisions that are necessary. And I promise you, you will be critiqued. You will be booed even. They will speak ill of you even. I promise you that. But I can also promise you that what is worth more is the fact that the families of the countries you represent may live in peace and may be able to grow economically and may be able to do better. Study your laws, study your constitutions. We have managed to reduce homicides to 93% in our country in less than 5 years by using the rules of the game, changing them when it's been needed, but always supported by the Salvadorian people. We didn't come up with anything new in this legislative assembly. The difference is that we now have the will to change our country, and that is what is obvious. President Bukele and our First Lady entrusted several missions onto us. President Castro was entrusted with some things where we all helped. I was given other tasks. Well, of course, I've had support from my team, my great team of congressmen and women, and that is to take care of early childhood, of our children, of our families, of our adolescents, of our youth. We have backed initiatives proposed by our First Lady, the law of being born with care, growing together, and the Love Turned into Food Act to protect all Salvadorans from their early childhood and every phase of their lives. Because what worth it would it be if we begin to clean the territory of these criminals if we're not going to plant anything? El Salvador is a new country, and along with God and the Salvadoran people, we will continue to work so that this road is irreversible, so that we don't go back. We need to make sure that every single government agency is working together. The lie, the checks and balances thing that it means we should all be fighting against each other will not take our countries or not remove our countries from underdevelopment and violence. Lying is never going to do anybody any good. However, working together in a coordinated fashion does not mean corruption or even corruption money under the table. It just means that the state will be more assertive and will understand its population much better. To be able to change, you need a whole country with a willingness to do so. You need officials that are clear and that know that any time that we're sitting in that position, anytime we're in those offices, and anytime we're given a microphone and we're able to speak between ourselves and to the population is short. We don't have 15 years, to discuss laws and make decisions, because I mean, if we found all these laws collecting dust in desks. Ladies and gentlemen, we must be active. We must deliver. If this was a large corporation, a large private corporation, then we would not have time to think whether or not, we have time to update a product or not, or whether or not AI will be used or not, because another company would do so immediately, and that's what we owe to each of our nations, to our population, particularly in our case for Salvadorans. The time that we have is short, and we must work together on a single country goal that is larger than ourselves, even an objective that is larger than any political party that we represent. It is larger even than we ourselves can think. The objective is our country. That's our target, and for however short time we have in these chairs, we must deliver. I want to finish by saying that this government never sat down to negotiate with terrorists, with gang members. We never sat down on the same table with terrorists. This government stopped listening to any advice that was given that never worked throughout the decades. And sure, we were afraid. Every single one of us was scared. But also, thank the Lord, we found the bravery and the courage to do it our own way, to solve this problem of social structural violence. And I promise you, nobody knew how to do it. We didn't even know how to do it. I think that just many of us were just simply convinced that we needed. I think a lot of us just kind of started believing that, we just needed to wake up, pray to God, and hope that we didn't get killed somewhere along the day. And just we kind of had accepted that we needed to coexist with these criminals. Politicians in the past used their power, but not for good, not to change our country, and that's what we changed. And if each of you in your own countries changes that, I'm certain that the quality of life for each of your populations will improve. Never forget, we're doing this with the support of the Lord, but also with the support of a sovereign nation that has placed us where we are. Let us not be ungrateful, and let us deliver the work we can in whatever short time we have. Thank you.
Solamente decirles que muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. Fabiola, thank you.
Madam Vice President, muchas gracias. Thanks again. Next, we have moving to the next continent south to Brazil, Congressman Nicolas Ferreira from the Brazilian Congress, Parliament. There he is. And from Brazil, we'll go to Spain after this, but good to see you again.
Brazil does not defeat criminal factions because they are in the government. I agree with you, Mr. Bukele. Most honorable President of this forum, Congressman Robert Pittenger, Congressmen, ambassadors, delegate-in-chiefs, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicolas Ferreira. I'm a Christian and a father of 2 daughters, married, of course. Before coming the most voted congressman in Brazil, I was born and raised in a favela, and I saw up close how violence destroys a neighborhood, a city, a state, and now an entire country. And today I will speak without the filter that the media imposes. I will speak about the reality of my nation. Today in Brazil, there are 88 mapped criminal organizations operating from inside Brazilian prisons. Of these, 72 operate locally, 14 regionally, and 2 transnationally. More than half, 58%, have as their main activity the direct confrontation against the state. In other words, they no longer hide. They openly challenge the state. These factions impose rules, control territories, punish, charge taxes, and most seriously, they use terror as a form of government. 11% of the Brazilian population lives in territories under the direct influence of criminal factions. But the most alarming data comes from a study entitled Criminal Governance in Latin America. Between 50 and 60 million Brazilians, roughly 1/4 of the population, live under what is called criminal governments, an authoritarian and violent regime that decides who enters and who lives. In other words, 1/4 of the Brazilian population lives under a government that was not elected, does not provide accountability, and does not respect the Constitution or the law. The consequences are tragic and daily. In their own system of justice, the Red Command, one of the most notorious Brazilian factions, uses several methods of torture and execution to punish misconduct, eliminate rivals, and repress residents who oppose or report their activities. Torture sections are frequently recorded and circulated in messaging groups as a warning to the community. The newest method involves both torture and corpse disposal using alligators. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, alligators. Another consequence brought by criminal factions is the warlike atmosphere and the rise in deaths caused by stray bullets. According to the Crossfire Institute, the number of stray bullets victims in Rio de Janeiro grew up by 58% in the year 2025. In the first 75 days of this year, 41 people were struck compared to 26 in the same period the previous year. Innocent people, children, workers, father, die simply for being in the wrong place in the wrong country. And once again, I agree with President Bukele when he says that the first step to fixing a country is to bring peace, because it's useless to have healthcare, education, and roads if you do not have security, and may end up being killed by a straight bullet on the way. And it gets worse. In the year 2024, Brazil recorded an increase of 33.8% in deaths of police officers. 170 officers were murdered, men and women who left home to protect society and returned in coffins draped with the national flag. Another 126 committed suicide, victims of psychological abandonment and the constant pressure of being treated as criminals for simply enforcing the law. But Brazil's tragedy goes beyond regional statistics. In just 2 years, there were 73,190 lives lost, all Brazilians murdered within their own territory. To give perspective, the Gaza Strip, the stage of a declared war between Israel and Hamas, 67,869 people were killed in 2 years of conflict. In other words, Brazil, with no civil war, foreign invasion, no missiles, no tanks, kills more than a war. As if the terrifying death toll were not enough, in Brazil the factions also spread terror by charging fees from small business owners just to allow a store to operate. There are reports of bar owners and street vendors executed for not paying extortion. They control telecommunications, transportation, security, food, water, and even the price of the cooking gas. It's a parallel state, totalitarian, armed, and unpunished. But the real scandal is this. Such a parallel state only exists because the official state tolerates it and often founds it. Beyond extortion, factions expel families from their homes, leaving them homeless, and then rent these properties to finance the criminal organizations. In Fortaleza, capital of the state of Ceará, residents were expelled from their own homes in at least 49 neighborhoods. In 21 months, 219 expulsions were recorded, according to the Public Security Secretary. To understand the severity of what's happening in Brazil, I will give you the example of PCC, the First Capital Command, one of the most powerful factions in Latin America. Founded in 1993 inside the São Paulo prison system, the PCC began as a leagued brotherhood of prisoners against state abuse. 30 years later, it has become a transnational criminal organization operating in 19 Brazilian states and with confirmed presence in Paraguay, Bolivia, and Colombia. Today, the PCC moves billions of reais per year with hierarchical structure, internal codes, its own tribunals, and the ability to corrupt public agents or infiltrate business activities such as gas stations. It is essentially a Brazilian cartel with business, logistics, and even legal branches. It was the PCC that carried out the first execution of a judicial authority by organized crime in Brazil, the judge Antônio José Machado Dias, murdered in March 2023 in Presidente Prudente São Paulo. After that, many other judges and prosecutors were placed under threat. Another famous crime was the historic robbery of the central bank in 2005. They dug a tunnel of 80 meters to reach the vault in Fortaleza and stole approximately 165 million reais. Finally, another mega operation orchestrated by the PCC were coordinating attacks in São Paulo in 2006. In May, the PCC ordered bus burnings, police station attacks, prison riots, and the state capital was paralyzed. More than 59 securities agents were murdered, and the state declared a curfew. No one of this is a coincidence. Brazil's public safety, security tragedy is not only police-related, it's political. And it began more than 3 decades ago, when Lula and Fidel Castro founded the São Paulo Forum in 1990. That meeting brought together left-wing parties, revolutionary movements, and even armed organizations such as FARC. Its objective was clear: reorganize the Latin American left after the collapse of the Soviet Union, replacing the weapons of socialism with a new weapon, state power. But the project never abandoned its essence. ideological infiltration and tolerance toward crime. What used to be guerrillas are now factions. What used to be revolution is now institutional capture. And little by little, the Brazilian state become hostage to the delinquents it helped create. The forum's project penetrate prisons, elections, and eventually the justice system. It is no surprise that more than 80% of provisional inmates voted for Lula in the first round. After his victory, videos emerged of prisoners celebrating inside their cells. They know exactly who defends the narrative of criminal victimhood and police demonization. When Congress proposed classifying criminal factions as a terrorist organizations, Lula government opposed it, while other Latin countries adopted the classification to fight narco-terrorism. The cruelest proof came when 4 police officers were killed in mega operation in Rio de Janeiro. The entire country mourned, except the president. Lula offered no condolences to the families of the heroes, but was quick to mourn the death of the criminals. And here, as a Brazilian in El Salvador, I send a message to these 4 families that now is crying because they don't have their family anymore, that doesn't have their parents anymore, to say that these 4 police that were killed by the criminals, they are not the devil. It's the opposite. They are heroes. Not for Brazil, but I'm sure for you guys also, into the whole world. And the problem goes far beyond public security. The Workers' Party built its political history on 2 of the greatest corruption scandals in the democracy West, the Mensalão and the Petrolão. The Mensalão bought votes in Congress, an assault on democracy. The Petrolão looted Petrobras, an assault on the nation. Together, they diverted billions of reais, financed campaigns, bought support, and created the largest corruption scheme ever uncovered in the Southern Hemisphere. And what happened afterward? The convicted were released, the trials annulled, and the same political group returned to power with the same speeches and the same methods. Today, when the government remains silent before the factions and the judiciary ignores traffickers, it is because all speak the same language, the language of impunity. And if the executive falls, the judiciary is even worse. The Supreme Court, which should protect the Constitution, has released traffickers and weakened law enforcement. Brazil's justice system insists on humanization formulas that in practice work as safe conduct for criminals. A clear example is the custody hearings introduced in 2015. By August of 2024, more than 1,700,000 such hearings has been held, with approximately 39.4% of those arrested in flagrant released at this initial stage. 4 in every 10 criminals caught in act walked freely, while the victims remain abandoned. The mega trafficker André do Rap was released by a Supreme Court decision and never returned to prison. In the last 7 years, more than 30 PCC leaders were released through the front door. Some judges even prohibited helicopters, police entry into favelas, and legitimate use of force under the argument of protecting human rights. Curiously, the human rights of victims are never remembered. In Brazil, there is no effective parliamentary oversight over the judiciary. The system of checks and balances simply does not exist. Congress cannot review judicial decisions that violate the constitutions, cannot summon Supreme Court justice to provide explanation, and has no effective accountability mechanism except impeachment, which is politically impossible. In the year 2020, an action in the Supreme Court fueled by an extreme left party imposed severe restrictions on police operations in Rio de Janeiro communities. Police were basically prevented from combating crime unless they obtained extremely bureaucratic authorization. The decision was presented as a way to protect lives, but in practice left the citizen unprotected. By drastically limiting police action, prohibiting operation, demanding exceptional justification, and bureaucratizing every step, the decision created the perfect environment for organized crime to reorganize, strengthen, and expand its territorial power. While the state was held hostage by legal orders, criminals filled this vacuum, expanding weapons arsenals, drug routes, bases of operation at their territory's control. This is the result of government of judges, a system where 11 unelected ministers decide not only to interpret the law, but the country's agenda itself. They choose which cases move forward, which investigations are buried, and even which words may or may not be spoken online. For just an example, if I say here today that Mr. Alexandre de Moraes, our Supreme Court judge in Brazil, he is a tyranny, when I come back to Brazil, maybe I can be in jail. Just to know, President of the Parliament, how it works in Brazil. A system, they choose which cases move forward, as I said, and we are living under a new kind of censorship in rubes. Brazil must restore balance among the powers. This is not about attacking the judiciary. It's about rebuilding constitutional harmony. We need accountability mechanism, limits, reviews, transparency. Democracy is only healthy when power is divided and supervised. Without control, power becomes corruption. El Salvador teaches us that political courage and moral leadership can transform a nation. But courage is not only about confronting crime in the streets. It's also about confronting the structures that protect crime in the courts. Brazil does not need more laws. It needs justice that obeys the law. It does not need more speeches about democracy. It needs institutions that respect democracy. As long as Parliament is mute and the judiciary untouchable, corruption will remain unpunished, factions will continue to govern, and the Brazilian people will remain victims of a state afraid to act. May this meeting in El Salvador inspire a new era, an era which Parliament rebalances power, returns to the Constitution, and the people believe once again that the law applies to everyone, includes who interprets it. Que Dios bendiga a todos.
Bless us all.
Thank you very much for those refreshing insights. It really resonated with me. You got my vote, and give a plaque for you. Thank you again. Okay, we have one more parliamentarian from Spain, Macarena Alana, former member of Congress, state attorney, and right there, okay, and I think from Granada area. So, no, your constituents, come on up and tell us then. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos. Good morning, everybody. El pasado mes de febrero de 2024.
Last February 2024, we celebrated elections in El Salvador, and Nayib Bukele was running for re-election as president. He obtained the support of the 92% of the votes. That's overwhelming support 1 year later after his re-election, 6 years after his first election as president. We can confirm without any doubt that the strength of President Nayib Bukele lays on his actions, not his discourse. Bukele has protected Salvadorian people, and with that, he has given the people freedom, because without security, there is not freedom. There's no freedom, and it is an honor for me to address this Parliamentary Forum on Security and Intelligence, one of the most important forums internationally for this area that unites security and intelligence. I want to talk to you about the Bukele model from the European perspective. And before starting with the certain measures that I want to highlight, I want to talk about these 10 inspiring principles. We live in a world full of wolves. I repeat, we live in a world full of wolves. And in a world full of wolves, all the sheep are defenseless. When you tied the shepherd dog, and President Bukele expressed as clearly, those who forgive the wolf sacrifices the sheep. There have been different references to this story of wolves and sheep. Basically, we can summarize that in the word there are three types of people: the sheep that continue living, the wolves that want to feed out of the sheep, and the shepherd dog that protects the sheep. We have heard this story many times, and maybe you have heard about this in this movie, the American Shooter. Nonetheless, it is the Colonel Dave Crossman in his book about combat who described this fable before, but the first references to shepherd protecting a flock of sheep are in the Bible. Crossman heard the story from a Vietnam veteran who told it like this: society works thanks to the many people that do their jobs, doing what they are supposed to do. These are the sheep, and there are no negative intentions with this comparison. They are good and decent people. Many times they are not able to harm other people, and the sheep mistrust the shepherd dog, people like the police and the army, because their presence reminds them constantly of the wolf and the evil deeds they do. The shepherd dog has fangs and it's able, it's prepared to violence, and in this way it is similar to the wolf, but those who work evil deeds are the enemies of the sheep of shepherd dog. A true shepherd dog will never harm the sheep because they live to protect the folk. This story by Dave Rossman, Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, expert of security, is something that I have brought. I have brought a copy of this story for the President Ernesto Castro, who gave a wonderful speech yesterday when he talked about how in El Salvador the first measure that was adopted with the arrival of President Bukele to office in order to restore peace for the Salvadorian people after restoring order was actually protecting or the shepherd dogs, because police is universal, giving them the necessary elements and backing up the authority of the police department in El Salvador and the Salvadoran armed forces. So, dear President, I will later give you a copy of this story, of this book. We haven't heard a more inspiring discourse than the one given by President Bukele talking about this shepherds. That's how President Bukele addressed the police and the armed forces. I have always said that there are just a few careers that require this love and passion for people that is able to overcome all the fear that we human feel, because we all have fear. We all fear something. Fear makes us hide from danger, but you members of the armed forces and the police department, you also have this instinct. You also experience fear, but you have something that overcome these fears. It is the courage. This discourse can be applied to all the police departments and the armed forces of the nations that are here represented by the almost 30 international delegations. And I say this because it is very important to hear carefully how a politician addresses his people, a politician that backs up the authority of his national forces. You have something that overcomes fears, the courage, love for the people that overcomes fear, and that does the opposite of what the others do. We all run away from danger, but you go towards danger in order to protect others, to protect your families, to protect your compatriots, to protect your countries. And that's noble. You have the courage to go towards fear so others are safe. And I think we have to be thankful because of that. And you are going to feel that gratitude when you patrol the streets. The love of the people for you. People love you. Those who do not love you are criminals, and those who protect criminals. I want to let you know that what you are given for your country cannot be rewarded by anyone at the same level of the things you're giving. Just God can reward you because of that. As commander officer of the armed forces, we're going to do everything we can for you to have the best possible conditions for working. The main problem of El Salvador was the security. After 5 decades of war, yesterday the president of the Legislative Assembly and Minister of Security, Gustavo Villatoro, reminds us that 2015 was the most violent year in El Salvador, when they had 18 homicides per day, 103 murders per 1,000 inhabitants, for a population of more than 6 million people. And in the most critical moment of fight against crime, when, as the President of the Assembly reminds us later, in a weekend, 87 innocent Salvadorans were murdered from the 26th to the 27th of March 2022. President Bukele addressed the gang members, the terrorists, and he told them in public, there are rumors that say that you want to get revenge, killing innocent people at random. Do that, and you won't have one single meal time in prisons. Let's see how long your homeboys can last over there. I swear by God that they're not going to eat a single grain of rice. Some people, after this speech, they started to talk about the human rights of the prisoners, but Bukele protected the human rights of the honest people. Bukele has implemented the most effective security plan all around the world, and I repeat, Bukele has implemented the most effective security plan of the world with objective results. El Salvador used to be the capital city of murder around the world, but now is the safest country in the world. The Bukele doctrine is inspiring for those who believe in security as something necessary for the development of nations. And This is something that I hope that you take with you to your countries of origin. El Salvador is the stone, is the foundation to build a great alliance for nations to fight against organized crime, and that will be the legacy of President Nayib Bukele. Brother nations such as Argentina, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, the United States have come to this country who used to be the most violent of the world to get to know the elements of the territorial plan control to implement it in their own countries with the necessary adaptations. 2 days ago, we knew how in Ecuador, emulating Salvadorian SECOT, they have inaugurated a maximum security prison by President Noboa, El Encuentro prison, who wants to replicate the successful jail model that has been implemented in El Salvador with important measures for the gang members that are in SECOT, which is, for example, isolating them from any kind of communication with the outside world. And with this, in El Salvador and other parts of the country, crime before this used to keep dominance from prison. In some weeks, in the month of January, we will celebrate the 3rd anniversary of the construction of what I consider the world symbol of the fight against organized crime, SECOT, the terrorism confinement center. This has been one of the key elements of the Bukele security model. And as the Minister of Security, Gustavo Viñatoro, told me, what criminals look for, and this is something common in all of our countries, they always look for the profitability of the crime. And I repeat, what criminals look for is for the profitability of crime. When crime is more profitable for criminals, when crime is impune, when there is impunity. In El Salvador nowadays, thanks to the Bukele security model, criminals now know that their crime is no longer profitable. In contrast, prisons in some other countries are hotels with tennis courts and pools that the honest people cannot pay for, but they pay with their taxes for this amenities for criminals in countries such as Spain, my own country. At SECOT, they respect all human rights, but what Salvadorian people do not do is to pay with their taxes for this luxury stay. And that for those who love criminal sciences and leaving ideologies aside, we know that generates a determined factor in the minds of criminals. SECOT is the largest prison in the Americas. The construction budget was approved in the year 2022, and it was built in 7 months without anyone stealing people's money, because as President Bukele says, money is enough. Money is enough when nobody steals it. 1 year ago, I had the privilege of being the first Spaniard to visit SECOT, and that's why I can witness that there is no violation of human rights in the largest confinement center for the most dangerous criminals. If I had to summarize what I felt when I was in front of the most dangerous criminals with their characteristic tattoos, and those who have these tattoos on their faces and their neck, which expressed the ranking in the Salvadoran gangs, what I felt when I was there looking at them, when I was looking at these dangerous criminals, is that everything was in order. Everything was in order because this evil was behind the bars and the rest of the honest people could live peacefully. Some final thoughts about the Bukele security model. Those governments that do not combat crime become
La autoridad no se negocia, la autoridad se impone y no hay equidistancia posible.
they become part of it. You either have to impose the authority of criminals or you enforce the authority of the state through the legitimate force of war, the police departments and or armies, giving them the necessary supplies and the necessary authority to combat crime. As Minister Villatoro expresses, you cannot negotiate with these scorpions, with these criminals. You cannot negotiate with them. As the attorney of the state, I have to highlight this aspect of the Bukele security model. In El Salvador, the state has combat crime with the law at hand. Why? Because as Minister Villatoro explained to me, the easy thing to do is to combat crime, turning or transforming the state into another criminal. But the hard thing to do, because the crime is always a step ahead in all of our countries, what is truly difficult is to combat crime without becoming or transforming the state into another criminal. Because when the state violates the law and becomes another criminal, to combat crime, what they do is that they are no longer on the right side of history, where now we can see El Salvador with courage and the political willingness of Nayib Bukele. To conclude, since here at this auditorium we have the honor of having the presence of the people in uniform, those who put their lives at risk when they wear those boots to defend security we talk about. I want to ask our agents or police officers to stand up as I read a poem, which is one of the greatest poems that have been written in honor of the order forces. So please, the agents of the Civil Police Department of El Salvador, because the final round of applause of this room will be for you, to honor you. The man who fights the battle and brings color and warmth to the life. Death are those who don't fight, and that who dies fighting made himself bigger. Honorable members of the international representation, please rise and give a round of applause to those who put their life at stake to fight for the life of the honest people. They will be reborn, and these people we fight, at the end of the fight, they will find rest and flowers sing to you, brother, sister. If this was the last song that I would sing it with passion, because you might not sing other again. And when the moment of the battle explodes and everything else disappears and just the enjoyment of battle comes, rise and death cries and sings. But today we'll grasp it with strong hands, and the night will embrace it with the soft winds. Those who fight, thank you. Keep fighting, President Bukele. We're millions, those who walk behind you all around the world. May God bless you all. strength, and honor.
Congresswoman, thanks so much. Those were great remarks. Another terrific panel. We're going to move to some technology issues, AI, cryptocurrency, cybersecurity. And my colleague John Strand is going to join me in a minute as more detailed PowerPoint. I'm just going to make a few observations. We are in a time of transformative change, geopolitically and technologically. Policymakers in Washington and around the world are grappling with these changes while nation states compete against one another. And we compete, as you know, economically, we compete militarily, we compete culturally, we compete in the battle of ideas. And as we compete, I think Congressman Pittenger mentioned this earlier, alliances with our friends or other countries are critical, more critical than ever before. They are important to foster growth, they are important to freedom and human flourishing, and they are important to national security. As a funny question asked, what is national security? The definition, I think, has changed. How do we define that? In today's world, it's not just military security. Industrial capacity is also national security. Investment is national security. Energy is national security. It has been for a long time. And technology is increasingly critical to our national security. So how do we protect our national interest short of open conflict? Do we even recognize the battlefield sometimes? Who has access to natural resources like oil and gas, critical minerals? We'll hear more about that later as well. Who controls those resources? The nations that do have access and control have a clear competitive advantage over those that lack access to those resources. But it's not just natural resources. What's in the earth is technology resources. History is on the side of the innovators. If you don't change, if you don't adapt, if you don't innovate, you lose. You can see that right here. We heard this the last couple of days, yesterday and today, this morning. Under new leadership in El Salvador, the country has changed and adapted and innovated. El Salvador has been an innovator when it comes to digital assets and cryptocurrency. And the country has been an innovator when it comes to law enforcement and public safety. and the people are much better for it. But let me turn back to technology. The most transformative technology today is artificial intelligence, AI. AI is poised to transform industry, society, and geopolitics. And not surprisingly, we have seen a worldwide surge in tech spending and increased competition between the US and China when it comes to AI. At present, the US has a clear lead in the manufacturing of advanced chips, which gives the US an advantage. It also has a financial advantage. In fact, in the first half of this year, US private sector spent over $100 billion on AI. And spent more since then. But China has its advantages too. It has a massive population of very capable engineers, generally a lower cost, and a state-led development model that often moves faster than the US, where decisions are more diffuse. Like the US, China is also spending hundreds of billions of dollars on the country's power grid to support AI training and adoption. And China is ahead of the US in bringing AI into the physical world through robo-taxis, autonomous drones, and humanoid robots. But the point is, leaders in both Washington and Beijing see AI as a revolutionary technology that could easily surpass digital computing and the internet in its potential for disruption. If AI surpasses human intelligence and acquires the ability to improve itself, it could confer unshakable scientific, economic, and military superiority to the country that controls it. But short of that, AI's ability to automate tedious tasks and process vast amounts of data quickly promises to supercharge everything from cancer diagnosis to missile defense. Let me pause for a minute to talk about the hope of AI, how it can benefit each and every one of us. A good example is healthcare. And AI has the potential to revolutionize healthcare by dramatically improving diagnostics. AI-powered algorithms can analyze and detect medical images and patient data to identify patterns and detect diseases earlier and more accurately than we can before that. AI can further analyze large data sets and patient information to identify trends and patterns that may lead to new discoveries of disease prevention and treatment. And it can also assist in drug development by analyzing clinical trials and identifying potential drug candidates. So AI is a truly life-saving technology. And AI can also help detect and prevent healthcare fraud, saving taxpayers millions of dollars. And similarly in banking, AI can monitor transactions to identify and flag fraudulent activity, protecting your finances. We've been doing this for years, and your credit card sees maybe is spending in some place that some store you don't normally go to, or you're in a different country, it'll flag that. You might get a call, it'll stop the transaction. So there's clear benefits to AI, but there's also risks. And Gen AI can be exploited to create sophisticated phishing emails, deep fakes, and malware. Gen AI can create convincing fake audio, video, and text to impersonate individuals and spread false information. We're seeing more and more of that today. And by the way, I just slipped in Gen AI, where I've only been talking about referencing AI, and there is a difference. I might have been using the terms interchangeably. A traditional AI analyzes and classifies existing information, and you may not be aware of it, but you're using it every day. If you have a smartphone, you probably have predictive text, provides the next word in the sentence. It's usually right. You probably use your camera on the phone, and the AI enhances the photos you take with your smartphone. You just thought you were becoming a better photographer, but AI is behind a lot of that. On the other hand, generative AI, or Gen AI, generates new content. Traditional AI doesn't do that. With its increasing use and prevalence, policymakers around the world, and maybe in this room, are now looking at whether and how to regulate AI. In the US, there's been countless congressional hearings on the subject and dozens of bills introduced in the House and Senate. I say dozens, it's probably hundreds. This is the #1 issue in Washington right now. About every committee in the Senate and the House has held hearings on it. Again, numerous bills introduced, but so far, there's been no agreement. No significant legislation has been enacted governing AI in Washington. But there's 50 states, and they've been acting too and holding hearings and considering things. And right now, California has the lead. There's been over 500 state bills introduced on AI. California has been on the forefront of AI governance, and it passed the nation's first law regulating AI just 2 months ago in September, providing a framework for transparency, safety, and public infrastructure. The European Union is also out front on this and established the EU Artificial Intelligence Act. That's a comprehensive legal framework emphasizing transparency, risk mitigation, and regulatory oversight across sectors. And that framework categorizes AI systems by risk levels and imposes strict compliance requirements, particularly for what's termed high-risk applications. And China has also adopted new rules governing AI. In fact, it was the world's first comprehensive restriction on deepfakes. And deepfakes is another topic we spend a whole session on. They've also introduced rules censoring the input and output of Gen AI models, and have tightened rules requiring tech companies to disclose extensive details about their algorithms. So lots going on in the legislative space, policymaking. Just a few months ago, Xi Jinping introduced an AI blueprint called AI Plus. The blueprint proclaims Beijing's intention to use AI to reshape the paradigm of human production and life. Pretty bold proclamation. It aims for AI to be used in 70% of China's economy by 2027 and 90% by 2023. With the growth of AI use in China and globally, and sometimes a misuse, this is an area that merits the attention of parliamentarians and policymakers in just about every country. And the Parliamentarian Forum will continue to discuss the issue at future forums. Those are my initial observations. I'm going to turn over to John Strand to do a deeper dive in this, and I think you've got a PowerPoint to go along with it. But thank you.
The remote control for the PowerPoint? My name is John Strand. I'm coming from Denmark, a tiny little country quite far away. And I just want to start to say I'm very happy to get invited here. I've really been looking forward to visit this country. And before I came here, I was on a trip where I went to Iceland and the Faroe Island. That's even more exotic than Denmark, but it's very up in the cold north. I was together with a very good friend, Jørgen Glistrup. He used to be the CEO of the largest and most successful football club in Denmark called FC Copenhagen for, I think, more than 10 years. And his father was a founder of what's today is called the Danish Folk Party, which basically is the party which was created the fundament for the tough immigration rules we had in Denmark. He was in El Salvador, I think 3 or 4 years ago, as a tourist. And he said to me, I tell you, it was fantastic. People were so nice. They say, we look forward to tourists coming to our country because now our country becoming safe. And I said to him, can I quote you? I said, yes, indeed. So the way he talked about the country was really impressive to hear about. I'm going to talk about the impact of using Chinese technology to build the digital society. The reality is that we live in a world where everything is more or less getting digital. That means that the world is built up by two horizontal platforms and numbers of verticals. The first horizontal platforms is the telecommunication networks, which transport all the data we, machines, and other things do and create. On top of that, data is stored in different clouds, and the clouds is basically collecting data from devices, from cars, from your computer, from your mobile phone, and so on. That is a horizontal platform the same way. And it's very important to say that we live in a world where everything gets connected. Even I have a scale, you can't see it, but I have a scale in my bathroom which is connected to an app where the data is in the sky. And even my washing machine and dryer is also having an app where I can see statistics on the phone. So everything gets connected. That gives us a lot of possibilities, a lot of opportunities, particularly if we combine these things with AI. But it's also very important to understand that we have to consider who are our partner. And there's a lot of people here from the military, the Air Force, and so on. And the reality is that we will never buy inside NATO Chinese fighter planes. I always says, why should we, if we consider we buy, shall we see, defense equipment from countries which come from the same defense alliance as we come from? Unfortunately, there's a lot of operators across the world which basically have been buying Chinese equipment to build telecom networks. And there's a numbers of risks by doing that. In the past, we used telecom networks to communicate with each other. I made a phone call, I called you, you called me. I text you, you text me. It was very simple communication. But today, when we make a payment, we use our card on a machine. When we make a payment, when we do different things, everything goes over the telecommunication networks. And the reality is, there is a risk if we use equipment from untrusted vendors, which actually have close relationships to nations which are not a part of the same security alliance as we are part of. There's a risk that they actually can turn off the networks. Or they can stop delivering updates of the software, which actually means that the networks will decline and work later on. And that could be used as a threat to countries to say, if you don't do as we say, we will turn off your networks. We have described 8 risks about these things. I don't want to go so much into details with it, but the risk is much more than spying. When people talk about Huawei and ZTE and telecommunications networks, they talk about spying. That's not what my concern is. My concern is that you shut off the digital society. You can't send an email. You can't make a phone call. Machines can't communicate with machines. At the hospital, they can't get access to the journals. If you're in the hospital, they need to know which kind of diagnosis you have. It's also important to understand that in this world, China have a national security law. And the national security law from 2017 basically says that all Chinese companies have to share the information they have with the Chinese government on request. When you talk to Chinese companies outside China, they say that law is only working in China, is not working in your country. And honestly, I would love to meet a Chinese person who wants to go against his government. I don't think that will be fun. So, making it a step further, we talked about clouds. And in Latin America, there is a numbers of clouds. I've just, one of my colleagues did a mapping of it. And right now, there's been, until 2014, there will be invested more than $13 billion in cloud solutions. What's interesting here is that basically a third of the clouds, that's the one you have there, clouds in the regions in Latin America and the countries, a third of the clouds is actually built by Chinese companies. That means that your data will go into a Chinese cloud. And may I ask you a question? When you install an app on your phone, do you know where the data goes? Do you know which cloud it goes into? We have no clue at all. Reality is there's governments in this region which put their data into a cloud. They got a very good offer from Huawei and put data from citizens into the cloud, and the citizens don't know maybe that their health records, financial information, etc., is lying in a Chinese cloud. For normal people, that's maybe not an issue, but if you are in a trusted position in a government, it could be very valuable information. We also done lately, we're not finished yet, but we did a study about how many Chinese AI apps there is in the different app stores. And when you look at all these apps here, you would just say, oh, interesting. But can you see they're Chinese? Do you know they're Chinese? Do you ever read when you install an app on your phone what they say? If you go in and look at DeepSeek, for instance, DeepSeek basically says, when you install it on your phone, I would like to have access to your contacts. I would like to have access to your pictures. Basically, DeepSeek gets access to all the data on your device. What they also say is, the data we collect from you, we store that on secure server in mainland China. And they say if you delete your account, they won't delete your data. So basically what it's saying is, you hand over your life to a server in China in case of you use this. That's a reason why a number of governments, including the European Commission, have put a ban that their employees use DeepSeek and install it in their devices. There's another service right now which called Dream. It's one where you can do photo editing, and you can see there's some cool videos on the internet of how fantastic it is, and exactly the same. Basically, what it says in the conditions, that all this data, everything they do, is basically according to Chinese law. So they basically say, if you have any dispute with them, you disagree with them, you have to sue them in China. I think a lot of people don't realize these things. A lot of people don't read these things. A lot of people don't get this information, and the app stores is not good at telling it. When we look at how to avoid using Chinese equipment, the European Union have made what they call the 5G toolbox, which basically a framework where they basically say across Europe to operators, you should not use Chinese equipment in your 5G networks. We have done a mapping of all the infrastructure in 62 countries across the world. And here's numbers from this region, where I have Panama, Peru, Costa Rica, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Paraguay, and El Salvador. And in this country, roughly close to 40% of all the telecom infrastructure is from Chinese vendors. 60% is from what we call trusted vendors. I think that can be an issue. It's a problem that can be solved over time. There's many ways to do it. When it comes to make more tough regulation on these things, Costa Rica, Paraguay, and French Guiana have all basically put in a ban on using untrusted vendors. In El Salvador, I've been told that they have drafted the law, but it have not been pushed through the system, but it's under the drawing table, so let's hope it will do. Panama City have made a law, a rule, when it comes to procurement, they should not buy electronic from untrusted vendors from China. So we see things happening. So if you talk to Chinese companies, they will say that this war or this decision about not using Chinese equipment and digital infrastructure, not using Chinese cloud and so on, that is a trade war between United States, Donald Trump, and China. And let me make it very clear. The first country in the world who put a ban on Huawei and ZTE was Australia in 2012. Okay? When Trump's administration took over from Obama, they took over a huge framework which basically was going in this direction. The US had a semi-ban, and later came a full ban on Huawei and ZTE. The reality is that this was not something Trump invented. It goes back to 2011, and you can even go back to 25. But the reality is that when Trump's first administration started to push and tell countries you shouldn't use Chinese equipment in your telecom networks, and the Chinese claimed that that was a trade war because US wants to do business, I always say to people that there's three alternatives to Huawei and ZTE. Nokia from Finland, Ericsson from Sweden, and Samsung from Korea. So isn't it amazing that Trump is actually telling countries not to use Chinese equipment and then buy Scandinavian or Korean equipment? What's interesting is that right now we have seen that United States and Europe have put a huge, what can we say, limited Chinese access to chips technology. And now we'll come with something that's very technical, but chips getting smaller and smaller, and those which have the age that I have know how many components there was in a TV and the size of it, what it could do, or radio and all that. We see electronics become smaller and smaller, and that's because of these microchips. The last big thing was 7-nanometer chips. China can manufacture 7-nanometer chips, but nowadays we are, in our part of the world, starting to doing 2 and 3-nanometer chips. And that means it's about how many components you could put down on a very, very small piece. And a nanometer is said in a very simple, if you hold your hand up and you count for 3, 1, 2, 3, then your nails have grown 3 nanometers. So we talk about this is basically very advanced technology. When the chips get smaller, you use less energy, you can make smaller computer things. Instead of computers used to be big, now they're small. And what the US did, they put a ban so that China couldn't get access to the software you used to design these chips. And they also said to the Dutch people, the Dutch government, that they should avoid that ASML, which is a company who do chips machines, who produce these chips, that they should not be allowed to sell the advanced machines to China. The results can we see already now. Huawei launched an AI data center some weeks ago, and it's based on 7-nanometer chips. The alternative is using NVIDIA chips. The NVIDIA chips is 32 times more efficient. What does that mean? That means that when China built a data center, they need 32 times more computers. They will spend 32 times more energy. They need to spend 32 times more on cooling, and all these things which are in the data center makes it very inefficient. Because the only way to compensate for you're not capable to get access to 2 and 3 nanometers chips is by using more 7-nanometer chips to achieve the same. So actually, it is working, and this is stalling the Chinese developing right now. This is a problem. Huawei launched a laptop a short time ago. It had the same chips in it as the same laptop they launched 5 years ago. They've not been able to get access to the new technology. The list is long. Another very good example is that during Trump's first administration, Trump tried to put a pressure on companies to move production out of China. Apple decided in 2019 to move 20% of their production to India. And then now they decide to move additional 20%. In Q2 2024, 61% of the mobile phones sold in the US came from China. 40% from Korea, or 39%. In Q2 2025, a year later, the percentage of phones produced in China had declined to 25%. And actually, India is now representing 44% of the phones sold in the US. So what we see is now is production getting moved out of China into India, and actually we see a lot of other companies doing exactly the same. So basically the sanctions which the Americans do against China have a huge positive impact on other countries because these companies are moving production out of China and into other countries. Some people will say I'm paranoid. I'm not. I look at it from a realistic perspective. The reality is Chinese cars are spying on people today. That's been proven. You go on LinkedIn and you search on the Lion Cage project. You can see which kind of data Chinese cars is collecting, which data they send back to China. China is threatening countries that say, if you put a ban on our stuff, then we will punish you. We saw that when the Chinese ambassador to Germany said that on the yearly event last year of the German car industry, that's saying if they put a ban on Huawei in Germany, then it will be devastating for the German car industry. The reality is China is doing the same. The Chinese vendors' market share on telecom infrastructure in China is 98%. Okay? So basically, they do these things. And then we can talk about all the other things we have regarding China. So what I'm trying to say to people in Latin America, you should learn from the European Union because we made the 5G toolbox, which is a quite good tool to secure that you get access to secure networks. On our website, there's a lot of information on it, and we'd love to share it with you. You should also consider saying, who is our friends? Because what I personally believe is that the world be split into the good guys and the bad guys. In my definition, the good guys is those which live in the free worlds, democracies, where we respect people, we live with peace, etc. And then there's totalitarian states like China, who consider North Korea, Iran, and Russia as their friends. And let's look at it as a football match. Which team would you prefer to play on? The Chinese, Russian, North Korean, Iranian football team, or the one who represent a country like El Salvador, United States, United Kingdom, Denmark, and a lot of other countries. I hope I could give you some inspiration, but trust me, the Chinese are already today spying on you. Some of your apps is coming probably from Chinese companies. They collect data from your device. You have said yes, so they could get access to data on your device. You don't know which data they're collecting. You don't know where they store them. And have a good life. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think I'm going to save some of his plaques for later on and speed up the process a little bit. So next we have a discussion on Eric Bethel. Where's Eric? Right in front here. On threats to national security in the Western Hemisphere. And Eric's going to keep me guessing. I don't know if he's going to deliver this in English or Spanish. Probably Spanish, maybe both. So I'm looking forward to your remarks. Thank you.
Distinguished Minister, members of the Legislative Assembly, friends, it is an honor, an enormous honor to be in El Salvador, a country that now represents the best of the Latin American spirit, bravery, innovation, and hope. My personal story has a very close-knit link with this region. My family migrated from Cuba to Miami, searching for dignity and a better future. And for many years, my family published the magazine in Dhaka Airlines called Aboard. And so I grew up seeing all images of this nation, volcanoes, beaches, and the warmth of its people. In a certain sense, I also grew up with El Salvador, and for that very reason, being here today is not just a professional honor, but rather it is also a personal honor. And I want to start by acknowledging something that the whole world has seen with admiration. The transformation, historical transformation of El Salvador. Just a few years ago, this country was known worldwide for its violence and insecurity, but now it is well known for its safety, for its discipline, and for its determination to build a new future for themselves. This transformation wasn't just random, it was a result of true leadership, vision, and political courage. Under the guidance of President Bukele, El Salvador made some difficult difficult decisions, however, needed, and the result has been inspiring. Besides that, the country has managed to look ahead. When El Salvador adopted Bitcoin as a legal tender, this wasn't done just for economic reasons, but rather it was a declaration of independence, of sovereignty, and of trust in its own future. This is a bold move, and the world took notice. Instead of following old models, you chose to be pioneers. You chose to show that innovation is not exclusive for rich countries. It can be born here in the heart of Central America. You showed that the future actually belongs to those who dare to imagine it. Allow me now to continue in English.
To what this means for the broader region and the world. So, thinking about Latin America as a strategic crossroads, if we step back for a moment, we can see how El Salvador's story fits into a much larger one. A story about El Salvador and Latin America and about the transformation of Latin America itself. The global landscape is shifting and power is being redistributed. Supply chains are being rewritten, and once again, this region, a bridge between the United States and Latin America, finds itself at the center of the world's attention. Across the hemisphere, China is advancing a long-term strategy. They're building a bi-oceanic corridor that cuts across South America, connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific. It has constructed the port of Chancay in Peru, a deepwater port that will serve as its Pacific hub. It's expanded its influence around the Panama Canal, one of the most strategic maritime arteries on the planet. These aren't random investments. They are part of a plan to reshape global logistics, and with it, global influence. The question before us is simple. Will Latin America define its own future, or will others define it for us? El Salvador has already given us one answer. You chose sovereignty. You chose to lead, and that decision has echoed far beyond your borders. Having served previously as the U.S. representative to the World Bank and as ambassador-designate to Panama, I've seen how financial systems, politics, and strategy intersect. And I can tell you, Washington is paying attention again. There's a growing recognition that Latin America is not a backyard, it's a front line, a partner, a source of talent, energy, and strategic value. As China expands its footprint, the United States is preparing to re-engage with the region, not out of nostalgia or competition, but because our futures are intertwined. So going forward, I think we will all see renewed focus on things like energy and critical minerals, lithium, cobalt, nickel, and rare earths that power the digital age. We're going to see focus on digital infrastructure, as John Strand mentioned earlier, data centers, AI, and certainly secure communications, and also defense and maritime cooperation, ensuring that trade routes, borders, remain free from coercion. But most importantly, this is about values, democracy, transparency, and sovereignty. And I want to be very clear, the United States stands ready to support the Latin American region. I was going to talk about Venezuela, but I'll table that. So we're witnessing one of the most important shifts in modern economic history. For decades, globalization concentrated production in Asia, but today, the world is rethinking that dependency. Companies are relocating their supply chains to trusted nations, to friends and allies. This is the era of friend-shoring. And Latin America stands to benefit more than any other region. From Mexico's industrial corridors to Chile's lithium triangle to El Salvador's emerging fintech ecosystem, the opportunities are immense. This region will be the next great engine of global growth. Now, for that to happen,
sector have to work together, creating stable rules, embracing innovation, and investing in education and digital skills. El Salvador has already shown what leadership looks like. You've proven that small countries can move fast, can adapt quickly, and can lead courageously. Even in places that have suffered greatly, like Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, I believe renewal will be possible. History teaches that change often begins silently and then often all at once. People everywhere want the same basic things: dignity, safety, opportunity. And El Salvador is living proof that that transformation can happen when a nation decides to take control of its destiny. The world is watching you, not out of curiosity, but out of admiration. And as global attention shifts back to the Americas, we have a chance to redefine what prosperity means, not dictated by others, but built on our own terms. So as we gather here in El Salvador, we're not just discussing crime or economics. We're talking about the future of the Western Hemisphere, a future rooted in freedom, technology, and cooperation. El Salvador has proven that courage and conviction can transform a nation. And if other countries in the region embrace that same determination, if we stand together on shared principles of sovereignty, transparency, and innovation, then Latin America will not just adapt to the future, it will shape it. And I truly believe the future begins here, in this country, with this people, and in this moment. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Eric, thank you very much. That was perfect message. And I realize I was remiss in giving you the introduction you deserved, but we're so lucky to have you here. You've been a great friend of the forum for many years and bring a lot to the table. Those were excellent remarks, so thanks again. Next up is something that El Salvador knows a little bit about, crypto and digital currencies panel. We have 4 presenters. I'm going to introduce first Chris Klaisch, who's the Director of National Security Policy at the Digital Chamber in Washington, D.C. Chris, come on up.
Thank you, JC. It's an honor to be here, and thanks to Robert Pittenger, the Congressman Pittenger, and El Salvador, our hosts, for this great event and space that you put together for us. I am Chris Klaisch. Like JC said, I work for the Digital Chamber. We are the first and largest blockchain industry trade association based in the US, so we represent a whole host of companies to represent them and advocate on their behalf to develop good policy, law, and regulation for the industry. With that, I will give you my notes here. What if I told you that the global financial system is already being rewritten and that most of the world hasn't yet realized it? We are witnessing fundamental shifts happening at unprecedented speed. Gold is hitting near daily all-time highs. The United States has reached a national debt of $38 trillion, adding $1 trillion in just 60 days recently. Worldwide, sovereign debt stands at $315 trillion. That's 3 times the size of the entire global economy. Population growth has fallen off a cliff in major economies, from China and Russia to South Korea, Japan, Germany, Italy, and even the United States, shrinking workforces and slowing economic growth. And across the world, trade wars, tariffs, and embargoes on strategic commodities are disrupting supply chains in the nations that have relied on them for decades. Under these conditions, and in many ways because of them, a global race is underway to define and control the architecture of the future financial system, one that is digital, programmable, and increasingly built on blockchain rails. And the truth is this: the free world stands perilously close to ceding leadership of that system to its adversaries. While the United States only began to seriously engage in this domain earlier this year, adversarial nations like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have been investing aggressively for years. They're using blockchain strategically to evade sanctions, build alternative payment systems, advance foreign influence operations, fund weapons development, and undermine Western-led international order. Let me start with China, because its strategy is the most expansive and consequential. Beijing classifies blockchain as core national infrastructure and has launched a whole-of-nation effort spanning domestic platforms, chip hardware, standard setting, and global export-backed digital finance. China now accounts for over 90% of global blockchain patent applications. It's invested more than $54 billion into its national blockchain roadmap and built Shanghai's new blockchain valley to anchor its innovation ecosystem. At the center of this push is the blockchain-based service network. It launched in 2020, and the BSN already connects more than 80 government agencies within China's central bank digital, including China's central bank digital currency, the digital yuan, and with its social credit systems. This means blockchain technology is being woven directly into China's surveillance and control architecture. The BSN gives the Chinese Communist Party the ability to see deeply into the finances, trade, and daily activities of its citizens. Globally, the BSN's international variant, called BSN Spartan, operates hundreds of data centers spanning every continent except Antarctica. It is marked as a low-cost, easy-to-use alternative to Western blockchain infrastructure, echoing the same model used with Huawei in the telecommunications and TikTok in the social media space. Provide convenience, affordability up front, and then pull users and governments into the systems where China controls the back end, set up the standards, and embed digital identity hooks that enable long-term strategic advantage. China is also using Hong Kong as a vector to access global crypto markets while insulating mainland populations from volatility. With the second largest national crypto reserves in the world behind only the US, China has the ability to move markets dramatically. Dumping assets through Hong Kong exchanges at moments of geopolitical tension could destabilize competitors' reserves or sow chaos into digital asset markets globally. Russia, for its part, has turned to blockchain as a lifeline for sanctions evasion. It mines cryptocurrency to obtain hard currency, tokenizes energy exports, and settles payment outside of the SWIFT program. Iran has done the same, even experimenting with tokenized oil settlements and using crypto to finance terror groups. And North Korea has pilfered an estimated $11.5 billion through blockchain-enabled cyber theft since 2020. According to UN estimates, up to 40% of Pyongyang's total revenue now comes from cyber operations, and that revenue funds roughly half of its nuclear weapons program, which is a stark reality to consider. Then there's the explosion of the Chinese criminal syndicates running industrial-scale pig butchering scam compounds in Southeast Asia, most notably in the borderlands of Cambodia, Thailand, Myanmar, and Laos. These operations have enslaved more than 300,000 people in a human trafficking scheme that forces them to work as scammers. Victims are beaten, tortured, and sometimes killed when they're being forced to execute these scams. Americans have lost over $10 billion to these scams last year alone, and that marks a 66% increase from the previous year. These networks traffic humans, drugs, weapons, wildlife, and they launder funds for Chinese criminal games, often via crypto rails, and fuel insurgent militias and destabilize local governments. If any of this sounds alarming, it should, but that's only half the story. The other half, the part that's rarely told, is that blockchain, when built with democratic values and deployed responsibly, can be one of the most powerful tools to strengthen national security, economic resilience, and digital freedom. Blockchain's decentralized architecture eliminates single points of failure and is inherently resistant to tampering. Its immutable, transparent ledgers enable real-time anomaly detection, enhance cybersecurity, and help secure critical infrastructure, from defense systems and supply chains to voting systems and emerging communications. Smart contracts can automate incident response and multi-party verification, reducing systemic risk. And unlike traditional IT systems, blockchain ecosystems benefit from a global community of security researchers and white hat hackers who continuously audit and harden the code bases. Billions in losses have already been prevented through transparent community-driven security models, something that closed centralized systems simply cannot match. Blockchain also enhances financial transparency and reduces corruption by creating an auditable, tamper-proof record of transactions. It lowers systemic financial risk by automating settlements improving visibility into liabilities, and reducing the kinds of opaque risks that led to the 2008 financial crisis. It protects against political coercion and censorship. In Afghanistan, Syria, Ukraine, and Iran, and even during the Canadian Freedom Convoy, blockchain rails enabled humanitarian aid, dissident journalism, civil society activism, and financial self-determination when traditional banking channels were restricted or shut down. Another area where blockchain has extraordinary strategic potential is in sovereign finance. As fiat currencies debase and sovereign debt balloons, nations should consider the path our hosts here in El Salvador courageously chartered as the world's first country to adopt Bitcoin as legal tender. A strategic Bitcoin reserve can hedge currency risk. Innovative sovereign instruments like a proposed Bitbond could attract global capital by linking returns to the expansion of the Bitcoin network, helping nations to grow out of deficits through increased demand for these new digital assets. Bitcoin mining itself provides powerful national benefits. It incentivizes the build-out of green energy infrastructure, providing financing when there is no initial demand and by monetizing excess or stranded power. It stabilizes electric grids by acting as a flexible, instantly curtailable demand source during crises. And perhaps most importantly, in the age of artificial intelligence, Bitcoin mining helps bootstrap the energy infrastructure necessary for AI development. Both Bitcoin and AI rely fundamentally on energy. China is scaling its power generation faster than the US and many of its allies, and is competing ferociously to dominate in AI. Bitcoin mining gives nations the ability to monetize underutilized power today in order to build the AI-capable energy systems they'll need tomorrow. And then there are stablecoins, arguably one of the most strategically important innovations in the past decade. Over 99% of stablecoins are pegged to the US dollar, and they've facilitated more than $27 trillion in transactions in 2024, surpassing the combined annual volume of Visa and MasterCard. The total current market cap exceeds $310 billion for stablecoins, making stablecoin issuers some of the largest holders of US treasuries in the world. And by some projections, the stablecoin market could grow to $3 trillion within 5 years. And I think that may be an underestimation. Stablecoins extend the reach of the US dollar to anyone with a smartphone and an internet connection. In parts of Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, dollar stablecoins are already acting as a de facto savings vehicle and medium of exchange. This is one of the strongest tools the free world has to counter China's push for their central bank digital currency and to preserve the dollar's role as the global reserve currency. Blockchain also strengthens supply chain integrity by enabling tamper-proof verifications of the origin of goods, critical when determining whether components come from trusted partners or from Chinese suppliers. Privacy-preserving digital identity systems build on open, interoperable standards and can protect civil liberties while enabling secure digital public services. Decentralized physical infrastructure networks, such as HiveMapper for real-time mapping or Helium for resilient communications, can provide low-cost, highly scalable alternatives to traditional systems, particularly during crises or attacks on critical infrastructure. Think, for instance, in the event of a Chinese attack on Taiwan that destroys critical communications infrastructure. Taiwan will now be able to employ a parallel decentralized physical infrastructure communications network comprised of tens of thousands of nodes spread across the island and other nations that will make it impossible to be disrupted by a missile strike or when they are spread so widely. This allows Taiwan to have persistent communications capabilities during a Chinese onslaught instead of being cut off from its allies in the rest of the world, or even to be able to communicate internally to coordinate its own defense. This is why a national blockchain strategy is not merely a technological initiative, it's a national security imperative. It boosts innovation, job creation, economic competitiveness, and digital trust, and El Salvador is showing the world what bold leadership looks like on this front. What has been built here since 2021 is being watched and increasingly admired by nations around the world. The United States, under the Trump administration, has finally awakened from its long hibernation. The shift over the past 10 months has been profound. Renewed engagement, accelerating innovation, and bit by bit, clear regulation. But the US cannot do this alone, nor should it. Like-minded nations must coordinate and collaborate. We must establish open and interoperable standards for blockchain systems that embed privacy, resilience, and civil liberties as default design principles. We must work together on laws and regulations around stablecoins, market structure, and illicit finance. We must incentivize public-private partnerships because the private sector can innovate faster, respond more effectively, and adapt more freely than government alone. Most importantly, we must lead, not react, in shaping the digital infrastructure upon which the next century of global commerce and governance will run. This includes designing privacy-preserving digital identity systems so that the world does not sleepwalk into accepting Chinese-style surveillance identities by default. It means setting technical standards that align with democratic values, just as the United States did with the early internet. It means encouraging nations to build strategic Bitcoin reserves and explore innovative sovereign financial instruments. And it means supporting the build-out of Bitcoin mining and energy infrastructure to ensure our countries can compete in both the AI era and the blockchain era. We're standing at a crossroads between two rival financial systems, one designed to entrench centralized control under China's influence, and another that preserves openness, sovereignty, and democratic freedom. The choice is not abstract. It's practical, immediate, and irreversible. We can stride confidently into a future of innovation, growth, and technological sovereignty, or we can sleepwalk into a world where our adversaries write the rules, build the networks, and control the rails through which all data and all value will move. History will remember which path we choose. The time to lead together is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, for those great remarks. Next, we're going to hear from Lily Infante, who's a former special agent with the U.S. Department of Justice and now Chief Executive Officer for Cat Labs. Where's Lily? Right there, you're next to me. Okay, come on up. Hiding in plain sight.
Good afternoon. So today, I would like to talk about a new concept that it's a term that I actually coined myself called Operation Reverse Robin Hood. Now, we all know the traditional story of Robin Hood, which is he's a thief and a criminal who takes the money away from, or steals money from rich people and gives it to the poor. Now, while I don't really agree with this kind of distribution of wealth, I created a new concept that I agree with more, which is Operation Reverse Robin Hood. So Operation Reverse Robin Hood is taking money away from the criminals and giving it back to the people. Now, I think a lot of us will agree that this is a better system. Now, how does this relate to cryptocurrency? Well, cryptocurrency and the criminal use of cryptocurrency by traditional criminal organizations that has expanded significantly in recent years is actually allowing us the opportunity to seize exponentially more criminal assets than ever before. And I can prove this, and I'll expand on this a little bit later, but before I do that, let me give you a little bit of background on my experience with this topic. So in my previous life, before I founded Cat Labs, I was a special agent with DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration. And what was very unique about my particular experience at the DEA is that instead of doing traditional drug cases, I actually formed an early task force, the first ever DEA-led cyber task force that focused exclusively on cryptocurrency and dark web-enabled crimes. Now, there was about a handful of us back in the day who were focusing on these kind of crimes in various federal agencies. And what was very unique about us is that we were seizing money left and right. We seized millions, billions of dollars. I myself personally seized about $200 million in my career at the DEA, which is a lot for one agent to seize. Now, my friends actually, who we call them the crypto cops or the original crypto cops, seized even more money. They seized sometimes billions of dollars. And so what does that mean? I was seeing and I was kind of noticing a pattern that a lot of these agents that were very, very skilled in investigating cryptocurrency-enabled crimes were seizing a lot more money than agents that were investigating traditional or regular crimes that didn't involve cryptocurrency at the time. Then cryptocurrency started kind of invading every facet of crime. It wasn't confined to the dark web anymore. All of these different criminal organizations now started using cryptocurrency, including the drug cartels, terrorist organizations, et cetera, and gangs. So now, if I tell you about the largest seizures that we've ever made globally, the vast majority of them in the last few years have been cryptocurrency assets. And the vast majority of them were because we had access to private keys, cryptocurrency private keys associated with those assets. And how did we get access? Mostly because we had very skilled investigators who knew how to find, identify, and seize cryptocurrency assets because they've done it many times. And they've seen where cryptocurrency private keys can be detected. If you get access to private keys, you have access to the money. And I'll give you a recent example. Actually, just last month, the United States law enforcement seized $15 billion from a scam organization where the bad guy is actually still in Cambodia across the world. They didn't even arrest the bad guy. They were able to seize $15 billion by getting access to those private keys that were owned by the criminal. Now, how do you get access to private keys? Well, private keys, because cryptocurrency is digital, are contained within digital data, usually digital evidence that you would collect in your investigations. So this could be cell phones, this could be computers or servers or hard drives, this can be email communications or cloud search warrant returns. So all of that data, now you have to look at it as money because a lot of these criminal organizations are now using cryptocurrency. As a matter of fact, I was just at a conference very recently at a global police conference in the United States. And there was a police department who specifically did an experiment. They were scanning every single phone that they collected in their investigations to see if there are any traces of cryptocurrency used by the target. And they said that about 50 to 60% of phones that they were seizing, and this is not just specific cyber crimes, all the phones across all the different crimes that they were investigating contain traces of cryptocurrency used by the target. So this is a huge opportunity for us. Now, how do we address this? And it's kind of like a concept of return on investment, right? I started thinking about, okay, so all these agents that were doing cryptocurrency-enabled investigations, they were seizing millions, sometimes billions of dollars. For example, the $200 million that I seized, the government returned a lot of money on what they invested into my salary and training me, right? So probably about 10,000%. So for every dollar that the government spent on training me and paying my salary, they recovered $100. So how do we scale that? Because we can't think that every single investigator globally can have 10 years of experience and all this technical expertise to be able to do the same that we did because we had that experience and we had that technical expertise. Now, training is very important, but the best way to address the abuse of technology or emerging technology by the bad guys is with technology. And so that's what we need to be doing. Excuse me. So the best way to address this is with technology that allows you to actually be able to scan all of the data that is collected by law enforcement agencies. So every representative country here has law enforcement agencies that collects digital evidence, which means that you probably have a gold mine of digital assets sitting in your evidence lockers right now. And I know this because I work with a lot of law enforcement agencies. When they actually take that evidence out and they scan it comprehensively for cryptocurrency assets with the right technology that knows exactly where to look and knows exactly what to do with it when it finds it, they find assets all day, every day. Now, what's interesting is about El Salvador, actually, not only did El Salvador jail the gangs that were wreaking havoc on this country, recently I found out that during that time, in the process of jailing the gangs, they actually seized over 100,000 cell phones from those gangs, When I heard that, I thought, wow, that is a goldmine of assets. Not only can they take away their freedom, they can take away their assets. So you have assets, digital assets, cryptocurrencies sitting in your evidence lockers. And this is just the phones. There's other types of digital data that you can collect. And also train your investigators, train your analysts, what kind of data should you be collecting to maximize your opportunities for digital asset seizures. And then also the data that you already have sitting in your evidence lockers. Go and scan that data. Scan that data in a scalable way with the technology that knows how to scan that data, because even somebody like me who has done this for many, many years, for over a decade, found and seized cryptocurrency, if I seize 2 petabytes of data, for example, like I did in my last case that I did at the DEA, which was the takedown of the largest dark web market in the world, we seized multiple petabytes of data. I can't possibly go through all of that data by myself with my own eyes. It's just too much data. It's going to take too much time, probably take a lifetime. We need scalable technology to be able to do that, to be able to get to the assets as soon as possible. And time is also of the essence, because if you don't get to those assets on time, because it depends on finding private keys, there's other ways to find the assets or seizable assets, but private keys is the best way because it gives you direct access to the money if you have access to the private keys. When you're finding private keys, even if you have them in your custody, your target, if they're arrested, their sister or their brother can also have a copy of the private key. And so they can move that money before you even know that you have those assets in your possession. So time is of the essence. Now, even if they're not arrested, so if they're not arrested, they can move it themselves. If they're arrested, one of their family members can have a copy. So definitely get to those assets as soon as possible, which is why scanning every piece of data and treating every piece of data like it is money. It is a high-value asset until proven otherwise. Every single phone that you collect, every single piece of digital evidence you collect is going to potentially contain millions or billions of dollars in digital assets until proven otherwise, and you need to be treating it like so. And so one of the best ways of doing this is creating policy that basically commands or allows your agents and your law enforcement agencies to scan that data that they're collecting immediately upon acquisition for cryptocurrency assets. And once they scan it, know how to deal with the assets that they find, deal with the leads that they find, deal with the private keys that they find, make sure that those private keys are secured, and make sure that those private keys, if they have seizure authority, also teach them how to get seizure authority. That's also another skill. If they have seizure authority, how to move those assets from the bad guy's wallet to the government-controlled wallet, and how to keep them secure. And how to prevent insider theft, because, like I said, looking at those assets with your eyes gives you access to the money, and a lot of agents, analysts, investigators are looking at this digital evidence by themselves, during their, time at work, and they don't have a witness. There's no chain of custody, and so nobody knows if I, as an investigator, saw a private key that basically gives me access to millions or sometimes billions of dollars. Right? It's a lot of temptation. So there has to be policy in place on how to handle this kind of situation. So policy and training. And so what we recommend is that you take 5%, at least 5% to start, of all your investigators, and you train them on how to find, identify, and seize cryptocurrency assets and digital data that they collect. And you equip them with the right technology to be able to, at scale, scan that digital data for crypto assets. If you do this, your agency, and this has been proven already with various pilots that we have launched across the globe, if you do this, your agents will be seizing machines. They will be seizing money left and right. And those 100,000 cell phones that El Salvador has, please scan those cell phones for assets, because you're going to find so much money. We're going to do Operation Reverse Robin Hood. Take the money away from the criminals, give it back to the people. It's the best redistribution of wealth system that I think we've ever come up with. And the use of cryptocurrency by criminal organizations is actually allowing us to, at scale, implement this process. And it's very important that policymakers are on board with this and they understand that policy is important to be able to actually seize these assets and empower your agencies to be able to seize exponentially more assets than ever before. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Lily. And next we have former Congressman Steve Stockman, who I see back there. I would say former and future Congressman. And I'm going to talk about digital assets from a district in Texas.
You guys, I know I've been sitting here for a long time, so if you feel like getting up and stretching, feel free. Also, too, I don't know how this is going to translate into Spanish, but I'm going to tell you, one of the things is there was a discussion between Winston Churchill and Lady Astor. They had a famous back and forth. And, you know, Lady Astor went up to Winston Churchill and said, Winston, if I was your wife, I'd put poison in your tea. And Winston shot back, Madam, if I was married to you, I'd gladly drink it. So I'm going to tell you, to give you a little background on me, I introduced the first cryptocurrency bills actually back in 11 years ago in Congress. And I also gave what I'm going to talk to you today a little about, a speech in Chicago I gave 11 years ago. And now it seems to come to fruition. In fact, I was one of the first ones, the gentleman from the Digital Chamber. I was with Perry Boring, who helped create the Digital Chamber, and we started that. And when we first lobbied congressmen on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, they honestly, my colleagues, thought I was nuts. By the way, I want to thank Robert Pittenger he's such a great guy. I don't know if you guys get to know him. But Robert's really a fine individual. I served with him in Congress, and I appreciate him putting these seminars together and inviting me here today. One of the things I want to talk about, I was asked to talk about AI and crypto, and one of the things I'm really concerned about, and it is where governments, I think it's very important that individuals and companies create digital assets because it's the way we can transfer money and accelerate commerce. Remember, that's important, to accelerate commerce. If you're starting to look at the way the world's operating, we're already in a digital thing. When you write a check, the bank doesn't take over to another bank. They digitize just numbers and zeros, ones and zeros, and sends it. So in a way, we're already doing crypto money. We've been doing it, and some people wonder why cryptocurrency. I know it's dropped about 20%, but if you look through the history of crypto, it does this. It drops and comes back up. In fact, as the president of El Salvador mentioned, he buys the dip, and then it goes back up. So one of the things I'm really concerned about, though, which is what I wanted to address here, is having governments in control of your assets. Let me repeat that. Government controlling your assets. And what China's doing already is that they're controlling the people's assets and they keep track of them. And with AI and with digital currency, you're finding in China that people don't align with the government, are cut off from food, they're cut off from rent, they're cut off from jobs. And there's a huge number of people you will see sleeping in the subways and everywhere because they've been cut off. This is an alarming dystopia that we need to address. It is something that I frankly, if world government ever comes, and there's a lot of people pushing for world government, in fact, right now at the UN, China and Russia are trying to set the standards for AI. You don't want that. You don't want bad guys in control of that. But the power of this is so strong that the people that are in charge that want that power are going to grab that power, and you have to stop them. This is really a battle for the future of the world, and if we let China and Russia control that, it's going to undermine the whole global. They'll be able to control every single person in the world. I was at a crypto conference in New York, and I asked one of the young men who was one of the helping create crypto, and I asked him, I said, have you ever, could you give a number to every person in the world and have control of what they buy and sell? He said, that would be easy. I could do it today. This is 12 years ago. 12 years ago. And we're slipping into that. And to me, I almost feel like I'm in a car and someone else is driving, and they're driving off a cliff. I'm going, stop, we're driving off a cliff. We're driving off a cliff. We got to stop this. So I beg you, your positions of power, you're from all over the world here, represented here today, and you have a passion for freedom. If you love freedom, don't let someone else take your freedom away. When the government creates digital assets of their own, not like Bitcoin, but their own government, whether the United States introduces it or in the case of China, they already have one, yuan, they're going to control your life. You won't be able to see a doctor. You won't get food. But if you just sit there and say, oh, this won't happen to us, it's happening now. It's happening now. And I want you to wake up and say, this is a future we must address. And if we don't address it, then you're going to wake up one day and say, what happened? What's going on? And I can only say this to you. If you get one thing out of this conference, remember the other side. Now, granted, I wrote the bill on cryptocurrencies. I'm an advocate of AI. But I'm also use a knife to cut my food. But the knife can be used for other things that are very nefarious, right? So I'm asking you to look at both sides of the story. There's a big promise of the future, and they always make it sound really bright, which it can be, if it's not in the hands of people that are Machiavellian and evil. Keep it out of the hands of Machiavellian evil. Fight for it. And we just saw a great presentation on Brazil, how it's slipping off so quickly. Lulu took over the country, and it's slipping off the edge so rapidly. And we sometimes feel helpless. But this future that's being discussed here, please be aware that the defense of your country and defense of freedom depends on you stopping some of this technology into bad actors like Putin and Xi and others who want world dominance, because you'll lose your freedom. And I don't want to lose our freedom. God bless El Salvador, and freedom is first. Thank you. How come he gets to wear tennis shoes and we can't? He gets to wear tennis shoes. Relax. I want to wear tennis shoes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, and Una McDonald, last but not least on the digital currency panel. Una is a former member of Parliament in the United Kingdom and has written extensively on digital currency and just not even completed, in the process of completing a book on AI. So Una, thank you for joining us.
Well, I'm very much aware that I'm keeping everybody from lunch, but I hope you can manage just to hold back on that. Because I think there are a couple of things that I would like to say which follow on from the presentations that you've already had. First of all, Bitcoin. Why did stable coins come into being? Well, because Bitcoin fluctuates in price so much. So does the price of gold. So why does it matter that Bitcoin fluctuates in its value so much? Because it's only based on sentiment. With Bitcoin, you do not have anything at any particular point in time that you can use to purchase something. Because when you bought the Bitcoin, it was rising in price and you thought that could only continue to rise in price. And then it suddenly collapses. So if that's the way you want to save for a down payment on a house or whatever, I don't recommend Bitcoin for that purpose. And it was precisely because of that fluctuation, and a fluctuation that you can't really predict very easily because, as I say, it's only based on sentiment. It was that led to the introduction of stable coins. And nearly all stable coins are linked or tethered to the US dollar. About 99% of them are. And the phrase is sometimes used of the full faith and credit of the US government. I prefer to look at that just a little differently and say what the dollar, and indeed other currencies, are based on are the state and development of the economy, and that is reflected in the international value of their currency. It's not to undermine the full faith and credit of the US government, but I like to give it a different perspective that is relative to the state of the economy and the expected development of the economy at any point in time, and that, of course, includes the stability of the governments in question and their ability to manage the economy. So stable coins mostly, almost entirely, dependent on the value of the US dollar. And that is why stable coins followed on from Bitcoin. Mostly they use the same blockchain. Originally, and indeed for two of the most important stable coins in terms of their ascendancy over the market as a whole and the extent to which they are fully traded, use blockchains. One of the advantages, which was made me very interested indeed, with the seizure of assets passing through blockchains. There are two elements of this. The words private key were correctly mentioned. You have your private key, and then there's the public key, and then every single transaction is recorded on the blockchain. What about the private key? What is this? I'm very fond of saying that this is a longer telephone. It's longer than any telephone number that you can possibly remember. And that is why people have been known to keep their private keys recorded somewhere. One particularly, I regret to say he was an Irishman, because I'm Irish, one particular foolish man recorded his private key at the top of his fishing rod. And then he went off to fish, rented a fishing cottage, off to fish, and left all his fishing rods behind. When he went to collect them, the landlord had chucked them all away in a rubbish dump, and he was A, unable to find the private key, and B, for the life of him, couldn't remember what it was. Unfortunately, in this case, since he was a drug dealer and the Irish government had wished to seize his assets, they were unable to seize his assets because of his felony charge and imprisonment as a drug dealer. So the private key is very important. But things have changed with the advent of stable coins. Many companies provide them. Some of the major companies that do, and in particular Tether, is a privately held company. It does not issue shares on the stock market. Because it is a privately held company, not every country requires it to publish fully audited accounts. I was glad to note in the regulations which have come into being here in El Salvador that they will require Tether, which is now headquartered here as a privately held company, to publish fully audited accounts. And that is extremely important, of course, as one way, one hopes, of finding out exactly what is going on with that particular company. Because what do you really want to know with a stable coin? Well, how do I redeem my stable coins? Do I look at a website which tells me how to do this? Does it tell me how much it's going to cost? Not everybody does. How do I know that it really has all the dollars it says it has, so that it can redeem your stable coins whenever you wish to translate them into US dollars? How do you know? Well, stablecoin issuers have been known to offer an attestation. Yes, we really have them, and here is an accountancy firm that has chosen to sign off that we really have that many dollars so that we can redeem our stable coins at any time. I think I'd want a bit more information than that, and so indeed should any regulatory authority and any government wish to know. Because stable coins, widely used now for international trade. Latin America, 70% of international purchases are conducted through the use of stable coins. So everybody needs to know that the stable coins are really what they say they are. Now, most stable coins are purchased through exchanges, and exchanges require know your customer, so that the person who is using the exchange should be known to the owners of the exchange and enable that process to take place. And hopefully it does, and it would be interesting to know whether all of the exchanges, and I'm thinking of one of our previous speakers here, it'd be interesting to know whether all of the exchanges do actually know who the owners of the stable coins are and are able to identify them. But I suspect that the ability to identify is really chasing the record of the private key. So that is the role that stable coins took over from Bitcoin. Stability, because stability almost entirely rests on the development of the US economy, the strength of the US economy, and also on the full faith and credit of the US government. I was always tempted to refer, in fact, when I wrote about cryptocurrencies and stable coins, I really felt like calling them parasites because they were parasitic on another economy, not in any way any value of any intrinsic value of their own. We've heard a great deal about criminal activities in relation to stable coins, and I just want to talk a little bit about that. Yes, indeed, criminals have found cryptos as a very convenient way and a quick way, not always quick, a quick way of transferring money from one person to another. I just want to refer to the increasing defrauding of individuals, of ordinary citizens, who are tempted to buy stable coins and who then find that their ownership of those stable coins has been hacked. There are various means in which this is done. increasingly, when you're buying them through the internet, you're encouraged to buy them by all sorts of methods to inveigle you into buying, sometimes even chatbots used for romantic purposes, and people are encouraged to transfer their money, cash, into stable coins. Had a mention of the pig butchering. I hate an awful expression. You have to think in terms of fattening a pig and then slaughtering a pig so you can eat it. So people are encouraged to buy more and more stable coins, and then when they have a lot of stable coins, you arrange to defraud the people of those stable coins. That's what pig butchering, which I find a repulsive term, and perhaps it should be repulsive because it is a wicked thing to do, to deprive people in this way of their hard-earned cash. So I just wanted to remind people that it's not just criminals defrauding large companies, defrauding many accounts. It is often individuals who are actually suffering from this as well. China, certainly behind this. The biggest heist so far this year, as recorded by Chainalysis, is 1.5 billion, and that was carried out by North Korea. And what is happening here is that North Koreans are being trained to become more sophisticated and more efficient in carrying out a hack of that size. 1.5 billion, is a huge one to bring about. And I'm sure the North Koreans were very pleased with the amount that they were to obtain in that way. Last point I want to mention is, particularly when stable coins first became better known, better established, central banks in the West started flirting with the idea, and I'm not sure that the flirtation is over yet, started flirting with the idea, why don't we introduce a central bank digital currency? I know that the Bank of England carried out a great deal of research and explored that notion. Do not let that happen. You have been told already how China uses its central bank digital currency to track transactions and to punish people. It could be used should an authoritarian leader or should the central bank feel that they need to control inflation, control expenditure. You could use a central bank digital currency for that purpose. So beware of central banks in the West flirting with this idea, because I can see, I'm not suggesting that every Western country, democracies would use that, but you're giving a central bank a tool, and it might at some point just become too tempting to use that tool. Just as we are seeing with the developments in generative AI, a powerful tool being developed and used for the purposes of deepfake to take money from people and to otherwise injure them. So beware of a central bank in a democracy wanting to introduce a central bank digital currency, however efficient it may appear to be. Just remember, in a democracy, you are handing a tool over to a central bank, and you would need to watch very, very carefully that it was not ever misused. Stable coins can be used for illicit purposes and not just convenient methods of trade. And we have to keep vigilant, and our regulations have to be sufficient to seek to prevent those criminal uses. And we need, as we have heard earlier, we need those who are trained and astute enough to find out who is tracing, who is sending all that they have stolen from others. We need that. So we need the enforcers, we need the discoverers, and we need the laws and regulations in place. El Salvador has taken at least one important step. Others may very well be necessary. Thank you.
Okay, we had a full morning. Two quick announcements. One, if you're traveling internationally this afternoon and haven't let the desk know what time you're going or need transportation, let them know so they can make those accommodations. Two, we've got a great lunch waiting for us again. We're about 30 minutes behind schedule. It's a little better than yesterday, but we'll take an hour and try to be back here at 2 o'clock for the next, got some exciting panels ahead this afternoon. So enjoy lunch and we'll see you about an hour. with Interpol Financial Crime and Anti-Corruption Center. He's going to talk about corruption, money laundering, and governance. Great.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello, miss. Hello, me. I speak Spanish because I'm Spanish, so we are in español.
Allow me to speak Spanish. First of all, I want to thank the organization of this event, the invitation. I'm very thankful. We're very thankful at Interpol. Very thankful for this invitation, and I hope that our presentation will be useful. Pretty sure it will. I would like to start my presentation since we're going to talk about asset laundering and corruption. I would like to explain what Interpol is, even though I'm pretty sure that you know what Interpol is all about, who we are. But basically, Interpol, the goals, we fight international organized crime and terrorism, and among our objectives, as you know, we fight asset laundering, money laundering. We wage this financial combat. Why is money laundering so relevant? Because all crimes have the objective of money laundering. We're gonna see some data about it. So as said, the Interpol, 196 countries belong to it. We're the largest police organization, very ancient. It started in the 1920s. We have another headquarters in Lyon, another one in Singapore, 6 regional offices with members of Interpol, and other 6 liaison offices with the European Union, United Nations, and we have 196 national offices, OCN as we call it. Those are the offices located at each country which are members of Interpol, normally formed by the police officers of the countries where the office is. That's the channel for international cooperation, exchange of information between the countries belonging to Interpol, the OCN Central Interpol offices. As I mentioned, Interpol, and I am Carlos González Yepes from Spain, from the Civil Guard of Spain, from the Interpol Center against financial crime and corruption. I'm going to talk about the mechanisms that we have in Interpol to fight asset laundering and corruption, financial crimes in general. IFCAC, the Interpol Financial Crime and Anti-Corruption Center, was created in 2022. In 2022, because of this, the report of criminal trends that we had, you have here highlighted on red the most important aspects, and the most important is the asset laundering. That was the most common crime. Why? Because as I said before, the goal or the motivation of organized crime is economic. Of course, they're gonna get profit out of their illicit activities, and that money has to be laundered. That's why all crimes go through money laundering. If the member of that criminal network wants that money to become legal, As I mentioned, the Interpol Financial Center for Anti-Corruption was created because of this increase in the scams, the use of cryptocurrencies, and as you know, the increase in the damage of corruption and what corruption is doing in other countries. We all are aware of this, but at IFCAC or Interpol Center, we have these three areas, three departments. One that is dealing with fraud, scams online. Second is related to asset laundering and asset recovery, asset forfeiture and corruption. Here in these three areas, in these three departments that we have officials who are specialized on these areas. They have been selected by the country's members of Interpol who are working on these three areas. And we're going to see in which ways they work.
First things first, support for investigations. We obviously have the specialized team, and they're specialists in everything they do. Countries ask for help with, their investigations, support of any kind, and so support on investigations, ops support, Interpol coordinates ops against criminal networks, just general organized crime, and we speak about financial criminals as well. At the end of this, I will be showing you the results of certain things that we've done, operations that we've carried out at a global level. Intelligence support, intel support, we have databases which are supported by the countries, information that we get at Interpol that comes from specialized task forces from each country out of the 196 member countries. And we have officials that focus solely on analysis. Training per request of the countries. We provide training to specialized agents, police, awareness campaigns for fraud, particularly. We try to support countries as much as we can, sometimes with funds even. Crypto assets. What do I mean with this? As I mentioned before, it's a trending topic in every single country. So in every country we have cryptocurrency crimes, and sometimes we don't have the uses, either a training or technical staff, and so we provide that, and we help countries with their investigations. Cryptocurrency training, also something else that we do. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that every single agency, every single law enforcement agency can work on cryptocurrency. Yes. Now let's speak of Interpol's capacities to fight against financial criminals. Well, sure. We have a couple more, but I have the four most relevant, given that my presentation only has a small amount of time. Normally it's 5-6 hours, but here it's 20 minutes. We have these four. The first one is we give connection to financial intel departments. Every single one of our Interpol offices has. So we give person connectivity, notification, documents that were extracted or lost. So these are all agencies pertaining to the banking system, sure, but these are all agencies that receive suspicious situations from the banks, and they're the ones that talk to the general attorneys so that they're investigated, obviously. Obviously, these agencies will go through the OCN to request for some data, and that might take some time, of course. And so this is why the reason why we provide access to these Interpol capacities. I agree. Fine. So within Interpol, we have seen, we have considered it basic to look at our funds, money transferred to other countries. You file a report in country A or a transfer to another country, or we realize there's a fraudulent transfer, or that it has an account in another country. As investigators, we want to block that money in the country of destination. Interpol has created this platform to quickly stop payments or funds on their way. So what the intent behind this is that through this process, country A, OCN, where the money is found, in the bank or financial agency, can block the money that we have there. That is where a report was filed in country A. And so country A continues the investigation. We block the money. Money is blocked. It is insured. And we continue with the investigation once everything is sure. Making sure that the member of the criminal network, the criminal, is not going to make it disappear in any way, shape, or form. As I've said, Interpol is a global intervention of payment, IGRIP, also very, very new tool. As a curious trivia, in 2023, we blocked this amount. $190 million. That's what we were able to block, and that's a sizable number. Moving along, evidently, FINCA, that is the financial analysis database. This is a criminal database, basically. Data that hails from every single country in the world, but pertaining financial criminal activities. When I speak of that, I'm like money laundering. And look at some of the numbers here, some of the information that we have in this database. We have payments, bank accounts, crypto assets, properties in general, travel documents, routes, places, technology, phone number, email. So, we have a large amount of information there, and that is a database that our friends from Lyon handle, and that hails from very many different countries. Just you go imagine the strength that we have here. All of the information from every single financial crime in the world is here. How's that? What can we extract from this? What can I ask from Interpol? Well, reports of any kind, charts, structures, profiles, companies, you name it. Lots of different types of analysis, report that we may request from the units that investigate these crimes. So, and here, as the last capacity for financial crimes, we have silver notice, and this is actually our baby ability because it's still under pilot phase. Who doesn't know? Red notice, for wanted individuals to arrest. Who doesn't know this? We have 8 till now, and we have the silver alarm, or the silver alert. What is the silver alert all about? Well, basically, pilot phase began in February this year. It was going to end in November, but in the assembly in 2 weeks is going to make sure that it is still there, and it includes different countries, because there's 55 countries working with this. Nobody from Central America, but hopefully in their General Assembly, we could maybe attempt for Central American countries to join the pilot stage of the Silver Alert. As you will know, the recovery of assets, we can call it the final phase of an investigation, sure. We have a drug trafficking recall, and we've done, parallel search of the members of the network. That we have, who are the network members of this network. We're going to look into their assets, and I'm sure that's filled with, illicit activities, human trafficking, you name it. And that's where this silver alert comes in, to identify these assets from the members of the criminal assets and what they've done digitally. So, so that a country is aware of what is happening, if a person goes into their territory. And that's what we're doing with the Silver Alert, as long as it's in its pilot phase. I know that you know a lot of informal networks of asset recovery, such as, Gafilat, Sarin, but this is globally. This isn't regional, this is global. So we continue to work on this because they're in its pilot phase. Assets, you name it. I can include a list here, but it's not a limited list. High-end vehicles, houses, mansions, you know what I mean? Bank accounts with money, crypto wallets, of course, you name it. It's just all there. Every single asset you can think of that a criminal member has acquired through their illicit activities may be included. Or information could be provided through this Silver Alert project. Other capacities, other than the generic ones from Interpol. Everybody knows the notices, the alarms we have now. We have a new one on its pilot phase, but we have 19 databases, 19 of them. DNA, individuals, facial recognition, weapons, vehicles, stolen documents. Imagine the wealth of intel we have at Interpol. And I know that, we have some data you can see here up on the screen, and it's just incredible information, very useful also. Well, I just wanted to say that all of these capacities that we have in Interpol, they're not for Interpol, they're not for us, though. I mean, particularly for all new agents to Interpol. What we have in Interpol is not for Interpol. It's not going to stay in the international or the national Interpol office. What we have, our databases, it's all for the units that investigate organized crime in the different countries. I know, and I've seen throughout the countries where I've been traveling through this year, that Interpol is kind of like an untouchable, hard to access, thing. But no, that's not it. We shouldn't be hard to access. This is meant to be used. This should be used by all. This should be at the service of all. Operative data, well, last year, Operation Fishline was 4,000 people arrested with the intervention of 61 countries. Imagine that. 61 countries collaborating, coordinated by Interpol, of course. We've managed to disband important cybercrime online criminal activities. The second high chief for operations, still undergoing. 5,500 people, 7 types of fraud being committed. And the third one, Yacal, 300 plus 700 suspects. Listen, the amount of money that we've been able to take, it's just been tremendous. But all of this has been possible because of the efforts of the specialized units of each country. Interpol and OCN in each country, what they do is just coordinate these police operations. But at the end of the day, the effort lies in these task forces, cybercrime, in every country. So here I just wanted to highlight the same thing once again, and I don't want to go without saying this again. Interpol, what we have, our databases, the information that we have readily available, this could be analyzed, and we can of course analyze crime, and this data is for the countries. This is something that, the countries feed, so to speak, but it's meant for them, for all of the countries, because that's the only way we can operate. If we exchange information, if we share information, then we'll have a safer world, and I can guarantee that. Thank you.
Is there a gift for me? Okay.
Thank you very much for those great remarks, for making the trip and be here. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you to all.
Okay. Next we have cybersecurity and cyber defense. And we get to hear from the Honorable Paul Maurer, who's President and CEO of Montreal College. I left my book on the desk. He's the author of a must-read book called Code of Honor. And earlier today, there was 50 copies in the lobby. I think there's probably less now, but if there's any left, please do take one. No cost. And Dr. Maurer, I'm sure you'll talk a little bit more about what's in the book and why you should get it. Thank you.
Thank you, JC. Good afternoon. Oh, let's try that again. Good afternoon. It's not time to go to sleep. It's not time for a nap. It's time to engage your minds in cybersecurity. My name is Paul Maurer. I serve as president of Montreal College in Western North Carolina, and we've been teaching cybersecurity for the last 14 years. And Montreal College has grown into a national leader in cybersecurity education and workforce development. We've been recognized by the White House over 2 administrations for our national leadership, and we've been doing contract work for the National Security Agency for a number of years now. My objective today in talking to you about cybersecurity is singular. I have one objective, and that is to give you a tool for your country in the war against cybercrime. Cybersecurity is the economic and security threat of our time, and I'm going to get to that in a minute. But I need to start my talk by talking about, I guess I need my PowerPoint slide. Is someone getting my PowerPoint slide? I'd offer to sing and dance, but you would not like either of them. Did someone say try it? No, I'm not going to try it. Do they have it? They don't have it. Can't find it. Okay, I'm going to plow ahead. Time is of the essence. If you find it, please do put it up if you find it, and I'll click to the right slides. Where I need to start the presentation is about a value proposition about cybersecurity that we developed as a college some number of years ago, and it goes like this: that the problem of cybersecurity is not principally a technical problem. The problem of cybersecurity is principally a human problem. And therefore, the solution to cybersecurity is not principally a technical solution, it is principally a human solution. I'm here to talk about the human factor in cybersecurity. If your cybersecurity leaders and your cybersecurity operators are not people of ethics and character, your technology does not matter very much. In other words, AI is not going to solve the problem of cybersecurity. If anything, it only complicates the problem. It does not make it easier. And by the way, the wonderful staff here are handing out copies of the book if you have not yet picked one up. We did bring 100 copies. Most of them are gone, and we're distributing the final ones here now. Particularly if you're a member of Parliament, I'd ask you to raise your hand. We have one down here over to the left in the yellow. Thank you. If you're a member of Parliament somewhere, we'd like for you in particular to have this. If you're a person of influence in your government, we'd like for you to have a copy of this. So the value proposition in cyber is that it's principally a human problem, and you must have people trained and ready in ethics and character as your cybersecurity leaders and cyber operators. Several years ago, I received a call from someone, a leader from the National Security Agency. Lynn Clark is her name, and Lynn has since retired, but she was the head of the cyber education area for the National Security Agency. If you're not aware of the NSA in the United States, they're at the top of the pyramid in terms of securing cybercrime for the United States of America. I got a call from Lynn, and she asked us if we as a college would develop a curriculum for the schools that they designate as centers of academic excellence. In other words, in American higher education, the only academic discipline in our university system that is governed by the federal government is cybersecurity. All other academic programs in American universities are governed by other peer institutions in American higher education. But the federal government of the United States recognized, thank you, there's Lynn, the federal government recognized that because this was the economic security threat, economic and security threat of our time, that they needed to take leadership. And so the NSA and Lynn Clark years ago took leadership to begin to basically accredit cyber programs in American higher education. And so Monterey College, my college, became a center of academic excellence back in 2017, and today there are nearly 500 schools in American higher education that meet that standard. These are the gold standard institutions in American higher education. She requested a curriculum, and after discussion, we agreed on developing both a curriculum for those schools, but also a book. And the reason for the book, a trade book, not an academic book, was to give to professionals in cybersecurity who were already there. They'd already gotten their degree, either a 2-year or a 4-year degree in cybersecurity, but they too needed training. My co-author is Ed Scotus. Ed is a cybersecurity expert and one of the leading cybersecurity experts in the United States. He has helped the federal government as a forensic analyst on most of the largest breaches in the United States over the past 20 years. And he runs a company, and he's also president of the SANS group, S-A-N-S. SANS is the leading provider of cybersecurity continuing education after students get their cyber degree from the university system. SANS does the professional training in an ongoing way. The product is the Code of Honor, Embracing Ethics in Cybersecurity. And if you didn't get a copy, I'll give you a QR code at the end of the talk to get it to that you can order it from. Why the code? Well, it's really simple. We think that if you look back at history, the greatest engagements, the greatest modernizations in civilized history over the past 2,000 years have recognized the need for ethical codes of conduct. So go all the way back 2,000 years to the creation of the Hippocratic Oath. The Hippocratic Oath guides medicine at a global level. It is voluntary, it is imperfect, but it has provided guardrails and guidelines for the practice of medicine over nearly 2,000 years. Law has legal ethics. You must, at least in the United States, and I think in most of civilized countries around the world, you must adhere to a code of legal ethics. These are actually not voluntary, but they're also imperfect. There are people that are bad actors, there are people who cross these lines, but nonetheless, the practice of law has a code of legal ethics that every lawyer must adhere to. They must take an oath that they will abide by that code of ethics. Even warfare among civilized nations has the Geneva Conventions. The Geneva Conventions were developed in 1949, but the Geneva Conventions just war theory goes back 2,000 years. So we actually have 2 millennia of some of the largest engagements in modern civilization that have these codes of ethics. Any of you who are elected officials in your governments, any of you who are judges, you have taken an oath of office as you stepped into the role of authority and leadership in your country. And so we believe that cybersecurity is worthy of that. Why is that? Well, because we do believe that the evidence shows that cybersecurity is the economic and security threat of our time at a global level. The cost of cybercrime this year globally is estimated to be $10 trillion. 10 trillion with a T. Just 2 years ago, in 2023, the estimated cost of cybercrime was $6 trillion. It is growing very, very rapidly. When you take some of the other topics of this forum and you add the estimated cost of all of them together, money laundering, transnational organized crime, illicit trade and drug trafficking, terrorism, if you take all of those categories and add them all together, the estimated cost of those cumulatively is less than half of the cost of cybercrime at $10 trillion. How many of you use facial recognition on your smartphone? Raise your hand. Most of you, many of you use facial recognition. How many of you use some other two-factor authentication on your laptop or on your device? When we talk about cybersecurity being the economic and security threat of our time, you've just been an illustration of the security threat. You have two-factor authentication because of cybercrime, because of cybersecurity. You do facial recognition because of cybersecurity. We believe that the scope and size and future of cybersecurity and cybercrime warrants a code of honor, a code of ethics that every professional, that every student would abide by, that the profession of cybersecurity would adhere to a code of honor. In the end, if you do not have people in the cybersecurity profession in your country that you can trust, you don't have much. You must be able to trust the cyber professionals that you train at your universities, that you train at in your corporations. And so here's the code. I'm just going to read the 8 planks of the code. Number 1, so it's a code. I solemnly swear to uphold to the best of my ability and judgment in all my professional duties, personal practices, and future endeavors, the tenets of this pledge. Number 1, I will treat all people with dignity and respect. Number 2, I will seek the best interests of others. 3, I will strive to recognize, take ownership, and appropriately communicate my mistakes and exercise patience toward others who make errors. 4, I will be honest and trustworthy and above reproach in all my actions and communications. 5, I will not be a lone wolf, but will instead work collaboratively with my peers and superiors. 6, I will endeavor to exercise patience wisdom, and self-control in all situations. 7, I will not steal and will do everything within my power to prevent theft in all its forms. And lastly, I will protect and respect the privacy of others. Now, you may be thinking very quickly, as we did as we developed this code, that doesn't sound very complicated. It sounds pretty basic. It can be applied to a lot of professions, and that is all very true. But nonetheless, we believe that this or some other code, and there is no other at this point in time, that some other oath or code needs to be adopted by professionals in the cybersecurity arena. So let's apply the code. So every chapter in the book, there are 8 chapters of the book, and at the end of each chapter is a case scenario, an actual cybersecurity situation that Ed Scotus has encountered over the 20 years of his leadership in the cyber world. One of them is ransomware. So in chapter 1, we deal with ransomware. How many of you know what ransomware is? Raise your hand. Okay, ransomware is where cyber criminals will take control of your computer network, of your government, of your business, of your organization, of your university. They will shut down your computer systems, and they will demand that you pay a ransom of money in order to get your network back. Ransomware is running rampant around the world. There's an explosion of devastating ransomware attacks on a regular basis. It is one of the most common ways that cyber criminals make money. And make no mistake, cybercrime is about extortionists making money. These are well-organized criminals, sometimes from nation states, sometimes individual actors, but the objective and the motivation is the same in all cases. It's your money. Attackers are getting more brazen, and we are seeing rises in cybercrime and ransomware at hospitals, shutting down the ability to do surgery, shutting down the ability to apply medicine, going through medical devices, and holding hospitals hostage. Schools, governments, and manufacturing are all affected. So let's apply the code. So in chapter 1, this ransomware situation is a medical device engineering company. It's a small company, mid-sized company. Ransomware shuts down its production capacity, and their systems are exploited through a third-party IT service provider. Most of us have third-party IT service providers, and in this case, the ransomware was exploited that way. Many different medical device companies, including the competition of this company, use this particular IT provider. So let's raise the ethical questions raised by this scenario. Number 1, is it reasonable to try to hack back to neutralize the attacker? Number 2, does the organization have a responsibility to alert the IT provider? 3, should the organization warn its competition of the attack? 4, should the organization notify law enforcement? What if the attacker demands that they not go to law enforcement? 5, should the organization pay the ransom? I'm dialing through these questions very, very quickly, but trust me, when cyber professionals encounter these sorts of breaches, these questions are real, and they have to have a way to process through, as a team, the right answers to these questions, the good, right, best way forward answering these questions, because the implications of answering these questions the wrong way are very, very great. So for this scenario, let's consider the implications of some of the principles of the code. Number 1, I will treat all people with dignity and respect. Number 2, I will be honest, trustworthy, and above reproach in my actions and communications. Number 3, I will not be a lone wolf, but will instead work collaboratively with my peers and superiors. And lastly, I will endeavor to exercise patience, wisdom, and self-control in all situations. Another question that commonly comes up is, where did you draw these principles? How did you come up with this code? And what my co-author and I did over the span of about 6 months is we reviewed mostly ancient wisdom literature. We went to Plato, we went to Aristotle, we went to the Old and New Testaments, we went to Aquinas and Augustine. We believe that ancient literature in particular contains the timeless answers to ethical challenges that transcend the millennia. And so as we put together this code, we looked at those ancient principles of wisdom that we thought most applied to the field of cybersecurity. Is it perfect? It is not. Is it infallible? It is not. Is it a guideline? It is, and we hope it's a guideline that you can use. What I've just walked through very, very quickly is what your students at your universities who are studying cybersecurity need to be trained on. The ethical muscles that we exercise in daily life as you make ethical decisions are muscles that must be exercised. We must practice these things, and so that's why at the end of every chapter we have put in exercises in different cybersecurity scenarios. In conclusion, in the United States, the National Security Agency has made the teaching of ethics a requirement for its nearly 500 schools designated as centers of academic excellence. The federal government has said, when you want redesignation as a center of academic excellence by the National Security Agency, you must demonstrate that you are teaching ethics to your students. That is now a requirement of the United States federal government. We think that is wise, and they have asked us to develop the tool for that practice to happen at the university level. It's not a requirement for businesses to do this because they're outside the scope of the NSA's authority, but the Code of Honor is intended for both businesses and for students, and if you are responsible, if your government sees itself as responsible for training the next generation of cyber professionals, this is a tool that we'd encourage you to use. It is a tool that's been created for the US government. It's a tool free to you to use as well, free meaning you can pick up a copy. Obviously, if you're buying copies of the book for your universities, there's a cost to that. But we believe that the free governments, the free and Republican democratic governments of the world are responsible, like in the United States, to educate the next generation of cyber professionals. We also think that ethics must be taught in order for there to be a trustworthy workforce. So if you'd like to see information on ordering a copy of the book, the QR code on your left takes you to the Amazon website where the book can be examined and downloaded. And the QR code to the right will take you to the website for the code itself. What we encourage for the code itself, the one on the right, is that students who are coming through university programs in cybersecurity download it, sign it, and frame it, and put it up on their wall in their workplace. And if you are responsible for a cyber workforce in government or in business, we encourage you to consider that same practice. Walk through the book, walk through the code. The book explains the code, and if you believe it's of value to a trustworthy, ethical workforce in cybersecurity, inside your business, inside your government, you have a tool available to you for that. And then finally, lastly, if your nation needs to grow its cyber workforce, and you don't feel like you have the educational resources in your country, either qualitatively or quantitatively or from an accessibility standpoint, we can help you there as well. Montreat College has a fully online Bachelor's of Science program in cybersecurity, and students can take individual classes. They can take an entire program online. It is designed for working professionals, and so it's flexible. It can be done on an individual student's own time. Our college, as I mentioned at the top, is a national leader in cybersecurity, and we have the stamp of approval of the NSA. And then finally, our curriculum is both technically very strong and centrally competent, as well as rooted in the ethical principles of the Code of Honor. Thank you for your time and attention, and God bless you.
Great job. Oh, another great speaker. Pleasure of introducing Dr. Diana Furchtgott-Roth, who's the director at the Center for Energy, Climate, and Environment and the Herbert and Joyce Morgan Fellow in Energy and Environmental Policy. She served in a number of roles at the White House, Department of Labor, Department of Transportation, Department of Treasury, written 6 books on economic policy and hundreds of articles on economics. So please help me welcome Dr. Furchtgott-Roth. Sorry, I mangled that.
Well, thank you very much, and I understand that my slides are ready to queue up. I understand my slides are ready to queue up. So I'm going to start. Thank you. Well, I'd like to start by asking all of you a question. I want to ask you how many of you have heard of the movie Lost in Space, Perdidos en el Espacio, from 1998? Well, let me tell you, it's not really worth watching, but I'm glad some of you have heard of it. A family sets off to look for another planet, but a rival reconfigures the spaceship so it goes off course. So the family is completely off the grid. And if GPS is lost, we are all going to be off the grid. And I want to know, has this happened to anyone here? Have any of you lost GPS, your navigation system, the global positioning system? Well, Victor, I know that it happened to you because for 24 hours in Spain last May, the electricity went out. And no one had any GPS, global positioning system, positioning, navigation, or timing. Well, what is positioning, navigation, and timing? Well, positioning, navigation, of timing is there's positioning where it's navigation and you can see where you are. Timing is the feed that you get when you get money out of your ATM. How many of you get money out of your ATM? Money out of boxes? You. Yeah, over there. Great. Well, you might not know, but this comes from a system of 32 satellites that are in the ground, that are in the air. There's 32 satellites going around, and they control basically the navigation that you have on your phone and that you have if you take a taxi, the positioning so you know where you are from Google Maps, and the timing that tells you your trades, when you get money out of an ATM, and all those other kinds of things. How many of you trade stocks? Yeah, one over here. None of the other rest of you trade stocks. Well, that's probably good to know. These days your money might be safer in cash, and that's from an economist. But those of you who do trade stocks, it's a big difference, not just if it's before the stock market closes or if the trade is made after, but it's nanoseconds. And that's why timing is very important. Well, PNT matters because it is a source of navigation and timing for all of us. And when I get into an Uber, sometimes I like to say to them, what will happen if your navigation system goes out? And they look at me and they say, GPS can't go out. It can't happen because I have it on my phone. They don't seem to realize that if the satellites go out, none of us have navigation. And you might think there might be some little accident with one satellite, another satellite, but there could be an electromagnetic storm where all the satellites go out. Or, more precisely, for our dealings here, the Russians know how to take out our satellites, the Chinese know how to take out our satellites, the North Koreans know how to take out our satellites. And we can see that there's been spoofing and jamming in Russia and in the Ukraine. We know that EU Commissioner Ursula von der Leyen, her plane when she was landing in Bulgaria, that was spoofed. And these things are becoming more and more common. But we use positioning, navigation, and timing with banks, with electric grids, with cars, trucks, driverless cars. Pilots in planes have GPS receivers that tell them how to avoid hills and where to land. Well, there's growing interference and possibilities of jamming and spoofing. It's possible to buy a jammer just for between $100 and $500 on the internet these days. So anyone can take them and jam anyone else. More sophisticated ones cost more. Those are the ones being used by the military. But there was a big problem in an airport in New Jersey. They found that around lunchtime, the GPS was going out for the planes taking off from Liberty International at Newark Airport. And they couldn't figure out why that happened. Anyway, they traced it to a truck. A truck was driving past at that same time every day, and that truck was using a GPS jammer because the driver of the truck was going to visit his girlfriend at lunchtime and didn't want his wife to know where he was going. So he jammed GPS. And there have been other cases of jamming where it's completely accidental. But these days, there's very real dangers of it happening. And one example that maybe some of you remember was in 2019, there was a British ship called Sterna Impero in the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians jammed the navigation system to make it think as though it was in international waters. In reality, it was in Iranian waters. The Iranians picked up the British ship, they held it for several months, and they held the whole crew. And it was a big public relations disaster for the British. These days, ships in Finland, the Gulf of Oman, the Emirates, Los Angeles have reported spoofing. And it's very easy to do. It's very easy for foreign militaries to do. This makes truck drivers vulnerable, agriculture. Agriculture nowadays isn't a matter of just throwing down seeds and throwing down water and throwing down fertilizer. These John Deere tractors have GPS. Every seed goes into a place identified by a global positioning system. Then that little seed is watered, that seed is fertilized. So it's used in agriculture. It's used in building. There's digital maps now. You don't just take a regular map and hammer in a nail or put in a stud. You find out precisely through digital maps where your nail is supposed to go. That reduces errors. It lowers the cost of construction. With so many new electricity sources feeding into the grid, the timing is used for synapses in order to coordinate when the renewables is used, when the natural gas peaker power plant kicks in. It's vital for the electricity grid. So we are now more dependent than we used to be on GPS. It used to be that a cab driver would have a map in his head. How many of you remember? How many of you went to London, you called one of these black cabs, the black cab would know where to go, the driver would know? How many of you remember those days when cab drivers actually knew where they were going? These days, you can hire anyone, you can put one of these little cell phones in their hands, and they can call themselves a driver, but then if the GPS goes down, they don't know where to go. So we are so much more vulnerable because of this change in our workforce. On the one hand, it's great that people with very little knowledge can get jobs and drive. On the other hand, it's a major vulnerability. Well, what we need is backups. We need backups that tell us where we're going. We need for the GPS system to be reinforced. We need it to be backed up. When I was at the Transportation Department as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Research and Technology, my job was backing up the civilian GPS in the United States of America, because the Transportation Department is responsible for backing up civilian GPS, whereas the Defense Department is responsible for backing up military GPS. And I had a very large empire under me. I do want to be modest, but I had $1 billion worth of research under me. I had 3 offices in different parts of the United States. But about 75% of my time was taken on this small, tiny Office of Positioning, Navigation, and Spectrum under me that was working on backing up the global positioning system, because it is just so important. So we got a lot of different technologies tested. We published a big report that you can still find on the internet in January 2021, testing different technologies, and we found these great technologies that work. And then just this year, the Transportation Department is finding new technologies to test. And there's one especially good one for cars that I want to tell you about. It's called Turn AI. That's T-E-R-N, as in the bird, Turn AI. And it's basically feeding a map of the car's, a detailed map into the car's info system. It was started by a couple of people, special ops forces, dropped behind the lines in Afghanistan in 2014. Their GPS went out regularly, and they had to find their way to where they were going, dodging all the mines. And they left the army, and they thought there has to be a better way. They teamed up with the group that built the CLEAR system at the airports that reads 1 billion faces a second. That's 1 billion faces a second. And they did a very detailed map of the Earth's surface that can be fed into a car's info system, and then the car knows, with the movement of its sensors, where it is going. Full disclosure, I'm on the advisory board of this company because it's such a great new technology and so inexpensive. Only $50 to $100 per car, no subscription required. And it updates itself automatically. As people buy a new car, then it gets updated, and it feeds automatically into the car's navigation system. So if you're driving along and GPS goes out and you're using Google Maps, it switches to Google Maps. If you're driving along and you're using Waze, it switches to Waze. So this is a really brilliant new technology. Then there's a timing technology with a company called Hoptrough, and this links, instead of to the satellites, it links to atomic clocks. And there are atomic clocks in different parts of the world, like Greenwich in London, like the Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. There's some in Colorado, and it links to these atomic clocks. So we have ways of backing up positioning and timing without relying on these satellites. And if we're using ships, for example, can localize with low Earth orbit satellites, or by pinging off Starlink satellites, or by pinging off AM radio waves. There's a great new center at Ohio State run by Zach Cassis, who's working on these kinds of things. Well, let's move to the role of parliamentarians. You are parliamentarians, and the question is, what should you do? Well, how many of you parliamentarians before knew that taking out GPS was a vulnerability in your countries? Well, I'm glad I've communicated something new. It is critical. It needs backups. It needs coordination between countries. One thing you could do is require that certain entities in your countries have backups. You don't have to say what the technology is, but you could require them to have backups, or you could require them to reveal whether they have backups. So when a car is sold, it has to say, does it have a backup? When an electrical grid or a telecom provider operates, they have to say, are you backed up against GPS, or are you not backed up against GPS? And that's one way to get it started. You require transparency and disclosure. Then competition will mean that these different entities will come up with the solutions themselves. You could also require it to have in government vehicles, fire engines, police, ambulance, because what you don't want is to have GPS go out and then the ambulance cannot find its way to your home, or the fire truck cannot find its way to that school where there's a fire. you want to make sure that your government vehicles are backed up. And with the Turn AI system, it only costs $50 to $100 per vehicle. Well, I want to end with another movie. There's another movie, a James Bond movie called Tomorrow Never Dies, El Mañana Nunca Muere. How many of you have heard of El Mañana Nunca Muere, Tomorrow Never Dies, James Bond? It's a really good movie. And the villain uses a GPS device, fictional back then, because it was 1998, to send the British ship, HMS Devonshire, off course to Vietnamese waters in the South China Sea. Then it sinks, and then it gets attacked, which looks like an unprovoked Chinese attack, almost starting a world war, and James Bond has to come to the rescue to sort it out, which, of course, he does. Well, we don't have James Bond now, but we all have to be our own James Bonds. We have to guard against GPS hacking and spoofing. We have to make sure that the enemies of Western civilization do not manage to take down our economies by eliminating our GPS, by eliminating these 32 satellites. We have to make sure that it's backed up, and that's something you as parliamentarians are capable of doing. We have the technology now, and I'm happy to be a source of advice to any of you who need it. Thank you.
That was fascinating. Okay, next up, countering hybrid and transnational threats in the Americas. Building integrated resilience through intelligence, partnership, and adaptation. We have the Honorable Abraham Lugo, Advisor on Transnational Crime, Border Security, and Anti-Corruption, Puerto Rico. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. To me, it's an honor to be here today on this Interparliamentary Forum for Security and Intelligence. My name is Abraham Lugo. I'm going to start talking about my experience in El Salvador. I want to start with this. I've been working for the Department of Homeland Security for quite a while, and most recently, I was an advisor for Department of State here in El Salvador and also in Ecuador. I started my career with the Border Patrol. Before that, I was a Marine, and most of my career with Homeland Security and with the Department of Justice was overseas. So I spent almost 17 years overseas, and if you talk to anybody from Homeland Security, they will tell you that that's not the norm. I started with the Department of Justice, working in the Dominican Republic, working with the police, in which I helped them develop the Unidad Anticontrabando of the Dominican Republic. After that, they sent me to Mexico. Initially, I thought I was going to go to Mexico City, but they sent me to Baja California, Norte, Sur, Sonora, and Sinaloa, where I work with the police against drug trafficking structures. After that, I came to El Salvador, and that was the second time I came here to El Salvador. I came here, the first time I came here was to provide training. The second time I came here as I was the first Homeland Security attaché here in El Salvador. I spent 7 years right here in El Salvador. After El Salvador, I went to South Africa, where I became the regional attaché for Homeland Security. I was the attaché directing Homeland Security projects in the sub-Saharan countries. We have 32 countries. I retired from Homeland Security, and then I came back to El Salvador as a transnational crimes advisor, where I developed with the government of El Salvador is a intelligence center known as the Grupo Conjunto de Inteligencia Fronteriza. Basically, this center, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. This center, at some point, we have 10 participating countries exchanging intelligence in real time. My last post was in Ecuador, where working with the government of Ecuador, we developed the national strategy for borders. The ministers of armed forces, police, customs, and migration signed that strategy, and right now it's on the implementation phase. I want to switch to Spanish. Quiero hablar.
About a story and my experience in El Salvador. As I said, in El Salvador, I was first as an instructor, and then I came as an attaché, and I came back here, and I've been able to see the huge change. When I came to El Salvador for the first time, the gang problem was starting, and they didn't give the necessary importance to that problem. At that moment, what we say was that, okay, there were groups coming from Los Angeles. They didn't pay attention at that time because they thought that was just a group of young men. But when I came back, gangs had total control. Yesterday we heard that there were many difficult areas. In my experience is that you couldn't go to certain places in El Salvador. You were safe just in certain places, but you couldn't go to most of the places here in the country. And while working in security my whole life, I never thought that El Salvador could have changed so fast in 2 years. In such a dramatic way, but we needed a person with vision, a brave person that make difficult choices. President Bukele made those difficult choices, and now we see how El Salvador transformed from an insecure country to one of the most secure countries in the Americas and around the world. In contrast, my last post was in Ecuador.
The border strategy and in Ecuador before pandemic was considered as the safest country in the world, at least one of the safest, at least the safest country in the Americas. In that period, that 2-year period between the pandemic, Ecuador began to see criminal structures entering Ecuador. So, Ecuador is nestled between Colombia and Peru, which are two great cocaine producers, and so there's a corridor that comes from both nations into a place called Duran, and Duran is from Duran out to the Guayaquil port, which obviously is a point of interest. And so during the pandemic, the Balcanes cartel, Jalisco Nueva Generación, Sinaloa cartel all came into Ecuador during the pandemic, and they started to take advantage of I guess the lack of preparation from previous administrations. So there were several critical areas along the borders that were not, cared for. And so Duran is a very industrial, very prosperous area, but due to administrative policies, all of that structure began to be removed, and no option was given to the people in Duran. So these cartels came in, offering new opportunities and job opportunities, obviously from a criminal standpoint, but jobs nevertheless, and setting up like their power in areas or their control in areas where the government unfortunately wasn't present. I have to say the current president is making very hard decisions, and we hope that Ecuador is able to move forward and find its way back. Why am I sharing this? Because security isn't like a static thing. Security can crumble down and it can be built back up. It could be fragmented or it could be integrated. So it's really up to us to pay attention to all these indicators and to make sure that, something has always been done. Just because El Salvador is completely safe now doesn't mean that, it's going to be like so forever. This is a live animal, so to speak. One of the things that I want to emphasize. One of the things that I wish to point out is that just recently we have heard about the hybrid threats. What are hybrid threats? Well, hybrid threats have always been with us, but more recently so due to political situations, mainly weaker countries, we're starting to hear more about the hybrid threats. In the past, we fought against drug cartels. These cartels that are found between Mexico and the United States always, we have all these criminal activities for trafficking and smuggling. Always had, collaborating countries that lent their support. Okay, so basically there were donations being made, but nothing like for a specific country, but didn't matter what's happening on the other side of the border. And these transnational criminal structures, there's always some collaboration and maybe some information exchanges, but it wasn't very efficient the way things were being done. One of the characteristics that transnational criminal organizations have is that they adapt. And they have a great communication amongst themselves. If we ask a police officer now in any country and we say, so do you have a counterpart or, I'm sorry, no. Do you suspect somebody from being a member of a transnational organization? How do you find out about this person? Majority of cases, they won't know. And many times I've had to deal with officers who are doing a procedure, they're running an investigation, and they need certain information and they don't know where to get it. They don't know where to head to get it. And that is a big issue. We always have Interpol, of course, but these are all mechanisms that take their time. I'm going to speak a little later about some of the programs that we implemented here in Ecuador called the Border Task Force, Joint Border Task Force, and we're going to see how that works. And the question is, how can we protect information from these global threats? First and foremost, I think what we need to do is we need to understand as police force, as military, we have to understand these structures and we have to understand how they work. These transnational structures are evolving and they're slowly becoming into hybrid structures. And what are hybrid structures? Oh, no, please come back to the mic. Next slide, please. So hybrid structures practically are transnational criminal structures, and they have, however, different actors. When we investigate a transnational structure, we obviously know that there is a hierarchy in place. A lot of people say, oh, we're going to get money and we'll just follow the money and then we'll get to the hybrid structures. But these hybrid structures difference themselves because from the traditional ones, because hybrid structures don't only work based on money. They are after power, political power, territorial dictatorial power. And I think as far as gangs, we have information, controlling the narrative, and finally, that's becoming more and more relevant.
Can you stop eating and drinking while you are translating?
Excuse me?
Can you stop eating and drinking while you are translating?
Of course, sir. These are weak countries, and they are using the criminal structures that are trying to obtain their criminal goals. And when we see this, we see some of these structures and how they are coming from country to country, and they destabilize countries themselves. And so they could maybe attempt for the population to go against government because government hasn't been effective enough against these structures, and that there hasn't been a political change. And of course, this political change legitimizes itself against other countries, and so international organizations seek financial support and economical support. Hybrid structures, what they seek is to fusion themselves. So hybrid structures seek for influence, control, power, social power, economic power, political power, to be able to influence political processes with information, with disinformation, misinformation, and also transnational criminal structures seek to maximize earnings, and hybrid control to destabilize governments, to destabilize people such as the people of Duran, which is a larger city, and where they have the Balkans, where they create gangs like Lobos, Choneros, Tigrones. These are all Ecuadorian gangs that didn't exist before, and these gangs turn into cartels that began a strong war in the area of Ecuador, particularly in this area, in this corridor that went from the gangs to the ports. Criminal transnational structures are based on hierarchies, and so these are a little bit easier to combat or fight, in the sense that when we identify a structure, we are able to maybe remove the first leaders of the structure, and the structures unweaken themselves. Then hybrid structures have non-conventional weapons like cyber attacks that seek to destabilize government, go into databases from every country. These structures have gone into police databases to try to try to take from databases and try to destabilize police action, police activity. The methods in the transnational criminal structures, the methods are based on corruption, territorial violence, and hybrid structures are a little bit more complex because they operate from several different dimensions simultaneously. We have weak structures, weak governments that support criminal structures, and their purpose is to destabilize and to move through different countries. And if we look specifically at the Tren de Aragua and we look at their activities in different countries, we realize that Tren de Aragua in certain countries are involved in drug trafficking, sometimes they're involved in extortion, sometimes they're involved in criminal activities in general, like hit for hire. If it wasn't a different activity, then they would be involved in a specific crime, like Sinaloa, Generación, and all of these. But all of these structures, what they seek is to go into a place, into the United States, like Colorado, very stable places for the American territory. And all of these structures have been operating, for example, in Colorado. They went into the narrative for social media to try to achieve their objective. Trinidad had money, but they also served as political. They fed into political negotiations to be able to continue their work. The transnational criminal structures focus more on production, on transportation and distribution. We're talking narcotics, we're talking about individuals, we're talking about arms and weapons. And the more hybrid structures that we're dealing with, again, these are multiple stakeholders that seek to achieve different media, like, or different channels, like social media or illegitimate governance. In the case of Ecuador, many of these structures actually took advantage over the lack of presence of the actual state in the area of the borders, particularly in Duran. And they overtook the role of the state, initially offering work to people, and then once they had that set up, they did what they need to do, and they proceeded to go ahead and extort people, charge taxes, and what they generally do. One of the examples that I may take from what a different transnational criminal structure is Hezbollah, even though that is actually a terrorist group. Hezbollah has a lot of presence in South America and the Triple Border, where they have activities to collect funds. They have activities for money laundering. Another one may be Chinese fentanyl networks, where we have, where there may be a possible presence of political actors acting on fentanyl networks, which is a pretty large problem for the region as well as for us in the United States. One of the things that I always discuss is about integration. And some people, some governments, it's not very well received, but honestly, it's if we're going to talk about international criminal structures or hybrid threats, we must come together. We cannot solve regional problems because that just won't happen. It's not effective, and we have to see the three pillars that I always think are essential, which is the legal framework, because that's why we're here today. The framework needs to be strengthened, needs to recover the existence of intelligence in real time. It needs to allow for joint operations. It needs to allow for it needs to be able to integrate everything, every single effort. When we talk about legal framework, we're talking about a constitution as a basis of our countries and the laws. When we construct a political program and we don't have a strengthened legal framework, anything that we build tumbles down, it falls. And in Ecuador, when I was living there, I was assigned as advisor for border security, and one of the things that I did there, one of the first things that I did was an assessment of the border. One of the things that I realized is that the legal framework did not support the mission that Ecuador had, which was to fight these structures. There was a lot of weakness in these laws, and then there wasn't an actual integration. And Ecuador, there's 4 agencies that oversee security of the borders, which is police, army, immigration, and borders. There wasn't any actual type of collaboration amongst these agencies, though. And even less so amongst borders. So there really wasn't a joint response, or nobody was talking about who was doing what and where and when. And that was an imminent danger. We spoke with our INL directors, and I said, you know what, I just retired from national security. I can retire 10 more times before we can do anything, because there really isn't any coordination. So what I suggested to them was to run a strategy, and working with the police, with immigration, with customs and borders, and we suggested the idea of doing a strategy that would bring together these four agencies. And we actually put some of the problems that we had included. In Tulcan, a specific area from Colombia, the United States had actually donated 4 handheld scanners, which are used to be able to identify narcotics in trucks and vehicles, and 4 had been donated to the police. This was done by the United States, and I believe it was the European Union. They donated 4 handheld scanners to the to customs, and so the military had donated 4 handheld scanners, and we're talking about almost 11 handheld scanners that were donated at $45,000 each, donated to different institutions to put them to work in the same place, small city called Tulcan. And so we realized that not only it wasn't the different, it's not only like each country, but it's almost like every single country is not talking to each other either. So at the embassy, what we did was that we created the Border Security Working Group, which was a working group for the borders, and each time we spoke to the government of Ecuador, we carried the same message, either with the military attaché, political section, and we would meet two times a week. After this, what we did is that we created the same committee with the ministries to be able to exchange this information. When I spoke to the ministers, I brought this strategy up, and he said, so listen, there's problems with integrity with this institution or this other institution. And so one of the larger problems that we actually saw on facilitating the exchange of information is actually the perception that each person has problems with integrity, and this is suggested by these structures. These structures are promoting this narrative, and here in El Salvador, we actually experienced that because at some point, gang structures began to generate the idea or promote the idea that they had people, like they had moles in different areas, like for example in the police, and this was a false narrative. Actually, this was a narrative to be able to to them to be able to obtain territorial control and to facilitate their work and to stop the police from reacting. And so in Ecuador, we actually did a strategy that began with the legal framework. It began by reviewing every single law that was out there, and then we continued to go over each of the institutional policies and avoid any collaboration between the different instances from Ecuadorian agencies. And then we started to go over international treaties. International treaties, ordinarily when there's an agreement made, before it's signed, it's always reviewed that it doesn't go against the laws of a country or the Constitution itself. So what we did was that we first established what the legal framework looked like, and then the second aspect of the strategy was the integrity of the officers, because that was one of the reasons why the different institutions didn't want to work with one another, because of that perception that we actually came through with a proposal to be able to attend to this, and this was a proposal that basically was is under constitutional review at this moment, but that it pacifies the what is being done, or if a criminal act is taking place, or if of corruption goes through a specific position. For example, if an analyst actually does something against a structure, or corruption is proven, then nothing happens. And so this is classified in the sense of security. And then you attach the security checks to this. So level 4, which would be the major polygraph, there might be a general, that's level 1, and then you may have a secretary, a corporal, that is a higher level. So after the officers after we checked on all the officers, actually we went through intelligence. And we started working amongst the 4 institutions, and this was done in real time. And so these levels of security we needed to make sure that we took a hold of what was going on. So that's when we suggested that we use AI to make sure that we had all of the different classified positions into different levels of security. And so we needed the control levels that needed to happen in each level of security, and for that we used AI. And so that is what we did, and all the different levels that this person needed to have. So I guess clearance. The 4th part is basically where every single country that was collaborating began, and that was trainings, capacity building, outfitting. And the last phase of the strategy was access to actual communities and development. So we're not really experts in this type of program, but I know there is a large amount of programs, development, access to communities. There's a large amount of programs, and what we did was actually start talking to them to bring these programs to critical areas around the border. And these are the 4 components of the actual strategy, and that we were able to establish. And if we can take the next slide, please. When I speak of integration, efforts, capacities, intelligence, but again, integration cannot happen within a single country. This needs to involve other countries which are also pertinent to this. And so one of the biggest concerns, because there's many countries involved, the biggest concern is sovereignty. We set up an intel center, and we actually had 10 countries participating. We had here in El Salvador with access to databases in real time, to exchange databases in real time. What we did is that when we negotiated with the ministers, we searched for every single agreement that existed, agreements against transnational crime signed with the UN, bilateral agreements, every single agreement. And we went up into the ministers and we said, hey, so you already signed this. You're not in compliance, not because you don't want to, but because there weren't any mechanisms, but now the mechanism is here. And that is a joint, the border working group. We had representatives from these 10 countries, and not a single MOU was signed. Everybody was doing the work based on documents that had been signed before. So everything was signed in real time. I'm short on time, and I realized, but at the center, to be able to, the GSIT Center didn't belong to El Salvador. It wasn't led by neither El Salvador nor the United States. It was actually led by every single participating country, and it was a bit of a corporation of sorts, where there was a representative from every country, and there was a board of directors, and every analyst answered to their own chain of commands, and basically we had a strategy like the one used by private companies, a matrix system, which is an administrative system where when a new project is coming up, I guess they grab somebody from IT, somebody from robotics, somebody from management, budget, and each of these people answer to their own chains of command, but they work as a group to make sure this works. The center was so successful that in its best time, or during its best moment, we actually received 1,500 requirements weekly, and all of those were answered in 24 hours. And if there was an arrest warrant due to theft or whatever, and if they didn't belong to a criminal structure, then we wouldn't answer it. I believe that integration, as I said before, can help solve crises, but we can never solve them on our own. We must all work together, and we must make sure that integration helps us from becoming reactive to proactive. We have to move along with crime. In the GSIF Center, we identified the Tren de Aragua years before it was actually acknowledged in the United States. So we started seeing Peru, we started seeing, all of these countries reporting this structure, but we knew who they were before. Another one of the more successful projects was a parliamentary forum, and this was before the pandemic. This parliamentary forum, the different countries identified common legislative needs, and we did it in Mexico, in the Mexican palace, with the help of many Central American nations, and the idea was to identify common threats and to try to harmonize laws as best as possible, because this would allow us to share information better, to try to work in joint operations. I know that I'm short on time, and I'm going to leave it here. But any person that has any questions, I'd be more than happy to give you my email and even my phone, and we can discuss it a little more.
life is gray. Illicit finance and terrorism is black and white. So I look at words, and words are very important. Love is an important word. We overuse the word. Hate is an important word. We overuse the word. I hate terrorists. I hate drug dealers. I spent a large portion of my life finding them and eliminating them. And I look at the back row of this room, and I'm so proud of all of you in the blue in the back for the life that you've chosen to go down the path of the light. More people going down the path of the light will address the issue that we have to address on a regular basis. Every day we wake up, we have to make a decision, where do we want to be as an individual, as a community, as a country. Clearly, El Salvador has made a choice, a good choice. So you now have a new set of situations to deal with. So if you look at where you are today, everybody wants what you have. They think it was easy. It wasn't. Work went into it. A lot of work went into it, years of work, and thinking and intellectual thought. Now, when I was a government contractor, we would analyze photographs of the Earth every day, looking at the looms of light coming from every city and every street in the world. It's very simple. The dark wants the light. El Salvador went from a dark country to a light country. Your lights are glowing. People want to come here. David has convinced me to move, and his wife got my wife to want to come down. So this is a really good place. People want to come. Now you have a new set of situations. So the first thing that now that you've moved into this light situation, it's to strengthen the financial organizations and the banks and modernize the technology. Some people were talking earlier about stablecoin and crypto and various things. Stablecoin and crypto is the future. It's not maybe. As Chris from the Digital Chambers mentioned, stablecoins now surpass Visa and MasterCard. That is the future. So it's not maybe this is going to happen. And everybody seems to be afraid of it, and I understand the reasoning why. Everybody was afraid of hawalas years ago. Everybody was afraid of prepaid cards years ago. What we need to be afraid of is the $100 US bill, which is the most illicit asset in the entire world. So what we need to do is embrace these new technologies, these new assets, and be able to modernize our systems in order to be able to protect society from illegal activity and illicit behavior. Once we modernize the banking system and the financial system of El Salvador and elsewhere, we need to develop a culture of compliance, a culture of positive attitudes, a culture in a community that allows each other to build community and build it on, as my father would say, a bricklayer, one brick on top of two on top of one, and just keep building it as a society. And it's really important. So I run strategy at a bank that's on the border in Texas, Transpecos Bank. It's on the border in Texas of Mexico. We have to continually update our systems. So we have modernized systems, but we have to continually update them on a regular basis, which is what El Salvador now needs to do also. So when we're dealing with cartels from Mexico, they change their behaviors on a regular basis. We need to change behaviors. The countries change their rule on regular behaviors. We have to change it on a regular behavior. So I think what goes on is people get complacent. They said, oh, we're in good shape now. We follow the rules and regulations. We need to continually monitor our transaction monitoring systems. We need to continually monitor our AI systems and advanced technologies so that we're dealing with tomorrow's problem today. We can't always wait for the government to lead us. What we need to do in the tech world and the banking world and the financial world is lead and partner in public-private partnerships and in forums like this, where we could communicate with each other. We have elected officials in here. We have regulators in here. We have law enforcement in here. We have bankers in here. We have consultants in here. This sort of forum where we share ideas and walk away with things. So I'm going to encourage everybody to not just listen to the speakers, which were all wonderful, but also to take and continue the dialogue going forward. Just this morning, I was on the phone with the finance minister of Romania cutting a deal for the president here in El Salvador, all because of these forums. There are ways that we could all help each other. The other thing that we need to do is really create an environment of transparency. So There are many areas of the world, including El Salvador, including lots of places in Latin America that I've worked over the years, and even more so where I have much more expertise in the Middle East. People don't share information. And without sharing of information, we can't work as a community. So nobody wants to explain their weaknesses to other nations. Nobody wants to explain their weaknesses even to another human being. But when we do that, we grow. And as El Salvador shares their weaknesses and asks for help and shares what they're really good at and offers help, it goes both ways, and it creates a communication and a transparency that allows the world to grow versus an individual nation and an individual community, an individual person. We all have to act together. And looking at banking systems, El Salvador has advanced in the digital world. You now have a responsibility to be a leader in the digital world in order to help the rest of Latin America, to help the rest of developing nations around the world, help Africa, help the Middle East, because there's a lot of people moving into following you and looking at you on a regular basis. Some want you to fail, which I'm going to get into quickly in a minute, and others, of course, want you to succeed, and I don't know a person that I'm friends with that doesn't want you to succeed, but there are people that don't. And when I say there are people that don't want you to succeed, who are they? Well, it's Hamas, it's Hezbollah, it's ISIS, it's the drug cartels. They don't want you to succeed. There are other nation states that don't want you to succeed. So what we've done over the years is look at situations where countries get surrounded. So if you look at Venezuela, for example, the activity of Hezbollah and Hamas in Venezuela over the last 20 years has been astronomical. When you try to go to the UN or you go and speak about this activity in Venezuela, they're like, oh, it doesn't happen. That's a Middle East problem. It is no longer a Middle East problem. It is no longer a Latin problem. We have global problems. Terrorism is not based on ideology the way it used to be. You have fractions that are based on an ideology, and that's true terrorism. But what you have now is transnational gangs working with terrorists, working with organized crime, working together in ways we've never imagined before. Years and years ago, organized crime would never get involved with terrorists because of a branding issue. They didn't want to be known as working with terrorists. Well, when the money got big enough, guess what? Organized crime worked with terrorists. Same thing with drug dealers and transnational criminals. They all get together because at the end of the day, we really can't determine why somebody does something bad. Is it based on ideology? Is it based on money? Is it based on greed? What is it based on? I don't know anymore, but I do know that this is illicit, it's hurting people, and it needs to stop. So we need to focus on the pain and suffering of people. So it's easy to sit down and say, I'm a government official, I'm a banker, I'm a Wall Street guy, I'm this, I'm that. It's easy to do that. What's really hard is to put yourself in a spot of somebody that's underbanked, that people will not give a credit card to, and then say, go out and raise a family. We have to think like that because we need to protect those people. We're obligated to do so morally, ethically, and legally in some situations. I had a conversation earlier today about moral and ethics, which I really appreciated. But if you think about helping poor people, and you think about the people that we protect, yeah, there's ethics. We morally have to do these things. So if we look at the direction that we're heading, with technology moving very rapidly, and that was discussed, we have a banking system that needs to move rapidly also. If you look at the major nations of the world, the banking system is actually backwards. It's not helping the people it was intended to help. And the government and everybody here that's an elected official needs to go back with the regulators and say, why is this rule there? Is it still applicable? Does it make sense? And does it help the people it was intended to help? Some of the rules and regulations are from 15 years ago, some 20 years ago, some from the 1920s and 30s. So things have changed. So all the elected officials need to go back and look at this from a regulatory standpoint and say, this was a good idea, and I don't doubt that. But is it still a good idea? That's what we need to question. And will it be a good idea next year and the year after and the year after that? So what we have to do is have a much more fluid, much more transparent financial system that allows everybody to rise, not just the ultra-wealthy 1/10 of 1% at the top. And if we don't focus on the people on the bottom, and we don't focus on the middle class, the economies of all the nations will decline. And that's what we all want to prevent. So here, looking at the bright lights of El Salvador and what you have done, you are now obligated. Success brings obligation. You're now obligated to help others. So every time you ask for help, offer help out. And it's an old motto my grandmother taught me. It's still good today for me. It's good for you. It's good for you. It's good for you. And let's all give that a try. So I know we're coming to an end. I'm going to keep this brief. I'm actually going to cut some time off because I could speak about this for 2, 3, 4 hours. I love talking about terrorists and how to find them and kill them. I actually love it. So I hate them, and I love educating people on how to do it. But I will yield some time back because I know it's the end of the day. I'm going to pass it off to my brother from the forum for many, many years, Varun. And JC, I'm not sure if you want to go or we just have Varun come up. Varun, please join me up here and continue the dialogue. I thank all of you. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you for your help in putting this together. El Salvador has been so good, and you've been so good. So thank you so much to all of you. We're all watching you. We're all cheering for you, and we wish you great success. Thank you.
Varun, come on up here. So Dr. Varun Sutra is the Director of International Relations at KIT University in India. And let's talk more about terrorism and illicit finance. Okay, come on up. And then we one or two and we'll close up.
Thank you, JC. And thanks all of you for having me here. Forum has been an incredible platform, and I think maybe I'm 18th, 19th, or 20th time here. And every time I gain something from the forum, sometimes incredible knowledge, sometimes incredible friends. But this time, when I landed in this beautiful country, the forum really gave me something big. I was, upon landing, announced the citizen of Suriname. So I got one more citizenship after landing here. My name was in Suriname's delegation. And I'm happy, I'm so happy, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Adin, Michael Adin, embraced and adopted me, and all my brothers and sisters also adopted me. Thank you very much. So I had a presentation also in the back. I had something, PPT also. So I will get some stick. That looks nice. Someone will do it for me? Or I have the... Okay, so here we go. So my presentation, as you see, is about terrorism. Not because that I claim that I worked in a conflict zone as a journalist or expertise, but being born and raised in Jammu and Kashmir, I have seen terrorism faced, and we are victims since 90s. All of you know about some biggest terrorist attacks like 26/11 in Mumbai or 9/11 in US, but you know, there are so many bloodstains in our clothes in India that if you start counting, you will be shocked and you will not believe that this kind of heinous acts have already happened, have been happening to us, because India has suffered because of terrorism. If I tell you, Prankot massacre of 1998. Google it, Prankot massacre of 1998. I'm sure nobody knows about it. Nobody talks about it. But, you know, in that single heinous act of terrorism, 29 families, 29 Hindu men sleeping, they were beheaded. Their throats were slit in the morning. They did not know they are sleeping, what will happen to them in the next morning. And since 1998 until today, they could not go back to the mountains, peaceful mountains in their homes, because that incident was so dreadful, and they are living as refugees in their own country. So why I want to now stress upon this fact is terrorism has become a global phenomena, especially parliamentarians. I'm happy we have people here from security, have to realize that if any single nation still is suffering from terrorism, that means this is a stress for whole world. Doesn't matter you are in Europe, you are in Latin America, you in US, the threat looms large at you also. Because now, when we are in 2025, it has become more organized, and they have new tools. Now, they are into hybrid warfare. So what it used to be that time has now become a bigger challenge for all of us. As my co-panelist John said, this global problem needs a global solution. But we are also glad, which I will share with you in next slides, how India could overcome this big issue. And thankfully, I would not say we have wonderful successful, but we could save a lot in this diverse nation. So next. This I already spoke about what was in 1990s and how it has shifted. And I am now going to stress about our strength, our intelligence, legislation, and cooperation that we see now at all the levels in India. Next. So here I want to tell that now, earlier when Hawala and those channels were used to finance terrorism, now we all know how crypto is being misused. That's why, as of now, crypto is completely banned in India. And in my last point here, you see this is a quote from Sanskrit. This comes from an ancient text, and they had given us this wisdom thousands of years ago that this wealth, which is hidden, which you call black money or which you cannot trace, must be guarded. Otherwise, it will disturb the kingdoms. Next. So this is now India's counter response, that how India has been successful in overcoming this challenge. Growing up in India, I saw that we have now a very comprehensive and multi-layered structure. Defense, police, intelligentsia, laws. For example, this institution which you see, FIUIND, this is Financial Intelligence Unit. It came into existence in 2004, and this wonderful institution working under the Ministry of Finance checks all kind of illegal transactions. If you have more cash transactions, foreign transactions coming to NGOs. So lot of NGOs, when they observe that there is some doubt in their finance, in their transactions, so they are questioned and sometimes banned also. They had many years ago also banned PayPal for some kind of transactions, but later it was sorted out with the condition that PayPal will register in India, so we can have a track of that. And we all know about India's international cooperation with Financial Action Task Force, Interpol, and G20. 2 years ago, we had the leadership of G20, and India could tell the world what we have done in overcoming this big challenge. And another thing which I would like to congratulate also El Salvador, that I see they have also been able to overcome this challenge of Naxalism or terrorism or violence. And it is incredible that they did it in short period, because when I was planning to come here, there were 9 more people in the delegation thinking about coming here. But they had that impression that it's not safe to go there. They still had no idea. But thankfully, despite all opposition, I could come, land here, got new citizenship of Suriname, and I go back and tell them, please come, the country has changed, and also there is a lot to learn from each other's security systems, defense system, intelligence. Next. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is something really amazing which I found I want to share with you. Chanakya was a professor, scholar, very good strategist about in 4th BC, like 2004 years from now. And that man was so intelligent that he could come up with a wonderful text in Sanskrit. The name of the text is Kautilya Arthashastra. And you'll be amazed. It's so flawless, so precise. He has given all the solutions for this kind of modern troubles, including hybrid warfare. When I read this text, I was amazed, and also many references from this text are used in our training schools, in defense schools, in police. They all get wonderful references from this wonderful book. For example, he was the master in espionage and intelligence. Look at that Sanskrit term. I will read it for you. Duto hi shatru madhya shastram. The mean is a spy is a weapon amidst the enemy. And this man, Chanakya, who was a professor and advisor to the king, he could save the dynasty for several decades because of his strategy of espionage. I have no time to explain it more, but when you read the chapters of spying and espionage and intelligence gathering, it's amazing. And in the beginning of the book, he says, espionage is not to attack other countries, it's to save yourself. We always believe in India, prevention is better than cure. So he has written the most important role of intelligence is in the era of peace, not in the era of war or disturbance or violence. So peace has to be retained through efforts. That's what this great scholar teaches us. Next, please. So his model is very interesting. This man had a set of double agents, secret informants, and economic spies. This was very interesting. It's like super specialization. They all had, those days, different kind of trainings in special schools, which were called Gurukul. Gurukul means, in Sanskrit, school. Guru means teacher. So Guru is two words, Gu, Ru. Gu means darkness, Ru means light. The one who brings you from darkness to light was called Guru. And there were specialized university courses where they were given general training, then very specialized. And then they were also being trained as diplomats, then also making alliances. There were special schools for children of kings because they had different responsibilities. So now when we have in India this very strong structure, as you say, research and analysis wing, which takes care of our external intelligence, IB, which is Intelligence Bureau, very strong inside for our internal intelligence gathering. Then NIA is National Investigation Agency. It came into existence after 26/11 attacks in 2008 when a series of coordinated attacks by 10 members of Lashkar-e-Taiba, a Pakistan-based terrorist organization, they had attacked our city of Mumbai. After that, NIA came into existence, and it has been doing an incredible job. So we have been using this great knowledge from our ancient scholar to combat modern challenges also. Next, please. So again, I have made a little comparison that how The similar pattern has been following in 2005 years ago when India had these separate kingdoms. So there also now we have been using, although India is a joint nation, but still how we deal with our countries and how we perceive threats, how we are ready to counter that. So we are following the same strategy now, although nowadays challenges are much bigger with evolving of technology, but still this wisdom helps us a lot. Next. So these are few points how India could succeed in combating this biggest challenge. So our agencies have now, I believe that Hawala network is not as it used to be in 90s, but now we have challenge from crypto links, and our agencies have trained the experts to combat the modern challenges, and they have been updating, upgrading every next day. And now we are very happy that our defense ministry, home ministry, finance ministry, they all coordinate so very well. I have seen one very good thing in India. If any untoward incident happens, then all the agencies, including police, military, paramilitary, they all share intelligence gatherings. So we are able to reduce the damage in most of the cases and also prevent this from happening. For example, we have a special force called CISF, Central Industrial Security Force. This is a paramilitary wing safeguarding only our airports. So when you go to our airports, you will realize, I can say they are like most guarded, the highest security zone, because I have traveled more than 80 countries. I can say the system we have at our airports is amazing because of this dedicated police service only for airports. So similarly, we have realized the weak spots, where could terrorists attack. So our think tanks, our strategists, they try to think a step ahead of them. That's why we always believe that it is the more energy is required in preventing this rather than from happening this. So a lot of things are not happening because these agencies are always active. Next, please. So this is the important point I want to draw your attention to. Terrorists always exploit these gaps between the nations. Unfortunately, we are living in a global world. We believe in one world, one family, but there are gaps. There are some gaps, and I feel that there is need to fill this gap, build this bridge. So nations are, proactive in sharing information, in accepting that this phenomena is a global wildfire. It can affect also to us. Not that it's something is happening 1,000 miles from here, it won't come to us. This wildfire will reach your home also. So this is my personal belief also. I have seen after traveling so much, I can see this gap, and terrorists exploit this gap. For example, I myself realized what a big gap that people in India still have a perception El Salvador is not safe. And how wrong is this information? After landing, after staying here, I can say it's safest than many countries where I go, and we cannot walk on the roads in the night. So this is called gap. So we need diplomacy, we need dialogue to fulfill this gap, because this gap terrorists can always exploit. So an interparliamentary cooperation, as we see here, this platform is there. I work with some other platforms where we stress upon developing some sort of interparliamentary cooperation. We have built a parliamentary group in Switzerland with the help of one Swiss MP, Dr. Nick Guger, and we try to engage parliamentarians twice a year over these issues. And this is again my quote from Arthashastra, the book of Chanakya. When kings are united, enemies tremble. You can replace kings with nations. So that visionary man, I believe if we follow this, when we leave kings, when nations are united, enemies tremble. So he could, the visionary man, he could give us this wisdom exactly 2,400 years ago. If we follow this, we can have wonderful outcomes, because the purpose of the forums and these platforms is beyond discussions also. We can learn from each other. And the final point is also disunity, and we all know when we are united, we are strong. Next, please. Thank you very much. So I am grateful that after a long day also you were patient enough to listen to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for sticking with us here. We've got, I think we'll wrap up in 30 minutes, 5 o'clock. Let me invite the Honorable Volodymyr Grindenko to join us up here. He's a member of the Parliament of Ukraine, Deputy Chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure in Ukraine. And before he was in Parliament, he served for many years as the Executive Director of the anti-corruption NGO called Anti-Corruption Headquarters, which identified and exposed corruption in Ukraine's executive and local government bodies.
Thank you. I am the last, but I hope not the least. My name is Volodymyr Krydenko. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm very happy to be here and to be a part of such good and interesting event. I hope for future cooperation, you and our country and us. I would like to say big thanks. I'm from Ukraine. I'm a member of parliament, and I am a deputy chairman of Parliamentary Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. And of course, my country in war, and I would like to say to all people, to all nations who are in this room, big thanks for your support. Ukraine against war. In war against Russia. Of course, Russia wants to grab our territory and kill us, but we stand with EU, with America, and we obviously kick them out from our territory. I promise it. Of course, I would like to say big thanks to organizers of the 30th Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum for the important chance to participate in such good event. Of course, for many years before being elected in Parliament, I work as Executive Director of Anti-Corruption Non-Government Group. My work was real on the ground. I did not just read about corruption, I fought it every day. I have seen how this enemy works. Today the topic is clear. Corruption is a threat of national security. We must clearly define the enemy. Corruption is using public power for private, selfish gain. It's more than just bribery. It includes state capture and measures of political power. When we talk about corruption, we talk about deep risks. It makes institutions weak and stop accountability. Corruption makes states open to internal rot and outside attack. Corruption is not only a crime, it is a system of control. If we see it as a system, we understand that it is a planned structure built to cause subservation. How does the system of control become a national security threat? Corruption works from the inside out. It makes state institution and government weak. It destroyed public trust, and this causes social unrest and instability. Most immediately, corruption steals necessary defense and security resources. The money that should defend our nation is feeding private greed instead. When this happens, failure in government quickly become major nations' weaknesses. Corruption destroys the state that protect the nations. This is the main point for this forum. Corruption is actively used as a tool for foreign influence. It is a geopolitical weapon made specifically to make democratic states weak. We see this in action. Corruption helps massive illegal financial flows and complex global money laundering networks. More dangerously, it creates a way around the rules. It makes international sanctions weak through secret political or corporate deals. Corruption creates dependence. This dependence destroys a nation's freedom and its strategic independence. When your strategic decisions are bought by private gain, your security is in a danger. We must know that corruption has no border. Its impact reaches all nations. The political results of the system of control are immediately and bad. Corruption destroys democratic institutions and makes the rule of law weak. It twists decision-making and weakens the government's right to rule. The institution decay gives hostile actors an exact reason they need. It creates good conditions for authoritarian influence and serious political choice. Economically, corruption is a huge drain. It steals national resources from public good for private achievement. It stops necessary foreign investment and critically limits our ability to defend ourselves. But the financial threat is global. Corruption creates shadow economies. These shadow economies do not just steal money, they provide the financial support that pay for criminal and, most importantly, extremist network worldwide. So fighting financial corruption is a key part of fighting global terrorists and organized crime. We know that enemy and its methods. Now we must define the collective defense. Institutional strength is built on active anti-corruption plans. We must make institutions stronger through strong accountability and oversight. We must enforce anti-corruption laws strongly and punish all who violate them. Giving power to civil society and protecting independent media is essential. They are not just watchdog groups. They are key early warning system for national defense. We must make government reforms to increase transparency. Finally, we must increase international cooperation to fight a system threat that respects no borders. Our main goal is to build an integrity shield. Integrity makes our nation's trade greater in every area, political, economic, and defense. Transparency rebuilds public trust and makes the social contract stronger. Accountability stops stops corruption and supports democratic governments. We need ethical leaders to push reform and ensure long-term progresses. The fight against corruption is not just a problem for one nation. It is a shared necessary security mission for all of us. Global cooperation grows our integrity networks and makes our collective security stronger. Thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Great remarks. So we have, I want to invite Michael Adden up here as well, who's the Speaker of the, so we're crossing the world here, a Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Suriname. And I think the home of Olympic gold medalist Anthony Nesty, swimmer.
Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, my name is Michael Ashwinadin from the National Assembly of the Republic of Suriname, and I just wanted to convey, after this nice forum and conference after 2 days, that after listening to the voices of El Salvador yesterday and today, the Speaker of the Assembly, the Minister of Security, the Minister of Defense, and the Attorney General, we leave with more than information. We leave with a living example. This country showed us that transformation is not abstract. It is built when leadership, institutions, and people move in one direction. We heard how courage, clarity, and consistency replaced fear, fragmentation, and paralysis. And above all, we heard that the true measure of security is simple: whether families wake up without fear. For us as parliamentarians, and for me as Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Suriname, that is the lesson we take home. Laws, policies, and strategies only work when they are anchored in the living realities of our citizens. In Suriname, we are strengthening our own intelligence and security architecture with that same principle in mind. But today's world demands more. Security is no longer only physical, it's more digital, it's more cyber, it is hybrid. It is the integrity of our critical infrastructure, our financial systems, our energy networks, and the data of our people. Suriname is developing its national cybersecurity framework, expanding SUR-CSIRT, preparing its first Cybersecurity and Cybercrime Act, and reinforcing the protection of vital sectors, including the emerging oil and gas industry. We are expecting an oil and gas boom after 2028 for Suriname. We are integrating cyber defense into national defense and embedding parliamentary oversight into national resilience. We thank the organizers and all speakers for their views and insights on intelligence and security. Thank you, Mr. Robert Pittinger. I can call you JC, everybody does. And my friend Varun Sutra for today, and Ms. Bukele also, very good contribution for El Salvador. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to disappear and reintroduce David Rivard, who's going to close us out. But I want to thank David and Fabiola, everybody who made this and back there a success. Thank you very much, and it's been great to be here. I learned a lot. I always do with these things. Great speakers and great audience. So thank you.
Thank you so much, JC. Yes, yes, we are so privileged to have all you guys here. And obviously, I need to thank a bunch of people. But foremost, I would like to tell everyone here, including El Salvador, how fortunate we are in having Robert Pittenger found this organization. I mean, it's so appropriate. Parliamentary intelligence coming from the education that we get, getting around the different countries that you guys have been to, and security. And of course, we're finally allying together, as Varun was saying, about the concepts of cooperating together as a family. This has been the real key to the success of El Salvador. We work together as a family. You saw the presentations about Ministro Villatoro working with the Attorney General, developing the laws with the legislature, all inspired really by a belief in God, in the responsibility that we have to each other as a community, as a global community, where once again Dr. Varun did such a good job in coupling this together with when nations unite, the people that are trying to disintegrate the nations do not have a chance. And that's what our president said as well, and many media, that criminality exists in the world because nations allow it to exist, and all of its different forms. And it's been very, very logical that over the course of time, these organizations are operating very much like the Maras did in El Salvador. You know, I mean, the crimes might seem petty, but they're in fact organized by globally syndicated criminal organizations. And it might be human trafficking. We gave a human trafficking conference about 3 months ago. These concepts now are finally evolving within law enforcement, within the leadership of countries, and this forum, I really believe, has an opportunity to educate the lawmakers. I know several of you are former lawmakers. Several of you are current lawmakers, and you can, the constituents ultimately are going to demand that their lawmakers are going to be developing security standards, maybe not arrived at exactly like El Salvador has arrived at our solutions, but your own born solutions that will be coming out of this belief in your responsibilities to one another, to other communities, to the global community, to all living things. So, I mean, this really is at the heart of so much of what our societies have to approach as the North Star, as it were, for having a proper societal development. So I appreciate everybody. I encourage everybody really here to get on the phone and postpone their departure tickets to spend some time to really get a chance to know this country. And even if anyone hangs around up until next week, for example, I'll gladly host you at our office of the Agency of Development and Design of the Nation for the President, and we'll gladly show you some of the projects that we have. We'd love to share what this country has done, and we welcome you all back. And in John's case, I hope he and his wife take us up on their offer to come and be Salvadorans with us. So thank you all very much, and hope to see all of you back very, very soon. Thank you guys again. And also, I forgot about the most critical part of what I was going to say. Thanks, Fabiola. Thank you, my wife, for bringing me here to El Salvador 30 years ago. And thanks especially to Fabiola, that I was told by several conference goers here that go to all these things. This is the best organized conference they've been to. Thank you guys again. Thank you, Fabiola.
Director David, un gustazo de conocerlo.
Director, it's a pleasure to get to know you, and also your invitation was incredibly important, and it was just very inspiring for me, and I bring all of this home with me. I'd like to give you a small token. I'm from Oxapampa, Peru, and these are artisanal beverages from my home country. Okay, thank you very much. From Peru.
Muchas gracias. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Again, we just hope to see everyone as soon as possible, and we officially adjourn. Amen.